Chapter 687. I'm on this side of the starry sky, and you're on the other side of the starry sky. We're very, very far away, bright and eternal, boundlessly far away, and we'll never meet again. Late at night, I look up at the starry sky alone, silently blessing you. These words were accompanied by a brilliant smile and crystalline tears. They bloomed on Jizue's face. Smiling and crying made one's heart ache. Yi Fan's heart violently twitched. However, he had no other choice. He wanted to go back. If he missed this opportunity, he might not have another chance. He had obtained this opportunity, but he would miss out on some people. This was a kind of helplessness. The world was so balanced. When you obtained something, you would also lose something that you could have. Yi Fan turned around without looking back. He walked forward step by step. He heard the sound of tears falling behind him, but he did not stop. Little Yi, where are you going? Li Heishui and Wu Zhongtian asked. Brother He, take care. I'm going on a long journey. My hometown is on the other side of the starry sky. Being able to meet you in this life is my greatest gain. Yi Fan walked up and waved at Li Heishui, Wu Zhongtian, Liu Ku, and Jiang Huairan. Why is that so? Monkey was puzzled. Brother Monkey, as the only son of the Saint Emperor Battler, you have a supreme status. In the future, the primordial life forms will definitely appear and bring chaos to the world. I hope you can take care of my friends. I hope that you will become a sovereign in the future, Yi Fan said seriously. Don't worry. As long as I'm here, no one will dare to harm them. Monkey was very straightforward and domineering. The Black Emperor said, Brat, you're crazy. You really want to leave and sit in that broken coffin pulled by 9 dragons? What kind of joke is this? Even the ancient saints wouldn't dare to walk so casually. Damned dog, live well in the future. You have to be more down to earth. Don't make me test how much of a bastard and unreliable you are in the unknown star region. F***ck, brat, what the hell are you saying? You're giving others your blessings, encouraging them, and reminiscing about them. Why are you reprimanding me instead? The large black dog bared his teeth. He was extremely displeased. Because you are so different from others. That's all I can say about you. Yi Fan sighed softly. Don't worry about me, the large black dog boasted shamelessly. Then, he said, oh, that's right. Did you really come from the other side of the galaxy? Crossing the starfield is extremely dangerous, so it's better not to play with your life. Live well, raise Nan Nan, and take good care of her. Yi Fan warned, then rubbed the little girl's head. Big brother, I won't let you go. Little Nanan's eyes were already red. She grabbed onto the bottom of Yi Fan's pants and raised her little face. Her eyes were brimming with tears as she looked at him pitifully. Be good, big brother will come to see you in the future. Yi Fan wanted her to let go. How long is the future? Xiao Budian had a premonition that this might be the last time he saw Yi Fan. He cried loudly, and his tears rolled down in pairs. He hugged Yi Fan's calf and refused to let go. Black Emperor, work harder in the future. Don't let her suffer any grievances. Yi Fan pointed with his hand and a clear light flew out. Little Nan Nan landed on the back of the Black Emperor. Then, he left with large strides. Without looking back, he rushed into the depths of the forbidden ancient land. Little Nan Nan was heartbroken. She cried loudly and waved her little hands powerlessly behind him. Yeezy! Pang Bo shouted. Take care of yourselves. Yi Fan shouted. Yi Fan. Li Heishui, Wu Zhongtian, and the monkey were all shocked. A friend beside them came from the other side of the starry sky, and now he was about to leave. Little Yeezy! Jizue called out softly. 2 lines of tears hung on her face. She smiled and gently waved her arm. Yi Fan suddenly stopped. He had been in this world for 10 years. Scenes of the past quickly flashed before his eyes. He really didn't have the heart to leave like this. He really didn't want to. Boom. In the distance, a loud sound came from the depths of the forbidden ancient land. The multicolored altar shone brilliantly, and the interweaving symbols became increasingly resplendent. The constructed 8 trigrams gradually became clearer. The 9 dragon corpses and the bronze coffin were trembling. They could pierce through the void at any time. Yi Fan had no time left. He looked deeply at the crowd and forcefully spat out 2 words, "Goodbye." Then, he rushed into the depths of the Forbidden Land and didn't look back. He's crazy. Why is he rushing into the Forbidden Land? What's wrong with the saint physique? Why is he rushing into the Forbidden Land alone? What is he doing? He dares to risk his life. Could it be that he wants to take back the small coffin? At the edge of the Forbidden Land, many people were shocked and puzzled. In their eyes, this was simply an act of throwing away one's life. Yi Fan's speed was very fast. He gulped down the divine spring of life and disappeared ahead like a beam of light. Some old friends called out reluctantly, but he didn't have the time to reply. Clang! The bronze coffin pulled by the 9 dragon corpses trembled. The sound of metal resounded through the sky like a magnificent army. Golden spears and iron swords crossed, tearing through the vast sky. A gust of wind blew past. Tens of thousands of fallen leaves danced about. The entire ancient Forbidden Land was filled with a somber aura. Yi Fan rushed over and quickly arrived before the 9 sacred mountains. This place was submerged in a dense radiance. Even Huang's power was weakened. It couldn't deprive Yi Fan of a large amount of life force. He quickly arrived. Above that great abyss, the 5-colored altar rested in disarray. It supported the dragon corpses and ancient coffin. Above it, symbols converged into the 8 trigrams, connecting to the unknown depths of the cosmos. Something's wrong. Yi Fan sensed something strange. Those symbols weren't complete, and the 8 trigrams they formed weren't flawless. There were some flaws, and that was why they couldn't truly open the starry sky ancient path. Right, the 5-colored altar is damaged, and the 8 trigrams it formed are also lacking. Could it be that they were going to fail on the verge of success? They were about to set sail, yet they were stopped because of this kind of problem. This really was disappointing. Hong! Suddenly, another type of aura surged from the great abyss that was as dark as hell. 5-colored divine light surged, and a few jade stones, stone slabs, and other things flew out. This is the jade stone from the shattered portion of the altar. Yi Fan was astonished. He never thought that the damaged 5-colored altar could actually reconstruct itself, forming an almost perfect ancient platform that rested in the sky. Outside the life-restricted region, everyone was astonished. Many living fossils stared rigidly. Who was it that destroyed the altar back then, making it sink into the great abyss? All types of jade stones flew up, rushing towards the ancient platform to restore it. This was an extremely fast process. It was as if it had life, reviving itself. Piece after piece of ancient jade stone floated up. They were like sparkling flower petals as they filled the sky. Yi Fan stared rigidly at the altar. He discovered that the center of the ancient platform was missing a crucial piece. As a result, the ancient platform was transparent from top to bottom, allowing light to pass through. How could it be like this? What kind of battle took place here back then to destroy such a divine object? Could it be that a great emperor came here before? Dong! With a final loud sound, the altar was completely assembled. It was only missing a millstone-sized jade pillar at the center, but it did not affect its ability to open up the void. In the sky, the enormous 8 trigrams looked as if they were cast from divine gold. They flickered with metallic luster, and at the same time, space distorted and light became hazy. The 8 trigrams corresponding to Qian, Kuan, Zun, Dui, Zhen, Zhen, Li, and Khan released strange fluctuations. It was as if an ancient code was flickering. Yi Fan knew that this was the spatial coordinates. It was a sign that he was about to set off, so he had to rush up. However, the 5-colored altar was very high up from the ground. It was located above the abyss and could not be touched at all. In this life-restricted region, magical power could not be used. No matter how great one was, they could not fly up. He gave it a look and then continuously retreated, distancing himself from the holy mountain. He prepared to use his fastest speed to rush up the mountain peak and use the inertia to leap into the sky. However, right at this moment, his heart tightened. A few ancient figures appeared on the mountain peak. They wore clothes from countless years ago, as if they had come from the ancient era. Heavenly Jade Holy Lady, that beautiful and peerless woman was the #1 beauty of the Eastern Wasteland 6,000 years ago. Someone at the edge of the restricted region cried out in alarm. She came from the same sect as the old lunatic. Who would have thought that she would become a desolate slave? Look, the other people's clothes are even more ancient. They are people from at least several tens of thousands of years ago. They are all matchless experts. What? That is, a matchless divine king from my G family. A living fossil from the G family cried out. He saw a white-haired old man that was the same as the old king who had disappeared in his family. Above the great abyss, the 2 yin and yang fish in the 8 trigrams were like gates. They had already opened and led to the ancient cosmos. Starlight flickered inside. This was a very strange and shocking scene. This was the ancient path that led to the other side of the starry sky. He could already see the starry sky there. It was vast and boundless. There is no time, I have to charge through. Yifan began to increase his speed. Then, he grabbed the myriad energy cauldron in his hand. If there was danger, he would not hesitate to bring out that archaic saint. He decided to climb the bronze coffin. He did not want to miss this opportunity. Ah! He shouted loudly, shaking the mountains and rivers. Tens of thousands of trees trembled and countless leaves fluttered about. It was as if a heavenly tribulation had engulfed the outside of the restricted region. The divine body has gone mad. This was what many people were thinking. Even though Yifan could not use magical power, his physical body was unparalleled. His speed became faster and faster, and in the end, it was as if his physique was burning. He rushed up the mountain peak like a streak of light. There were a few people wearing ancient clothes who were currently looking at him expressionlessly. Rise. Yifan avoided them. He stepped on the precipitous cliff and leapt into the void. This was an incomparably risky attempt. If he could not rush up the 5-colored altar, he would definitely fall into the endless abyss. One has to understand that since the ancient times, there had never been anyone who successfully entered the desolate ancient abyss and came out alive. Even ascending the sacred mountain would turn into ashes, let alone that place. Fortunately, the ancients did not take action. He leapt into the sky and did not encounter any obstructions. However, right at this time, the 9 dragons pulling the coffin moved. They slowly entered the dark and mysterious passage constructed by the Taiji Bagua diagram and coexisted with the endless starlight. Yifan was only a jong away, but he still could not touch the altar. He could not climb up and thus fell into the desolate ancient abyss. Heavens, is that still a human? He can't use magical power and can only rely on speed to leap into the sky. That kind of height is too scary. In the distance, everyone was shocked. Yifan leapt too high, exceeding the limits of his physical body. He was like a heavenly peng. He is falling down, about to fall into the abyss. Everyone watched in shock. Ji Ziyue, Pang Bo, Li Heishui, and the others felt as if their minds were splitting apart. If he fell down, he would undoubtedly die. Even the old madman went crazy back then. Little Yi. Ding. Yifan flicked his hand and tossed out an iron chain onto the 5-colored altar. Then, he swung it forcefully and leapt up again. Like a Kuan Peng spreading its wings, he rushed onto the ancient platform. The 9 enormous dragon corpses all entered the starry sky ancient path. Even a large half of the bronze coffin had entered. Only the tail was left. Yifan leapt up and immediately stepped onto it. With a dang sound, he landed on the coffin and forcefully grabbed onto the rusty ancient patterns. He turned around and gave one last look at his old friends. The scenes of the past appeared in his mind. The all-powerful monkey who swept through his enemies with a black gold rod, the dark-faced Li Heishui, the young and obedient little girl, the unreliable and scoundrel Black Emperor, the purple-clothed Ji Ziyue who gazed at the starry sky. Farewell, it would be difficult to see them again. Hong. The 9 dragons pulled the coffin and entered the starry sky ancient path. Yifan also disappeared from this world. Chapter 688. The ancient desolate forbidden land was one of the 7 great life forbidden zones. The living were forbidden to enter, and those who entered would fall into a deep sleep. At this moment, The people at the edge of the forbidden land were first petrified, and then they broke into an uproar. A person had disappeared from this world just like that, heading into outer space and entering the ancient star domain. There were records in some undying inheritances that the rainbow altar could allow one to cross the starry sky and travel an incomparably great distance. It was unknown how many years had passed, but there had been no such person for a long time. It was impossible to construct this kind of altar, and even more so, no one could activate it. Yet now, there was a person who leapt into the sky like this. Little Yi Yi. Amidst the clamor, there were also cries of reluctance. It was hard to part with him in life and death. Yi Fan disappeared just like that, riding on an ancient bronze coffin. This shocked many cultivators outside the Forbidden Land. This was a shocking result. After the 9 dragons' coffin disappeared, the rainbow altar did not sink and continued to float there. Moreover, it flickered with brilliance and dazzling symbols, engraving itself in the void. Above, the enormous 8 trigrams diagram did not collapse. Instead, it began to shake violently. Metallic luster flowed about, as if it was cast from divine gold. At this moment, behind the 8 trigrams Taiji gate, within the dark starry sky ancient path, the 9 dragons' coffin was frozen in place. It floated in the void, and no one could see it. At this moment, Yi Fan was sweating profusely. His hands were constantly moving, and the 8 trigrams Taiji gate formed by symbols changed along with his hands. He was using the method the Black Emperor had taught him to change the spatial coordinates. He wanted to correct his position and embark on the path back to ancient Mars. Yi Fan did not know the coordinates of ancient Mars, but he found a method from the imprint the Black Emperor gave him, and that was to completely change and reverse the original direction. The next stop might be the star domain where ancient purple star is located, or it might be another ancient source of life. As long as I reverse the direction with the forbidden technique, I will be on my way back to Mars. Yi Fan did not have time. He quickly changed the 8 trigrams behind the starry sky gate, making them flicker and instantly freeze the ancient coffin. Then, with another series of movements, the reversal was successfully corrected. Hong! With a loud sound, the Taiji gate in the 8 trigrams diagram opened, and the 9 dragons' coffin was about to reverse. That is, outside the Forbidden Land, everyone was stupefied. They saw an inconceivable scene. The 9 dragon corpses and giant coffins appeared out of thin air again. What happened? Did the star crossing fail? Why did that ancient path disappear? Why did the dragon corpse and coffin appear again? Everyone was puzzled. They thought that the crossing had failed, and the dragon and coffin had been sent back to this world. However, before their cries of alarm ended, the copper coffin and dragon corpse began to withdraw, entering the other side of the starry gate. The coffin was in front, the dragon behind, everything reversed, entering a starry ancient path. I've succeeded. As expected, I'm a prodigy. My deduction has come true. My judgment was correct. The large black dog exclaimed. You damn dog, you're really unreliable. I don't believe that a sow can climb a tree. How dare you test such a big thing with little Yezi? You really should be skinned alive. Pang Bo wanted to strangle it. This time, the copper coffin moved in reverse, entering another ancient path, and was about to disappear. Suddenly, the cry of a phoenix traveled over from afar. A woman quickly approached, arriving at the edge of the ancient Forbidden Land. From the top of her head, a streak of golden light that was tens of thousands of meters long rushed out, instantly entering the Forbidden Land of life like a proud true dragon. Li Xiaoman. Pang Bo was shocked. Li Xiaoman's body trembled. After that streak of golden light rushed out from the top of her head, her body swayed, as if she had expended a great deal of energy. The blazing golden light was like a god, like an ancient vicious beast, dancing through the universe, directly above the abyss, charging towards the 9 dragons' ancient coffin. What? What kind of power is this? She can fly in the Forbidden Land? No, she's using a supreme forbidden tool that's frighteningly frightening. I've never seen or heard of it before, and it can temporarily use magic power in the Forbidden Land. Everyone discovered this fact in shock. The tens of thousands of meters of divine light was like a golden ancient crocodile, instantly traveling hundreds of miles, bombarding the sacrificial altar and the 8 trigrams Tai Kai gate. Li Xiaoman, what are you doing? Pang Bo roared. If the 5-colored sacrificial altar was destroyed, Yi Fan, who was still crossing, would inevitably shatter in the void, and the copper coffin and dragon corpse would most likely fall out unscathed. Everyone was shocked. There was actually someone who dared to do this, risking death to enter the Forbidden Land and take drastic measures to stop Yi Fan from crossing the star domain. Hong. However, the tens of thousands of meters of golden divine light didn't succeed. Above the ancient abyss, several ancient people took action at the same time, raising their fists towards the sky, attacking together. This was a heaven-overflowing fluctuation, and a total of 5 matchless experts took action. 5 heaven-defying lights, accompanied by the descent of the heavenly Tao, were incomparably grand, shattering the godlike brilliance. A mournful scream rang out, and the divine light was annihilated, disappearing completely. Not even a trace of it could escape. Outside the Forbidden Land, Li Xiaoman violently trembled, and then her body turned into a black hole, disappearing on the spot. What? Just now, I felt a trace of divine power, possessing an undying aura. This is a type of ancient forbidden magic incantation, a support technique for the descent of foreign deities. Correct, that woman's cultivation isn't that great. That isn't her power, but another divine might. Li Xiaoman, I will kill you in Yi Fan's place. Pang Bo shouted loudly. None of this had anything to do with Yi Fan, because he didn't know that this scene had happened at all. The reversal of the ancient starry sky path succeeded, and he entered eternal darkness. He truly left this world, sitting on the copper coffin, gazing forward alone. He really wanted to see the bewildering light. The cosmos was boundless, and the star domain was endless. However, even more places didn't have stars, and it was deathly silent and gloomy. There wasn't a single sound in the boundless cosmos. The terrifying desolation, the bone-shattering coldness, the boundless darkness, this was everything. This was the cosmos, nothing else. Forget about humans, even a star was as small as a speck of dust. In this boundless ancient cosmos, everything was insignificant. Even though the 9 dragons pulling the coffin could destroy stars and destroy great regions, in this vast dark void, it was too insignificant. It couldn't even be considered a speck of dust. Yi Fan set out alone, traveling into the distance. He couldn't feel the flow of time, and it was as if he was eternally frozen at this moment. Am I crossing the star domain? Why does it feel like it's eternally still? He felt as if he hadn't left and was still in this ancient starry land. The only difference was that he had entered a dark box, and he couldn't find the way out. What happened? Could it be that I failed to cross? That 5-colored altar is missing a crucial central pillar. Could it be that there's a problem because of this? Yi Fan seriously pondered. He had to understand the current situation, or else he might die from exhaustion in this still cosmos. The copper coffin was advancing. He saw a large meteorite in the void, several thousand zhong in height, and it was currently moving away. This made him feel slightly more at ease. This isn't right. Crossing the star domain shouldn't be this slow. I should be moving forward in a flash. What did I encounter? Yi Fan's heart was filled with endless doubts. There was definitely something wrong this time, and it was completely different from when he was passively drifting in the star domain. Suddenly, he felt that his speed was extremely fast, as if he was synchronized with light. Then, he entered a tunnel. At this moment, Yi Fan discovered that time was in disorder. One moment, it was very slow, and the next moment, it was very fast. The instant and the distant, it was as if he had experienced a long century. This is too terrifying. To encounter all kinds of problems while traveling through the starry sky, no wonder even the ancient saints found it difficult. In the end, Yi Fan felt as if he had experienced thousands of years. He was about to petrify. Facing the endless darkness and silence, he almost went crazy. In this vast cosmos, there was nothing except for him sitting on the copper coffin and the 9 dragon corpses floating alone. There was nothing else. Yi Fan sat on the coffin and used cultivation to pass this lonely time. He comprehended the heavenly Tao, the cosmos, the void, and understood his own heart. Finally, he gradually calmed down. After an unknown amount of time, he opened his eyes. There was a faint light passing through in front of him. That was a star domain. Dong. With a violent tremor, the 9 dragon corpses and the copper coffin seemed to have jumped out of a black hole. They appeared in the present world and immediately transcended. All of this happened so suddenly. There was starlight in the surroundings. Although it was still dark and cold, it was different from what he saw before. It was no longer that monotonous. The 9 dragon corpses and the copper coffin were almost motionless. They stopped here and no longer moved forward quickly. Instead, they floated slowly and aimlessly in the cosmos. I broke free from a swamp and jumped out of a black box. Where is this? Yi Fan stood on the copper coffin and stabilized his body with magical power. He gazed into the distance. Suddenly, his expression became sluggish. The instant he turned around, he saw 7 special stars. That was the Northern Dipper star domain. He stayed in that world for 10 years and meditated every day. He had different senses for different star divine powers. Therefore, even though the positions of the 7 stars had changed greatly, he could still recognize them. Why is it like this? Did I not set foot on the way back? Why didn't I travel far from the neighboring Northern Dipper star domain? Is it really because the 5-colored altar is incomplete? It was close to the Northern Dipper star domain. Yi Fan felt that if he relied on flying alone, he might be able to fly back in his lifetime. However, if he wanted to fly back to the ancient Firefly star and Earth, there was no hope. The distance was too far, and he couldn't determine the coordinates. He came to the outer region and entered the boundless cosmos. He was far away from the source of life and saw nothing but desolation. This was the real situation. I tried my best, but I still failed in the end. I still couldn't set foot on the way back and instead fell into the lifeless ancient cosmos. In such a dark sky, he couldn't even be considered a speck of dust. He wasn't an ancient saint, nor was he an ancient emperor. It was difficult for him to cross the star domain. Do I really have to spend my entire life flying back the way I came and return to that world? Yi Fan was unwilling to give up. He pondered silently in his heart and then sat cross-legged on the ancient coffin. He began to cultivate in the cosmos alone in the outer region. The 9 dragon corpses dragged the ancient coffin in the darkness aimlessly for more than 2 months. On this day, Yi Fan suddenly opened his eyes. He had sensed something. Suddenly, he was greatly shocked. At the end of the cold void, there was something lying in disarray in the darkness. It was relatively close to him. What is that? He activated the divine eyes of origin and looked forward. His heart was filled with shock when he finally saw it clearly. It was a purple gold warship. It was unknown how long it had been floating for. It was dark and without light, filled with the traces of time. It was incomparably dilapidated and deathly still. An ancient warship in the dark and cold cosmos. Yi Fan's heart trembled. He actually saw such a ship in the desolate cosmos without any source of life. It was truly shocking. It has been floating for at least 100,000 years, perhaps even longer. Yi Fan felt a type of ancientness and vicissitudes. On the purple gold warship, there were many grooves and large holes hacked out by ancient weapons. It was unknown what kind of world-shocking battle it had encountered. Time was merciless. It was covered in the dust of the cosmos and had long lost its luster. After several 100,000 years, it was still simple and crude. Suddenly, Yi Fan was shocked. He sensed something and his expression changed. What? Life fluctuations? Could it be that there are still living existences on the warship? Chapter 689. An ancient ship that had existed for who knew how many years, dark and without light, mottled with rust, rested in front of him. They were about to meet. However, there was a trace of fluctuation, one that was extremely similar to the aura of life. This left Yi Fan extremely shocked. Several 100,000 years had passed, so how could there still be living things? All life source energy descended. He activated the cauldron, suspending it above his head, covering him tightly like a curtain of rain. Then, he held the black gourd in his hand, facing it seriously. The 9 dragon corpses didn't show any reaction. The enormous bronze coffin continued to float forward, silent and without any changes. In the darkness and coldness ahead, the purple-gold ancient ship finally approached, arriving before his eyes, about to brush past him. The ancient weapon scars on its surface recorded a past event no one knew about. In the past, that battle definitely happened in the star domain, at the very least ancient saint-level figures participating, or else there was no way it could reach the depths of the cosmos. Yi Fan was a bit moved. This type of ancient ship's past owner was definitely incomparably powerful, yet it was beaten to this state. Who knows, there might be a tremendous secret hidden within. I'm about to miss it. That strand of fluctuation is still like this. Should I board it and take a look? There wasn't any danger, and that strand of fluctuation wasn't that powerful. This made him feel restless, really wishing to get to the bottom of it. The boundless cosmos was vast and boundless. As he traveled like this, it was difficult for him to find anything related to life and civilization. In the dark cosmos, being able to see this type of ship was truly a type of miracle. Several 100,000 years have passed, there might not be any living creatures, and there might not be any fluctuations of life either. Yi Fan seriously thought about it, feeling that the chances of there being life were extremely low. This ancient ship was worth boarding. It might very well be a tremendous divine treasury that involved ancient saints. Any random artifact would be priceless. The instant he was about to miss it, Yi Fan took action. A streak of divine light shot out from his palm, connecting it to the enormous and grand old-fashioned warship, allowing it to move at the same pace as the dragon corpses. There was still no reaction. There was no sound from the warship, no calls, no waves. It was deathly still. Yi Fan did not disembark immediately. Instead, he waited for a long time. The body of the ship and the bronze coffin moved side by side. It was impossible to say who changed whose trajectory. In this dark universe, there was no sense of direction. Observing it up close, one could see the vastness and antiquity of this warship. Yi Fan felt that those cracks were at least several 100,000 years old. This type of purple gold was unordinary. It was refined 100 times into divine gold, completely different from what one would normally see. A type of divine power was infused into it, and undying patterns were carved on it, allowing it to remain undamaged until now. At the very least, this is the method used by the ancient sages to refine the sacred weapons, even though it's almost destroyed. The ship's body was in tatters. Blade marks and sword holes could be seen everywhere. This was a great battle that took place in the depths of the cosmos. Just thinking about it made one's heart pound. The events of the past made one fascinated. Yi Fan tried to use his divine sense to investigate, but he was shocked to find that this ancient ship could obstruct his powerful divine sense, unable to see through it. After another hour, he was convinced that the danger was minimal. Only then did he board the ship and enter the dilapidated cabin to explore the ruins. Fluctuations, it's right ahead. The cabin of the ship was vast and boundless, like a huge palace. There were all kinds of halls and ancient secret rooms inside, and one couldn't see the end of it with a single glance. This didn't seem like a ship, but more like an immortal residence. It was vast and boundless, and everything could be found there. He even saw a dried-up medicinal field. Of course, not a single blade of grass grew inside. The spiritual medicines and other things had all turned into ashes. A divine pearl floated above the medicinal field, but it was also cracked, and the spiritual energy was about to dissipate. Time was the most terrifying power. Everything could be obliterated, and in the end, nothing could escape its reckoning. The fluctuations were like water splashes. Right ahead, Yi Fan's heart tightened. With the black gourd in hand and the myriad energy cauldron above his head, he walked over step by step. A human skull, snow-white and sparkling, like the most perfect work of art in the heavens. It was quietly displayed in an ancient palace, not moving at all, and emitting a gentle radiance. The fluctuations were actually released by her, and it made Yi Fan feel a false alarm. It wasn't the so-called living body. This speed, however, immediately after, he was greatly shocked. This skull was very special. There were fluctuations of the Tao, and it was naturally formed, making people feel close to it. The skull of a saint. He was shocked to discover this fact. No wonder even after hundreds of thousands of years had passed, the skull was still emitting fluctuations, and it was still immortal. This was left behind by an ancient saint who transformed into the Tao. Transforming into the Tao, one would naturally refine one's own body and return to the natural heavenly law. Only one or two of the hardest bones, which even the body couldn't melt, would remain. Just a skull like this, one could imagine how precious it was. It could definitely be refined into an unrivaled sacred weapon, and it would possess immortal divinity. This is the skull of a woman. Yi Fan muttered to himself. It was a female ancient saint, and from the shape of her skull, part of her appearance could be restored. With such a divine beauty, she must have been a peerless beauty. There are words. In this ancient cabin, Yi Fan saw a few lines of beautiful small words engraved on the copper wall beside the skull. Just like the skull, it condensed the Tao rhythm, because it came from the hands of a saint. Immemorial divine text. Yi Fan was astonished. This kind of ancient text was said to be the common language of all races in the ancient times, and even humans used it. He carefully read it. Because he had two ancient races translate the Sun scripture, he had also learned some ancient characters, and could more or less recognize a portion. After reading it, he roughly understood the meaning, and he was incomparably shocked. There was a person mentioned, Wu Shi. So even in the future, there are humans who use divine text. In the boundless universe, eternally boundless and gloomy, the female saint was stunning. She had once seen a supreme character called Wu Shi, and she admired him from the bottom of her heart. However, the great Emperor Wu Shi only appeared briefly. He accompanied her for a while and passed on a Tao formula to her. Then, he disappeared, and it was said that he had returned to his homeland. When he read this, one could imagine how shocked Yi Fan was. There were indeed other sources of life in this desolate universe. Ancient China and the Big Dipper star region weren't the only ones. The great Emperor Wu Shi had been to other ancient stars, and he had even interacted with a woman for a period of time. This shocked Yi Fan considerably. If the Black Emperor knew about this, he would definitely roar towards the sky. The female saint entered the boundless star region in search of an opportunity to prove her Tao, and even more so, she wanted to see Wu Shi again. However, in the vast universe, she didn't know where to go. As far as she knew, there were only a few sources of life in the entire universe. She tried her best to find one, but in the end, it was hopeless. After her cultivation reached the peak, she couldn't go any further, and she couldn't prove her Tao. In the end, she passed away in the starry sky, and died alone. An amazing woman who admired Wu Shi died in the starry sky just like that. The great Emperor Wu Shi passed away in the Purple Mountain. He couldn't have known that a woman had once pursued him like this. Otherwise, with his unparalleled magic power, he might have helped the female saint prove her Tao. Did the great Emperor Wu Shi really die in the ancient sovereign mountain? Every time he thought of Wu Shi, he would think of the Purple Mountain's bell, which had forced back 4 or 5 extreme path ancient emperor weapons. That was simply unimaginable. In this boundless universe, how many sources of life are there? Yi Fan read carefully, and then he was shocked again. In the last paragraph, the female saint had mentioned the ancient path of the stars. Unfortunately, when she discovered the ancient path, she didn't have much life left, and couldn't pursue it. The female saint had seen the ancient ship before she passed away, but before she could explore it, she passed away. She was just a latecomer. This skull was a priceless divine object, but Yi Fan didn't want to profane it. If he could really return to the Big Dipper star region one day, he would consider bringing it to the Purple Mountain. Suddenly, when his hand was close to the crystalline skull, he felt an extreme chill. The chill pierced into his bones, and even with his strong physique, he couldn't withstand it. Ding! When the skull was lifted, a jade pendant fell down. It was less than an inch long and shaped like a crescent moon. It was clear that it was the female saint's favorite object. The bone-piercing chill was emitted by it, and it could freeze one's soul. If it wasn't Yi Fan, but another cultivator, they would most likely have become an ice sculpture. Lunar Saint Power. 2 beams of divine light shot out from Yi Fan's eyes. Enduring the extreme cold, he held the jade pendant in his palm and observed it carefully. Only those who had cultivated the lunar scripture could cultivate this kind of saint power. It's just a jade pendant. How can it emit the lunar saint power? He tried to use his divine consciousness to enter the jade pendant, but he immediately felt as if he was being pricked by needles. His head felt like it was splitting. The lunar saint power in the ancient jade was even more terrifying. Could the Tao formula that great Emperor Wu Shi gave her back then be in the jade pendant? He had a bold thought. In the end, Yi Fan put away the skull and the jade pendant and continued forward. The ancient cabin was vast and boundless, and there were many places waiting to be explored. Along the way, he saw pieces of scrap metal. Without a doubt, they must have been divine weapons and ancient treasures many years ago. The battle back then was very intense. There were traces of destruction everywhere in the ancient cabin. There were no bones, only some bone dust. It's not a human. Yi Fan also found some broken scales among the bone dust. There were even a few divine feathers buried in the bones. They belonged to a very powerful alien race. Not long after, he came to a magnificent temple. His eyes trembled as he finally saw a human-shaped bone dust. There was even a finger bone that had not melted. It's been hundreds of thousands of years, maybe even longer. To be able to leave a finger bone, this person must have been unimaginably powerful when he was alive. Suddenly, Yi Fan was shocked. There were words under the bone dust, and they were still divine characters. He squatted down and carefully observed them. He saw the words Ancient Starry Sky Road again. I discovered the Ancient Starry Sky Road, it leads to. The words suddenly stopped here, unable to continue. This person seemed to have died from exhaustion. What a pity. Yi Fan sighed softly. Soon after, he finally approached the center of the ancient ship. When he pushed open a set of copper doors, he immediately came into contact with a dust-covered mysterious land. What entered his eyes was a sparkling and translucent expanse. There were rows and rows like coffins. There were dozens of large pieces of divine source. Heavens, so many. Even though Yi Fan had seen many things, he still couldn't help but cry out. There were more than 40 large pieces of divine source, and every piece was 2 or 3 square meters in size. There was an ancient creature sealed within. He was truly stunned. Even the nest of 10,000 dragons didn't have this much. What kind of power was this? If they were all archaic kings, it would be enough to shock past and present, making one's blood run cold. Something's wrong. Yi Fan quickly discovered something strange. There were so many divine source pieces in the same cabin, yet there wasn't the slightest bit of divine force fluctuations, nor was there any dazzling radiance. On the contrary, they were all a bit dim. This is, the essence of the divine source has all been used up, and only an empty shell is left. This type of scene was even more terrifying. All of the divine source had been used up. Just what kind of great calamity did the ancient creatures inside experience? How many years had they floated in the cosmos? Are they all archaic kings? Are they all dead? Their flesh, bones, and weapons are all priceless divine object. Chapter 690. The ancient purple copper ship was dark and rusty. It was dilapidated and old. 43 divine sources laid in the center of the ship, all of them exhausted of their divine essence. Are all the archaic kings dead? Yi Fan's heart was in turmoil. Every archaic king had boundless magical power. They could summon the wind and rain and were omnipotent. A single one of their weapons could shock the world. Without reaching the ancient saint realm, it was impossible to compete with the archaic kings. If there were dozens of ancient weapons sealed in these divine sources, just the thought of it was frightening. Yi Fan observed carefully. The creatures in the divine sources were all different. Some had dragon heads, some had 9 eyes, some were like divine phoenixes, and some were no different from humans. They all had a terrifying aura. Although they were motionless and their life essence had dried up, the aura of a dead king was still incomparably terrifying. In addition, although their postures were different, they had one thing in common, and that was that they were all dried up like firewood. They were all skin and bones, and their essence energy had been exhausted. Moreover, they were all incomparably old. Their skin was wrinkled beyond recognition, as if they were old ghosts that had lived for several lifetimes. It was extremely awe-inspiring. Not only did each king exhaust 2 or 3 source blocks, but they also exhausted themselves to the point where they were like lamps without oil. What did they experience? Yi Fan didn't understand. Even though they were archaic kings that had lived for tens or even millions of years, they shouldn't have exhausted all of their divine source blocks. Could it be that these ancient kings lived in an even more ancient era? If this was the case, it really made one's hair stand on end. Just how ancient was the origin of life? However, Yi Fan also thought of another possibility. Traveling through the star domain was extremely dangerous. There were some mysterious ancient stars that could deprive one of their energy. Perhaps these ancient kings had experienced some terrifying places and exhausted all of their divine source blocks. Then, without divine essence, they naturally died of old age. There were so many ancient kings and an entire ship full of experts. Something must have happened during the most glorious period of the archaic races and they all died together. Yes, traveling through the universe will consume energy. I have some divine source blocks on me. Once I exhaust them, I will follow in their footsteps. Yi Fan warned. In the desolate universe, there was nothing but darkness and coldness. One couldn't even breathe. If one didn't have origin blocks, they could only exhaust their own essence energy. Sooner or later, they would be exhausted. In the universe, one could only capture essence energy when they were close to a few large stars. But most of the time, they were in the darkness and could only waste it. In this world, only those who had reached the Saint Realm could forcibly extract the source energy of the universe from the deathly still sky and use it for themselves. This was also the fundamental reason why only ancient saints could roam the starfield. Ordinary people couldn't even sense the free energy in the universe, let alone use it. It was impossible. The divine source on me can support me for many years. I don't have to worry about it for now. Yi Fan stared at these god source blocks and thought for a long time. He then wanted to try to break one of them and cut out the ancient kings' corpses and their weapons. Any one of the treasures on these people was a heaven-defying item. Who knew how they could be gathered together? There were so many of them. Catcher. A light sound rang out. He cut open a crack in the divine essence shell of an ancient creature with an ancestral dragon head and a human body. Not all archaic kings evolved to be exactly the same as humans. Some were conservative and would leave behind their own unique characteristics. This corpse was especially heavy. It was difficult for the divine source block to move it. This was an archaic king. Even a single fingernail was heavier than a mountain. The divine source block had just cracked open a crack, but a horrifying aura flowed out. Even though the ancestral dragon head was withered, it was still horrifying and made one's body feel like it was about to split apart. Yi Fan mainly wanted a pair of dragon horns. If he could get them, he could definitely refine them into a pair of divine objects. It seemed like they hadn't decayed under the passage of time. Because of the oppressive aura, it was as if a blade had slashed over. Catcher. Suddenly, another cracking sound rang out. Yi Fan was stunned. He didn't continue to cut open the source, so why did this sound come out on its own? Suddenly, he felt his blood run cold. Could it be that something wanted to come out on its own? At this moment, his entire body went cold. There were so many archaic kings, could it be that none of them had died? When he thought of this possibility, Yi Fan's scalp felt goosebumps. He felt a wave of numbness. Traveling through the starry sky was terrifying as expected. Catcher. This time, he heard it very clearly. The sound came from the front, and it wasn't that far away. He immediately stood up and pressed forward with the black gourd in hand. At this point, it was better to make the first move. In the depths of this ancient cabin, there was a treasured palace. There were 3 divine source blocks inside, and they stood on the ancient palace's high platform like divine statues. One of them was cracked open, and sealed inside was an existence like an evil god. Its hair was scarlet like blood, and it actually had 1,000 arms. It sat cross-legged inside like a 1,000-armed Buddha. Of course, its appearance was far from that of a Buddhist figure. Its skin was black, and apart from its scarlet hair, every inch of its skin was flickering with black light. Is this also a powerful archaic king? At first glance, Yi Fan's heart sank. The three in this ancient palace were very strange, and they seemed to be a bit more powerful. Meanwhile, this existence that was like a hand-holding demonic god actually released a strand of aura that automatically shattered the divine source block. There was nothing more terrifying than this. Wang. A strange sound rang through the air. It was like the cry of a phoenix, but also like a kuan peng flapping its wings. The fluctuations were terrifying. A strand of divine will made its way towards Yi Fan's head to cut him open. Dang! All life source energy shook violently, as if it was struck by an iron hammer. It almost flew out into the cosmos, bringing Yi Fan with it as it rushed out over 100 zhong, smashing into the copper cabin. If it wasn't for the fact that this cauldron was made of special materials and was a holy object exclusive to great ancient emperors, it would have long shattered together with Yi Fan if it was any other weapon. There was a living creature. An archaic king ancestor actually still had life and didn't die from old age. How terrifying was this? Hong. Yi Fan didn't care about the consequences. Even if a great emperor came, he still had to take action. He activated the black gourd, and endless flames overflowed into the heavens, burning fiercely. The 9-colored mist threads melted the ancient cabin, turning it into a purple liquid. The divine patterns within were all stripped out, burning everything. It had to be said that the 9th level of the fire domain's holy flames were incomparably shocking. The heat was beyond compare, turning that demonic god's divine source shell into ashes and directly burning it. With a muffled groan, this 1,000-hand ancient king's entire body began to burn. After all, he was already a lamp that had run out of oil. Even if he had tremendous divine might, he still couldn't display it. He was immediately sealed in flames, suffering a type of fire tribulation. However, this was still an inconceivable existence. Not even time was able to clear him away. After experiencing endless years, he still had a single breath left in this world. He opened his mouth and inhaled, unexpectedly absorbing all of the divine flames. His burning body was extinguished, releasing a wave of incomparably terrifying might. What? Yi Fan was horrified. The 9-colored mist threads could burn everything in this world, yet it was ineffective against an ancient king whose body was shriveled and on the verge of death. Just how terrifying of an existence was this? With the black gourd in hand, Yi Fan could burn almost all of his enemies in this world, but it was useless against an ancient creature that was almost completely dead. What was even more frightening was that this 1,000-hand ancient king opened his eyes and began to refine the divine might of the flames. He wanted to use it for his own use to replenish his dried-up body. He didn't know how many years he had been floating in this boundless universe. His divine source was exhausted, and his body was extremely old. He could no longer obtain traveling energy, and only at such a close distance could he capture it. At the same time, his primordial spirit that was about to be destroyed forcefully split out a strand of divine will to attack Yi Fan once again. He wanted to crush him and seize everything he had. "Break for me," shouted Yi Fan. He turned the myriad energy cauldron upside down and revealed the aura of the ancient saint. It was incomparably frightening, and the entire ancient palace hall was about to collapse. The 1,000-hand ancient king was startled. 2 beams of light shot out from his eyes that were so dim that they were about to turn into dust. He quickly retracted his divine will, sensing the danger. In the past, he was unrivaled under the heavens, but now, he was about to die. He couldn't even display a 10,000th of his power, so there was no way he could fight against an ancient saint. "Treasure, please turn around." Gourd Dao transformation sword. At this time, Yi Fan shouted loudly. The black gourd moved abnormally, swallowing and spitting out a concentrated ancient universe. Countless stars condensed, and the star domain flickered. It turned into an immortal sword and flew out. Pu. The immortal sword immediately beheaded the archaic king and rushed past. It was just too fast. Yi Fan didn't expect that after the last time, he would succeed a second time with a casual shout. The black gourd's divine power was unstoppable. Rumble. The archaic king's head fell to the ground, but after a turn, it flew up again and reattached itself. There was no blood on the wound. Yi Fan's heart trembled. This ancient king was as if he had passed away in meditation and couldn't move at all, yet he still had this kind of divine might. It was truly horrifying. If it was in the past, he would definitely be unrivaled under the heavens. Yi Fan decisively retreated. This black gourd could only be used once, and summoning it a second time was completely useless. He used the might of an ancient saint to retreat. The archaic king stared fixedly at the black gourd. It was unclear what kind of expression he had. He slowly moved his withered body and followed out step by step. Before leaving, Yi Fan gritted his teeth. He lifted up the dragon-headed ancient creature in the outer hall and prepared to smash it at any time. Just like that, one of them retreated while the other approached. After exiting the ancient violet copper ship, Yi Fan leapt up and returned to the 9 dragons pulling the coffin. The dying ancient king seemed incomparably shocked. He stood on the ancient ship and stared fixedly at the 9 dragon corpses and bronze coffin. However, in the end, he stopped and didn't give chase. A divine power shot out from Yi Fan's palm and struck the violet copper warship. The two immediately separated and then staggered. It gradually disappeared into the distance. In the pitch-black cosmos, only a withered figure could be seen standing on the ancient ship. He was still gazing in this direction. Ziwei Ancient Star, Yi Fan muttered to himself. The ancient ship had originally sailed towards the Ziwei Ancient Star region. Now, after separating, it corrected its direction and moved forward again. He had gained a lot from boarding the ancient ship. He had obtained a crescent moon pendant that contained the secrets of extreme yin. He had also brought back a divine source shell with an archaic king sealed within it. Although it was a corpse, its entire body was filled with treasures. Where am I going? The ancient violet copper ship had gone far away. In this boundless cosmos, he didn't know where his path was. He only knew that he wasn't very far from the Big Dipper star region. He knew nothing else. Of course, this not very far was relative to the boundless cosmos. If he were to fly back by himself, it might take him a lifetime. Yi Fan corrected his direction several times, but he found that it would change back after a short while. The 9 dragons pulling the coffin were not floating aimlessly. Although they were slow, they were always moving in the same direction. He didn't try to change his direction again. He then sat cross-legged on the bronze coffin and began his seclusion. Time passed quickly. For a whole 3 years, he didn't move at all. During this period, the heavenly tribulation descended. There were lightning flashes and thunder rolls. It was incomparably terrifying in the deathly silent cosmos. And most of the time, he was in a state of forgetfulness. He didn't know what year it was, didn't know where he was, and had almost forgotten himself. This time, Yi Fan slept for half a year. He had no perception of the outside world. It was no different from dying in meditation. Suddenly, he woke up from his state of death seclusion. He felt a violent collision and was sent flying. What, an ancient star! Yi Fan was shocked to find that the 9 dragons pulling the coffin had fallen into an ancient star. Just now, he was sent flying because he came into contact with the ground. Chapter 691. Dust flew everywhere, and there was a violent sound and a violent earthquake. The 9 dragon corpses pulled the coffin down from the sky and landed on an ancient star. Yi Fan was like a withered leaf in a gale. He was sent flying for who knew how many miles and collided with many rocks. Otherwise, he would have definitely been smashed into a pool of mud. The 9 dragon corpses and the bronze coffin landed on this ancient star from the dark universe. It was full of unknowns and there were no clues to be found. Recently, he had been in seclusion and had forgotten about everything. What is this place? Smoke and dust filled the sky. Yi Fan finally stabilized his body and wasn't injured during the rapid fall. There was a huge pit on the ground. The 9 dragon corpses and the bronze coffin were lying in disarray. They were also unharmed, but the ground had caved in and many huge cracks had appeared. We've landed. Was this the final destination? Yi Fan's heart was moved. He was filled with puzzlement and yearning. He really wanted to know what kind of ancient star this was. There's air. Suddenly, he keenly sensed this problem. He couldn't help but take a deep breath, but he felt a little dizzy. Poison. This made him feel a little dizzy. One could imagine how poisonous the air on this ancient star was. It couldn't be absorbed by the human body at all. Is this a dead starland? Yi Fan muttered to himself. When the smoke and dust dispersed, everything in the surroundings could be seen clearly. The 9 dragon corpses and the bronze coffin were motionless. They landed here, and it could be said that they had run aground and stopped moving forward. This was a mountainous area where not a single blade of grass grew. There were no signs of life. Yi Fan was disappointed. He thought he had come to a source of life. Suddenly, his eyes froze and he was shocked. He saw a huge claw mark not far away. It was imprinted on a stone mountain and almost cracked the top of the mountain. What a big creature this is. One claw can uproot a mountain. Yi Fan was quite surprised. Such a barren planet didn't seem to have any living creatures. How could there be such a huge and frightening claw mark? He immediately became more careful. This ancient star might not be as simple as he thought. Otherwise, the 9 dragons pulling the coffin would not have fallen for no reason. Of course, he was even more curious about what route the dragon corpse and coffin were taking. How could they determine the direction? What kind of power was guiding them? Where exactly were they going? Where was their final destination? And what would happen in the end? Mystery. Everything was a mystery. It was difficult for him to guess and think clearly. He had no idea what the final destination would be. Perhaps riding the coffin this time would reveal some of its secrets and reveal the place it had arrived at. Yi Fan flew up into the sky and looked into the distance. He wanted to take a good look at this world. He muttered to himself, "Who is it that is paving the way in the cold universe? Where is it leading?" Suddenly, Yi Fan was dumbfounded. He saw a smear of gold on the horizon. It seemed to be a patch of vegetation. It was lush, but the color was too strange. The planet was filled with poison, yet there were still signs of life. He was astonished. He glanced at the ancient coffin and quickly flew forward. After traveling for 80 to 90 li, Yi Fan walked out of this barren land and discovered the vitality in front of him. It was an incomparably resplendent golden expanse. He was dumbfounded. This was a patch of incomparably dazzling golden trees. Of course, they weren't made of gold, but rather, they were alive. He plucked a leaf and golden droplets flowed out. When he put it in his mouth, it tasted a bit bitter, but also a bit fragrant. There was also a trace of essence energy flowing. What a strange place. An ancient star with life, a source of special life. Yi Fan entered the forest and walked towards the central area. It had to be said that this was a very gorgeous ancient forest. Every single one of them was golden in color and was very different from the vegetation he had seen before. Suddenly, a giant golden flower suddenly bloomed on the oldest tree. The stamen rushed over like a tongue and rolled up Yi Fan, collecting him into the flower in an instant. Then, it quickly closed. Golden light flowed and dazzled the eyes. The divine power in Yi Fan's body flowed outwards and was absorbed by the giant flower. It wanted to extract all of his essence energy and refine it. "Break for me." Yi Fan shivered inwardly. With a forceful shake, the flower and the ancient tree were crushed together. It was as if pieces of gold fell down and fluttered about. Golden light flickered about and a lot of essence energy rushed out. He took a deep breath and refined it into his own body. Then, with a light ding sound, a crystal fell onto the ground. It was only the size of a pigeon egg. This was a crystal inside the ancient tree. It was golden in color and extremely dazzling. It was full of a type of source power. Yi Fan held it in his hand and carefully observed it. He felt that it was extremely pure and holy, even his fingers becoming sparkling and translucent. He was astonished. What kind of ancient star was this? How could there be an ancient tree like this? It was completely different from the life forms of the other world. In this entire ancient forest, only this old tree was special. Everything else was normal and didn't absorb his divine power. In addition, he discovered that the old tree's roots took root in every single tree and absorbed their essence energy. Is it a tree spirit? Could it be an old demon, or is it just this type of life form? When Yi Fan walked out from this golden ancient land, he discovered that this ancient tree was a ruler. All of the golden tree species provided it with essence energy, but now, they were all destroyed by him. When he made his way through, he didn't discover a single animal. It was extremely quiet, not even the slightest bit of sound. It was so quiet that it left one in despair. Just what kind of ancient star is this exactly? In the distance, an expanse of dazzling purple light transmitted over. It surged like a flood. Yifan walked forward and quickly arrived here. This was a miraculous plant. Regardless of whether it was the leaves, flowers, or roots, they were all purple in color. In addition, there was a dense mist that flickered about like multicolored clouds. This world is truly strange. There isn't a single green tree, and all of the trees look like they were sculpted from gemstones. However, they just happen to have life. This time, Yifan paid close attention. There was an ancient tree at the center that was still rather special. It seemed to be a ruler. When he approached, this forest's purple light rushed into the heavens. Then, it turned into an enormous heavenly sword in the sky and hacked down. In a single breath of time, the great earth split open. Earth and rocks flew into the air. An enormous crack that was several jong wide appeared and extended out for several li. The power of this sword was extremely astonishing. What? Yifan was quite shocked. He originally thought that this was just a strange forest that was a bit different from the other world's life form. Yet now, he saw it condense into an enormous purple sword. It made him feel extremely strange and mysterious. Just what kind of world was this exactly? Dang. Yifan didn't look down on it. He brandished the deity-striking whip and smashed it down heavily, colliding with the purple heavenly sword. His body trembled violently, and he retreated more than 10 steps. However, he still endured it. The power of this sword was extremely great. The dozen or so footprints on the ground all cracked. Many cracks burst forth and extended in all directions. It was extremely terrifying. The purple heavenly sword shattered and turned into an expanse of purple light before disappearing. A large half of the vegetation here immediately disappeared and withered. The ancient tree at the center directly collapsed. Ding! A light sound rang out. A purple crystal the size of a chicken egg flew out and drew out a beautiful arc in the air. It flickered with powerful divine force fluctuations. Yifan caught it in his hands and said to himself, "What is this? Why is there one in every strange tree?" There were 2 crystals in his hands, but he didn't know what they were or what they were used for. It seemed like they could be used as origin blocks to absorb spiritual essence. However, when he tried it out, he discovered that it was extremely strenuous. It was sealed extremely well and incomparably sturdy. It was difficult to crush. Yifan continued forward. He wanted to figure out just what kind of world this was. He had to go far enough. Hong long long. A tsunami-like sound rang out in front of him. Scarlet light rushed into the sky and rumbled like a large flaming cloud. Yifan walked forward and saw the real scene. It was an expanse of ancient trees that were scarlet red like blood. Endless multicolored mist swirled around them. These scarlet ancient trees were exceptionally tall. Many of them were dozens of meters tall, and the scarlet tree king at the center was even more so, several hundred meters tall. It was like a small mountain that seemed to be carved out of red coral. It was extremely beautiful, scarlet red like blood, and its leaves were sparkling and translucent. However, it was also extremely dangerous. As soon as Yifan approached, the entire ancient forest turned into a sea of blood. Then, scarlet multicolored mist drowned out the heaven and earth. Hong! A scarlet cauldron that was over 1,000 jong tall appeared. It was completely condensed from scarlet multicolored mist. It descended from the sky and gave off a feeling that it was impossible to contend against. The heavens fell and the earth cracked. The scarlet cauldron was simple and unadorned in shape. It had 3 legs and 2 handles. The cauldron was perfectly round and almost identical to Yifan's cauldron. Even the patterns on its surface were similar. The characteristics of ancient China. Yifan was stunned. Then, he quickly attacked. This attack was too powerful. Now that his cultivation had improved greatly, he also felt threatened. It definitely had the divine might of a peak divine lord going all out. Hong! Yifan didn't waste any divine essence. He directly took out the black gourd. 9 colored flames overflowed into the sky and instantly submerged the ancient cauldron. Catcher! Divine flames filled the sky and the giant cauldron was burned to pieces. Then, the scarlet forest in front of him also withered. The Tree King shattered like a burst of fireworks. A palm-sized scarlet crystal flew out. The divine might was very powerful, and it was like a divine star crossing the sky. Yi Fan caught it in his hand and put it away. Just like that, he continued forward. From time to time, he would see ancient forests. He found a total of 5 colored ancient trees that were all flickering with brilliance. There was a Tree King that gave birth to a crystal. Just like that, he traveled for thousands of miles and discovered dozens of forests. The most terrifying one made his heart palpitate. It was an ancient tree that emitted a black light that shot into the heavens. The black light condensed into the body of a fiend god, and with a single roar, a mountain range collapsed. However, in the end, it was still destroyed by the black god. A square-foot black crystal fell from the ancient tree. In this world, there were 5 colored ancient trees. Yi Fan suspected that they were related to the 5 elements. They were similar to the legendary 5-element true wood. Unfortunately, his knowledge was limited because there were very few ancient records. However, he knew that the 5-element true wood was incomparably precious and difficult to nurture. He never thought that this ancient star would have so many of them. Moreover, they were growing well and flourishing. 2 days later, Yi Fan arrived at an ancient land. There were actually some traces of biological activity. Moreover, they weren't left behind too long ago. This shocked him greatly. He advanced along a stone forest and gradually approached a giant mountain. When he arrived at a spacious area, Yi Fan was incomparably shocked. Ding! The peak of the giant mountain was very vast. There was an old man there. He was currently stacking 5 colored crystals together to build a small altar. 5 colored altar. Yi Fan's mind was shaken. There was actually a person here. Moreover, he was building the 5 colored altar. Suddenly seeing him like this was a great blow to him. In an instant, he immediately understood. The crystals produced by the 5 colored ancient tree were the materials used to build the 5 colored altar. An ancient tree that could launch an attack comparable to a peak divine lord could only produce palm-sized crystals. Most of them were only the size of pigeon eggs. Just how many tree kings were needed to build an altar? Yi Fan thought of the 5 colored altar on Mount Tai and the 5 colored altar in the ancient desolate forbidden land. Just how powerful were the 5 colored tree kings needed to build this? It had to be known that some of those giant 5 colored stones weighed 1,000 jin or even 10,000 jin. The stones of the 5 colored altar were actually obtained like this. Yi Fan's heart was filled with shock. These were actually crystals produced by the divine tree. In front of him, the old man only had one arm. He was dressed in black clothes and was building an ancient altar alone. It gave off an incomparably strange feeling. Chapter 692. On this ancient star, apart from the 5 colored ancient tree, there was nothing else. It was difficult to see a single creature. At this moment, suddenly seeing the 5 colored altar and the one-armed green-clothed old man, the impact on Yi Fan could be imagined. The 5 colored altar wasn't very big because the crystals inside were too small. It was impossible to produce thousands of jin boulders like the ones on ancient Mars and the ancient desolate forbidden land. It was hard to imagine just how ancient a tree king was needed to produce such crystals. Perhaps only a saint would be able to chop it down, and even a quasi-great emperor would have to personally do it. The green-clothed old man was tall and had a thin appearance. He looked like an immortal without a trace of the mortal world, giving off the feeling that the ancient Tao was naturally formed. Why was there such an old man here alone? Just what kind of realm had he reached to actually be able to build this kind of altar? One had to know that the Black Emperor had once said that the 5 colored altar's formation patterns could only be carved by great emperors. It was impossible for others to do so, and they wouldn't even be able to understand them. Just how powerful was this person to be able to build an altar alone? His heart was filled with astonishment. Could this be a great emperor? This absurd thought surged up in his mind, making him feel extremely frightened. The great emperors of the ancient times were only legends and couldn't be seen in person. How could they meet? It shouldn't be a great emperor. Otherwise, how could it be a severed arm? Those kinds of characters have long since defied the heavens. Not to mention severed limbs, even if their bodies were shattered and their divine senses were destroyed, they would still be able to recover. He inwardly speculated. He didn't approach and only watched from afar out of fear of startling the old man. The five-colored altar was very small, no more than 3 meters long, but it consumed a lot of five-colored crystals. Most of them were only the size of pigeon eggs, so who knew how many tree kings had been cut down like this? Such a small five-colored altar might only be used to cross a single person. Is he going to leave? Where is he going? To be able to find an ancient star with life in this pitch-black and gloomy universe, it was truly not easy to see a person. Yi Fan found it hard to calm down. He was very far away from the five-colored altar, and he was still continuously retreating. This was because he didn't know the single-armed old man's cultivation, so he was afraid of being sensed. However, even though he restrained his aura, the old man still looked over, his eyes dim and lifeless, his face expressionless. Yi Fan's body stiffened and he stopped in his tracks. After a moment of hesitation, he strode forward. Since he was already here, based on the cultivation base of this person, it would be difficult for him to escape. Even now, he was still doubting whether the other party was an immortal emperor. The Black Emperor's words had left a deep impression on him. Only an immortal emperor could build the five-colored sacrificial altar. I'm returning to my homeland, but I can't be buried in a foreign land. When he ascended the giant mountain and arrived in front of the five-colored altar, he heard this type of voice that continuously echoed like a demonic curse. Yi Fan was astonished. The old man's mouth did not open again, but his voice rang out incessantly, as if it came from ancient times. Senior. Yi Fan called out. However, the other party didn't even spare him a glance and continued to fix the altar. I'm returning to my homeland, but I can't be buried in a foreign land. This sentence was unceasing, like an incantation, echoing beside the altar as if it would never stop. Gradually, Yi Fan sensed that something was wrong. Not only this voice, but even this old man was problematic. This didn't seem like a real person. Deity's will. Suddenly, he was horrified. All the hair on his body stood on end. He felt a special aura that belonged to that kind of evil spirit. Yi Fan staggered backwards. There was no mistake. This was the will of a supreme deity. This kind of fluctuation, this kind of divine power, was very similar to the one he had seen in the immortal residence. The former was formed from the evil thoughts of the undying heavenly emperor after his death. What kind of existence was this green-robed old man born after his death? Why is there a deity's will on this ancient star? Yi Fan felt a chill from head to toe. Now, there was no emperor weapon to suppress the evil spirit, so how could he resist? What was a deity's will? It was said that it was formed from the evil years after the death of a deity. It was incomparably tyrannical, and almost no one could resist it. This was a legendary deity, and it was illusory enough. Now, there was even the birth of evil thoughts. This boundless strangeness was incomprehensible. Yi Fan noticed that the broken arm had the aura of tribulation on it. It was most likely that the heavens didn't tolerate it and sent down a heavenly punishment to cut it off. It was very difficult to regrow, and there was a power of suppression attached to it. Who can bury me in my homeland? In front of the five-colored altar, the ancient voice continued like an inextinguishable will. Yi Fan stopped his steps. The origin divine eyes shot out splendor, and he saw an illusory figure standing in front of him. The green-robed old man didn't seem real at all. This deity's will had transformed into the Tao, and what was left was only a strand of will. It wasn't an invincible divine body. This made him both shocked and relieved. How many years has it been? A deity has died on this ancient star. After countless years, a deity's will was born, but it's about to be exhausted. It's almost gone. Yi Fan trembled. It was hard to imagine how many years ago a deity had descended here and was buried on this ancient star. Perhaps he could dig out the corpse of a deity. This strand of will didn't pose much of a threat. Even the evil thoughts had been completely dissolved, and only a kind of persistence remained. It was still fiddling with the altar and repeatedly modifying it, but the changes weren't great. This altar has been formed for a long time, but the deities couldn't hold on any longer. It returned to heaven and earth, and without the main will, it can't even be considered a spectre anymore. It's just repeating everything mechanically. After standing here for a long time, Yifan finally understood everything. Moreover, he learned a shocking secret from the various ancient voices. This deity came from the ancient Ziwei star region. He couldn't forget about returning to his homeland, to the legendary Ziwei star region. In China's ancient myths and legends, the Ziwei star was the emperor star, known as the Lord of Dipper. Yifan pondered. It was recorded in the ancient books of Taoism that the Lord of Ziwei was in control of heaven and earth, commanding the gods of the three worlds and the gods of the mountains and rivers. He was the king of all phenomena, able to summon the wind and rain, and command the ghosts and gods of thunder and lightning. Yifan stood there for a long time. Finally, he didn't find anything else. Then, he moved quickly on this ancient star, ready to find the corpse of a deity. This planet wasn't very big. It was much smaller than the world in the Big Dipper star region. It wasn't even as big as an oasis in the northern region. It didn't take Yifan long to explore the entire planet. Unfortunately, he still couldn't find the corpse of a deity. There was only a remnant of the deity's will, the old man in green. He spent a month on this small planet. He almost turned the entire land over, but he still couldn't find the corpse. It's not necessarily a deity. It's most likely the corpse of an emperor, but it definitely won't decay. It's possible that it has already entered the universe. Yifan sighed. Perhaps, like the Void Emperor, it had finally buried itself in the boundless starry sky. Along the way, a deity's will was born. It entered this ancient star and wanted to return to its homeland, the Ziwei star region. Yifan returned to the dragon corpse and the bronze coffin. He saw the claw mark that almost cracked the mountain. After carefully sensing it for a long time, he was sure that it was the will of the deity from back then. Am I trapped on this small planet? He muttered to himself. In the next 6 months, he fought the ancient tree king every day in search of the divine crystal. Of course, it wasn't to build the 5-colored altar, but to sharpen himself and cultivate. This ancient star was very special. It was naturally suitable for the growth of the 5 elements real wood. It might be the last place in the universe with the 5 elements real wood. This was because, in front of the 5-colored altar, the wisp of will had such a vague message. The ancient voice was difficult to understand. Although it was a wave of consciousness, it wasn't that easy to distinguish. Every day, he would spend a certain amount of time watching the old man in green repair the 5-colored altar. It was just a repetitive work, and in reality, there was no improvement to speak of. It was just the last bit of hope of a spectre that was about to dissipate. He didn't even know who he was or why Yifan had come. In the end, Yifan made up his mind. He was going to take the risk and leave this ancient star to go somewhere else. That was because this ancient star was too strange. It was naturally suitable for the growth of the 5 elements real wood. It transformed all the power of the great Tao for its own use, and it was difficult for cultivators to comprehend the Tao here. In the end, Yifan decided to abandon the 9 dragon corpses and the bronze coffin and cross alone. This was because the 9 dragons pulling the coffin had really run aground and couldn't move at all. With the help of the 5-colored altar constructed by the will of the deity, he wanted to take the risk and go to the ancient star of Ziwei. Since there was no way forward, he might as well take the risk. The 5-colored altar was almost complete. Although it was very small, there was a certain degree of feasibility. If this deity's will hadn't transformed into the great Tao and lost the will of the main will, he might have already crossed. Activate. As long as he could activate it, he could activate everything on the altar, which meant that he could cross. Yifan had been observing here for half a year and had long since discovered some secrets. He injected a wisp of divine power into it, and the 5-colored altar immediately shone with boundless radiance. It had long since been in a half-activated state, and all it lacked was a wisp of inducement. He succeeded after just one try. Without any hesitation, Yifan climbed up and stood at the center of the altar. A small 8 trigrams gate appeared, and the runes flickered as it opened the starry gate. He didn't have any thoughts of returning to Earth. The most important thing now was to enter a source of life, and the ancient star field of Ziwei was a very strong choice. All of a sudden, the originally unconscious old man in green suddenly opened his eyes wide and shot out two beams of resplendent divine light. They were like two torches that shot into the sky. It seemed that he had temporarily woken up. The old man in green stretched out a large hand and instantly cracked the earth. He went all the way to the core of this ancient star and took out a sealed stone coffin. Yi Fan's eyes were fixed on it. The deities will had a trace of self-awareness before death. He almost devoutly lifted the ancient coffin and stepped onto the altar, standing together with Yi Fan. The corpse of a deity. He didn't even need to think to know that the corpse of the deity was in the stone coffin. He had searched for a long time without finding it, but he didn't expect it to be in the core of the planet. How could an ordinary person have the power to grab it? I'm going to the ancient star with him? Yi Fan was scared. This was the will of a deity, and it was formed by the evil will of a deity. It was not a good one. He's about to become Daoist. Let's hope he disappears halfway. Yi Fan was sure that if the old man disappeared, the corpse of the deity would fall into his hand. With a loud bang, the five-colored divine light shot into the sky. Yi Fan, the old man in green, and the stone coffin with the corpse of the deity instantly entered the back of the 8 trigrams gate and disappeared. Return to your homeland, don't be buried in a foreign land. This was the only sentence that reverberated in the starry gate. Beidou Galaxy, Eastern Barren Territory, Ji family. It was another late night. Ji Ziue looked up at the starry sky and sat there for most of the night. In the end, she sighed softly. A few years passed in the blink of an eye. She didn't know if the 9 dragons pulling the coffin had reached the other end of the starry sky. She only looked up every night and reminisced about the past. It was hard for her to smile. In the northern region, some important ancient royal families were also looking up at the starry sky. They were discussing a major matter. Are you sure they went to the ancient star field of Ziwei? We can open the altar left behind by an ancient sovereign and try summoning them, but that's too costly. Chapter 693. Big Dipper Star Region, Eastern Wasteland. Within the nest of 10,000 dragons, a few powerful far ancient kings came in and out of the 9 dragon caves. They came from several places of origin and looked at a vermilion coffin floating within. Has the weak human race of the past reached such a level? Even the Saint Emperor of the past was no better than this. The vermilion coffin had been lying there for who knew how many years. It had been submerged in many fragments of the divine source, but not a single far ancient creature dared to take it away. This is the treasure land of the nest of 10,000 dragons. Are you just going to let a human corpse lie here? A purple-haired middle-aged man asked. What? Can't the Valley of Gods just watch? A golden-haired man glanced back. Who dared to move? No one was willing to move the vermilion coffin. Even powerful leaders like them didn't dare to approach. Even their kings would be afraid. In the far ancient era, the human race wasn't weak either. The Great Yin and Great Yang scriptures were definitely created by saint emperors, even if they didn't belong to this world, someone from another race said. Yes, do you still remember the human demon who cultivated both the Great Yin and Great Yang scriptures? He killed several ancient kings and dominated the world. The human race today is really weak. Actually, we can ask our kings to take action and wipe them out in one fell swoop. We'll make them disappear from this world forever. Don't act recklessly. Be careful of drawing a disaster. Our ancient kings will make their own decisions, a phoenix-like ancient creature said. This was a group of leaders representing the various races. They had been discussing for several days. Finally, they entered the depths of the nest of 10,000 dragons and looked towards the crow's nest. In the far ancient era, an ancient king had left behind a divine altar that was divided into 9 pieces. One of them was in the ancient nest that flickered with black light and floated with primal chaos. This human emperor is too powerful. He's occupied such an important place. An ancient creature was dissatisfied, but there was nothing he could do. Let's each take a holy object and form a divine altar to summon the Ziwei ancient star region. Perhaps we really will succeed. The consumption is great. We have to be prepared. In the vast starry sky, Yi Fan set out again. He didn't know where he started or where he would end up. He couldn't be sure. I hope I can enter the Ziwei ancient galaxy, he muttered to himself, but he knew that traversing through the cold universe was full of variables. There was no guarantee, especially since the altar was too small. At this time, the green-clothed old man lost himself again. He hugged the stone coffin and lost all self-awareness. He followed along in a daze, walking side by side with Yi Fan. This allowed Yi Fan to let out a long sigh of relief. Otherwise, standing together with the evil will of a deity would have been too much pressure. The corpse of a god, or the skeleton of an ancient emperor, Yi Fan stared at the stone coffin with blazing eyes. This was a priceless divine material that was hard to find even in the heavens. Was there really a deity? He actually wanted to take a look, but he didn't try to snatch it. God knew if the green-robed old man, who was close to Tao transformation, would suddenly awaken. The stone coffin was sealed tightly, and not a single wisp of qi was emitted. Yi Fan had once tried to send out a wisp of his divine sense, but it was impossible to enter. However, he didn't force it. He still clearly remembered that the ancient coffins of Ruthless and the undying Heavenly Emperor would shatter his body and soul once he got close. This was a strange journey. After crossing the starfield, one could clearly see endless flickering starlight. They were passing through an eternal passage at an extreme speed. 100 years in one breath. 10,000 years in the blink of an eye. Two completely different feelings. One moment, it felt like time was very slow, and the next, it was extremely fast. It gave people a feeling that time was changing and space was in disorder. This was crossing the universe. It was indescribable, and it made people sink into oblivion. They didn't know what year it was, and they didn't know where the road ahead was. After an unknown period of time, Yi Fan's body trembled violently. In front of him was a patch of gloomy starlight. The passageway disappeared, and they appeared in the deathly silent universe. Why do I always encounter such things? The unreliable Black Emperor formation runes, the broken altar of the forbidden ancient land, and the altar forged by the will of a lost deity. Yi Fan wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He had once again arrived in the cold universe. There was no village in front of him, and he didn't know how many billions of miles away he was from the other ancient stars. Now, he was even further away from the Big Dipper starfield and the Emperor star. He had arrived at a place of rest without any life. It was too deathly still. If he wanted to fly back, he wouldn't be able to leave even if he had 10 lifetimes. He could only float aimlessly in the universe until his vitality was exhausted and he died along the way. Something's wrong. This place is too gloomy and dark. There's a powerful suction force that devours everything. Yi Fan was suddenly startled. He felt the threat of death, as if he was facing the heaven-devouring demonic art. He was about to be turned into ashes and refined. What is that? His body was involuntarily pulled in a certain direction. The green-clothed old man and the stone coffin were the same. In front of him, there was no starlight, no light, and nothing could be seen. It was as dark as ink, and he couldn't even see his fingers if he stretched out his hand. There was no sound or aura as it swallowed the heaven and earth. It was as if a vicious beast that had existed with the ancient netherworld had opened its mouth and devoured a star field. Nothing existed anymore. The power grew stronger and stronger, and it gradually showed signs of speeding up. Yi Fan's body was on the verge of splitting apart. His saint blood boiled, and his entire body burned. However, there was a kind of coldness that pierced into his bones. What happened? Why can't I control it? It's like 10,000 rivers flowing into the sea, like moths flying into a flame. Although Yi Fan had a saint physique, he couldn't endure it any longer. He was about to be devoured. He arrived at a place where he couldn't sense the flow of time. Eternal darkness, a boundless land of death. In the end, even the divine fluctuations he emitted were devoured. Even his murmurs disappeared. As long as he moved, some of his essence energy would be melted away. Yi Fan's heart pounded. This was a terrifying space of death. Any living being that entered would be devoured and melted away. It was as if he was facing the ruthless great emperor who had stunned the ages. He accelerated forward and was about to return to eternal silence. It was as if his body was about to disintegrate. A terrifying power rushed over and pulled him down at an extreme speed. The green-robed old man lost his divine will and was at a loss. His body had almost disappeared, and he didn't show any expression at all. He just hugged the stone coffin in a daze. The universe is too vast. There are deathlands everywhere. It's eternal and endless, but it's hard to find a place with life, Ifan sighed. He had left the Big Dipper starfield and traveled alone for several years. All he saw was darkness and coldness. There wasn't a single sound, and it was the same loneliness throughout the ages. Now, he already knew that he had entered a dangerous place. If there were no accidents, even an ancient saint might not be able to save him. This was a cosmic black hole that could destroy eternity. It would disintegrate and devour everything that entered its surroundings. Unless a saint came, there was no way to escape. Yifan strongly suspected that the first ancient scripture created by the ruthless great emperor, the heaven-devouring demonic art, was inspired by this. Now, he was practically facing a powerful attack from a saint-level figure. How could he escape from it? If he really fell near the center of the black hole, it would be the same as the great emperor's attack. He would die without a doubt. Even a god would not be able to save him. What should I do? Yifan really had no other way. He thought about his powerful methods and unparalleled physical body, but he hadn't reached great success yet. If he went in, he would definitely be turned into ashes. Although the deity striking whip was strong, it couldn't collapse the black hole. There was no divine will to attack. Although the myriad chi cauldron was strange, it couldn't absorb the black hole. The most powerful method was undoubtedly the black gourd. Other than flames, it could also release a shocking attack. However, no matter how sharp the celestial sword released from the gourd was, could it cut the black hole? If only the 9 dragons were pulling the coffin. Maybe the little coffin could release the power of the extreme path and stop the black hole, Yifan muttered to himself. His gaze stopped on the stone coffin held by the god's will. Maybe he could only rely on it. If it wasn't a god inside, it was the corpse of an emperor. Although it was dead, it might be able to resist the black hole. They were getting faster and faster as they rushed towards the black hole. Yifan couldn't bear it anymore. He used the cauldron to protect himself and the black gourd. Finally, they fell into eternal darkness. Even the divine eye of origin was useless. When they opened their eyes, the divine radiance was absorbed and even their eyeballs almost flew out. Dawn. The gods will seemed to awaken. The moment it was about to disappear, it shook violently and a crack appeared on the stone coffin in its hand. Boom. All of a sudden, a torrential aura exploded from the stone coffin. The black hole was already terrifying enough, but the aura inside the coffin was even more frightening. It was as if it wanted to destroy the universe. It directly collapsed all the regions outside the black hole, destroying everything. This was definitely an unimaginable supreme being. A strand of aura shot out and destroyed the universe and all living things. Nothing could stop it, not even the black hole could devour it. Yifan's heart trembled. As expected, if it wasn't a god, then it was an emperor's corpse. It definitely couldn't be anything else. It was too terrifying. He wrapped the immortal treasure of the chaotic nest of myriad dragons and used the myriad chi cauldron to suck himself in. At the same time, he used the black gourd to protect himself and barely didn't shatter. Dawn. The stone coffin was extremely terrifying. It pierced through the edge of the black hole and broke through. It rushed out and couldn't be stopped at all. This was just a corpse. How powerful would it be when it was alive? Yifan didn't know and couldn't imagine it. He was already an expert, but he couldn't estimate it. He left the black hole and entered a bone-chilling and desolate land that could freeze one's soul. Great Yin holy force. Yifan was shocked. He immediately felt this terrifying power. Not long after leaving the black hole, he encountered this most fundamental thing in the universe. Buzz. A crescent moon pendant on his body trembled and released a wave of great yin true force that could seal the heavens. It almost obliterated Yifan. He opened the black gourd immediately and released the 9-colored mist to surround himself. He used the sacred flames to resist it. This is the Great Yin ancient scripture. Suddenly, Yi Fan's heart moved. With the help of the universe's Great Yin holy force, he saw two ancient divine characters flashing on the pendant, Great Yin. He sat cross-legged in the dark universe and didn't move at all. It was as if he was in the primordial era when the world was created. Great Yin and Great Yang, which is stronger and which is weaker? Yin and Yang work together. An ancient heavenly voice resounded in his ears like a curse, playing in the pitch-black universe. In the Big Dipper star region, in a place of origin of the Eastern Wasteland ancient race, a group of powerful beings surrounded a divine altar. I sensed a wisp of aura. There are life fluctuations in the boundless universe. No, it's a powerful Great Yin holy force. Should we summon it back? If we anger an existence like that, it will be a catastrophe. Don't worry. Each race has an ancient king. In the Central Plains, Pang Bo was covered in wounds. He returned from a battlefield and even walking was difficult. He spat out a mouthful of blood and sighed. It's been almost 4 years. Yi, you've finally returned home. Do you know who my enemy is now? When can I meet you again? Brother Pang, are your injuries serious? The barbarian was also covered in wounds. He carried Li Heishure, who was on the verge of death. He sighed. The heaven-devouring demonic art is too terrifying. That woman deserves to die. There's a group of even more terrifying people. This world is in chaos. If not for that dog, we would all be dead. Wu Zhongtian had lost an arm, and blood flowed everywhere. Will that dog survive? Pang Bo sighed. Chapter 694. In the extreme yin darkness, Yi Fan sat alone in the cold universe, never knowing the path ahead. In front of his brow, a crescent moon pendant floated motionlessly, maintaining a stable distance from him. It was like a divine lamp, flickering with light. However, this light was extremely cold and could freeze anything. The ancient treasures collected by Yi Fan had all been turned into powder, unable to block the cold. In his bosom, there was a black gourd. A flame danced within, and 9-colored mist surrounded it like a thin layer of smoke. He was using the 9-colored flame to resist the power of the yin. Otherwise, he might be turned into a wave of yin energy and cease to exist. Moreover, this was far from the core of the yin. This was the terrifying power of the yin. Once it was activated, it was difficult to block. If it wasn't for the burning 9-colored mist, he wouldn't have been able to resist it at all. Around Yi Fan, a black mist drifted. This was the source of the yin of the universe. It was extremely rare even in the star domain, but there was a large expanse here. An endless black cloud submerged this place. The sun's saint power was vast, and it was also because of this that the crescent moon pendant shone as if it had come back to life. Looking from afar, it was like a yin divine lamp, fixed in front of Yi Fan's brow. It took in and sent out the yin, forming a close connection with him. He rejoiced inwardly. Fortunately, the interior of the black gourd was like an ancient universe. It was boundless and contained endless 9-colored flames. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been enough. The yin inherited the power of the yin at the beginning of the world. It was murderous and could not be controlled. It was almost impossible to refine, let alone use it to refine the body. Since ancient times, those who had truly cultivated the ancient lunar scripture to perfection could be counted on one hand. This was fighting against the universe and the heavens for luck and creation. Inside the pendant, ancient characters flickered one after another. Then, they turned into a trembling imprint. It was like the ringing of a great bell, making one feel like they were receiving a type of baptism. Of course, this was an extremely terrifying baptism. Even the Saint Lords wouldn't be able to withstand it. They would definitely be turned into yin energy and turned into powder. This type of temperature was too low. With a light shake, it could freeze everything within 100,000 li, impossible to stop its spread. No matter where it was, it would become a barren land, all life extinguished. Yi Fan tried his best to calm his mind. With the help of the 9-colored fire strands, he resisted the power of extreme yin. He observed the imprint in the pendant and comprehended it seriously. Although he already had a premonition, he was still excited when he actually confirmed that it contained the ancient lunar scripture. This was one of the two great mother scriptures of the human race. Even ancient emperors would benefit greatly from looking at it. Only, this was still a damaged scripture, not complete. There was a Tao Palace scroll, as well as an Immortal Foundation scroll, missing 3 scrolls, and there was no Great Yin secret technique. Naturally, it was sufficient as long as he had the Immortal Foundation scripture. He had already cultivated the Sea of Reincarnation, Tao Palace, for extremities, and Dragon Transformation. All of these were the strongest ancient scriptures. And now, the Great Yin and Great Yang were gathered together, converging into an immortal foundation. It was just right for the Yin and Yang to complement each other, manifesting the legendary supreme immortal foundation art. Of course, this was just an extravagant hope. Since ancient times, who could bring these two opposing ancient powers together? Even the sages of the immemorial era cultivated themselves to the point of madness. Great Yin and Great Yang, which one is weaker and which one is stronger? Yin and Yang complement each other, becoming an emperor under the heavens. These ancient words were like a demonic incantation, echoing in Yi Fan's ears. The incantation originated from the crescent moon pendant, making it hard for him to calm down. Since ancient times, there were many trials and tribulations in proving one's Tao. It was impossible to advance. Apart from great willpower and wisdom, one also needed supreme luck. Ancient scriptures alone weren't enough. For example, the immortal divine dynasties and the holy lands that had existed for a long time all had ancient scriptures. However, apart from the founders, no one in the later generations had proven their Tao. It was as if a path couldn't be walked twice. The predecessors achieved the Tao, blocking the later generations. There was no more hope. However, the Great Yin and Great Yang were so special. There was a legend that if one cultivated both of them to perfection, they could prove their Tao. As long as one cultivated these two ancient scriptures, they would be able to obtain the Tao. As for the other ancient scriptures, even if one cultivated them to perfection, they might not necessarily be able to take the same step as their ancestors. They would only be in existence comparable to the quasi-emperor. When the Great Yin and Great Yang complement each other and reach perfection together, one can be called an emperor. How astonishing! No wonder that immemorial sage risked his life to go against the heavens, cultivating himself to madness and becoming a demonic human. Time flowed like water, never to return. There was no epoch in the void. Yi Fan was like a dust-covered fossil. He sat quietly in the pitch-black universe, not moving at all as he silently comprehended. Beside him, the green-clothed old man hugged the stone coffin like a stone statue. It was hard to tell what kind of state he was in. It could be said that he had transformed into the Tao, but he still existed and hadn't completely decayed. It could be said that he was still alive, but he had lost his self-awareness. As for the stone coffin, it was already closed and didn't emit any aura. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Yi Fan to meditate peacefully at such a close distance. In this dark universe, time was the least valuable. The Great Yin mist lingered. Yi Fan hadn't moved for half a year and had always been comprehending. Back then when he cultivated the Sun Sutra, he didn't spend such a long time either. He only exited after 3 months. But now that half a year had passed, he was still frowning. The ancient Moon Sutra of the Immortal Foundation volume was extremely profound. It required a pure and flawless Tao heart to comprehend and a powerful divine sense as the foundation to establish an immortal foundation. He had all of these, and by right, he should be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort. However, he met with great trouble. Not only was his progress slow, there were even a few times when he almost crippled himself. He cultivated the Sun Sutra and now he was cultivating the extreme Yin Saint energy. The two of them clashed with each other and had no way to fuse them together, almost causing his immortal foundation to shatter. What Yin and Yang complementing each other? What Yin and Yang complementing each other? None of them could be realized. There was only conflict and self-destruction. Pu. After another half a month passed, Yi Fan coughed out a large mouthful of blood. The sun and moon clashed against each other, causing his immortal foundation to tremble violently. A terrifying wound could be seen in the center of his brows. Great Yin and Great Yang, how can I fuse them together? Yi Fan pondered, using all the methods he had. It wasn't that he was overly arrogant, nor was it because he felt that he was stronger than that ancient sage. Rather, it was because he had something he could rely on. He came from the other end of the starry space and had seen Taiji before. Although it wasn't a cultivation art, it gave him boundless enlightenment. Maybe, this might be the most effective method to resolve the conflict between the Great Yin and Great Yang. But even so, he was still injured. The two opposing forces almost caused his immortal foundation to shatter, turning it into primordial chaos. Yi Fan persevered, silently contemplating. He sat cross-legged in the dark cosmos and started to comprehend the Tao once more. The Tao of heaven and earth, using yin and yang to create the myriad of things. The logic of life, using yin and yang to nourish one's bones. Everything in one's body must conform to the principles of yin and yang. I shall start from here. Taiji means that before the heavens and earth were separated, the origin chi would fuse into one. This is the absolute beginning, the ultimate unity. Yi Fan mumbled to himself, using his heart to comprehend. He circulated the ancient Moon Sutra in his body and started to attempt again. The Tao is the essence. It can't be used as a form, it can't be used as a name, it can only be used as a name. I am the ultimate unity, my body is the Tao, using me to separate yin and yang, transforming into two energies, resonating with life. Yi Fan's heart was flawless. He deduced step by step, combining what he knew, evolving the Great Yin and Great Yang, allowing them to advance together, merging fire and water. He viewed himself as the Tao, separating yin and yang within the Tao, allowing the Great Yin and Great Yang to support each other. Just like this, another half a year passed. Yi Fan finally had a breakthrough in cultivating the ancient scriptures of Great Yin and Great Yang, obtaining a crucial progress. Naturally, this didn't mean that he had truly fused the Great Yin and Great Yang together. He could only cultivate them at the initial stage. Wanting to cultivate both scriptures at the same time was simply too difficult. Being able to achieve such a small step, other than his talent, it was also because he had absorbed the essence of ancient China for thousands of years, comprehending the Tao by analogy. During this year, Yi Fan didn't move at all. He was like a statue in an ancient temple, solemn and dignified, understanding the Tao. Finally, the nine-colored mist outside his body became fainter. Black mist flowed over, this was the pure power of the Great Yin. Strands of it entered his pores. After more than a year of bitter cultivation, he finally activated the true power of the Great Yin, refining it into his body and cleansing it. Although it was very little, it was shocking. On an ancient planet in the northern Dipper region, within an ancient forbidden ground in the eastern wasteland, a divine platform was flashing. After more than a year, they finally made the decision to face the lonely universe and summon it. The amount needed was great. The divine source was piled up in four corners. Formation patterns flickered and marks of the Tao were densely covered, interweaving in the void. The place was immediately submerged. At the same time, in the depths of the cold universe, Yi Fan woke up. He felt a powerful force tearing at him, trying to pull him into a tunnel. What happened? Suddenly, he felt a mysterious force restraining him. Boom! He activated the true power of the Great Yin and pierced it into the void in the distance, entering a tunnel. In the eastern wasteland, the divine platform flashed, and a black mist rushed out. It was filled with a destructive aura, turning the ancient land into powder on the spot, turning it into a frozen land. The holy power of the Great Yin. To be able to cultivate the holy power of the Great Yin, which race is this king? The group of ancient beings was very shocked. They all retreated, using all kinds of treasures to protect themselves, preventing the black mist from approaching. At the same time, there was a flash, and the divine platform dimmed. Do we still need to summon it? This existence seems to be very repulsive. In the universe, Yi Fan was shocked. He vaguely felt that it was the ancient king he had carried out from the purple copper warship that had attracted the pulling force just now, but he didn't think too much about it. He began to meditate again, cultivating the power of the Great Yin. Wisps of mist surged into his body, entering and exiting his pores, allowing him to gradually adapt. Just like that, 1 month, 2 months. In the blink of an eye, another year passed. Yi Fan's initial success of the Great Yin was far from perfect, but he had extraordinary techniques. During this time, he constantly refined the holy power of the Great Yin, and the black mist in this ancient region was almost sucked dry. Yi Fan was very focused. Day after day, month after month, he quietly cultivated. He needed great power to continue comprehending. When Taiji moves, it gives birth to yang. When it moves, it gives birth to stillness. When it moves, it gives birth to yin. One movement and one stillness are the roots of each other. Yin and yang are separated, and the two are established. He had finally achieved a certain level of success by controlling yin and yang and cultivating the great yin and great yang together, but he was still not satisfied. Yi Fan had been in seclusion in this pitch-black star region for more than 3 years, not moving a single step. Finally, he had refined all the black mist. In the past, he used 3 months to cultivate the ancient sun scripture. Now, he used a total of 3 years to cultivate the ancient moon scripture. The difference in time was huge, but the effects were also shocking. Yi Fan had already been in this desolate universe for almost 7 years. His strength had improved by leaps and bounds. Finally, after refining the Great Yin mist, he experienced a great tribulation that shook the entire star region. The lightning tribulation was extremely terrifying, and a group of human-shaped lightning bolts descended. After that, they suppressed the entire sky, wanting to crush him to death. Finally, he succeeded and took the most crucial step in the life of a cultivator. He stepped into the second level of Immortal Foundation and became a character at the Saint Lord level. To Yi Fan, this was incomparably important. He had a saint physique and had already stepped into the 8th Forbidden Realm. Once he became a Saint Lord, he would be extremely terrifying. He would be able to roam the world and no one would be able to strangle him. Now that I've reached this realm, if I return to the Big Dipper region, would I still have to fear the various sacred grounds? However, he could only sigh, he had no way to return. Late at night, in the eastern barren lands, Pang Bo was covered in blood. He stared at the starry sky. It's been 7 years. Yi, are you still alive? Have you returned to our hometown? Do you know how cruel the battle here is? Cough. Li Heishui coughed out blood. This time, I might die too. I wonder if the barbarians survived. On another ancient platform, Ji Ziyue coughed lightly. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. She stared at the starry sky. Little Yi, where are you? Have you returned to the other side of the starry sky? Your old friend has encountered a great calamity. My brother tried to help, but he was still heavily injured by a sneak attack. Chapter 695. Yi Fan sat cross-legged in the void, gazing at the Big Dipper star region in the eternal darkness. There was a dim light there, and there were familiar people. He wondered how they were now. 7 years had passed, and many things should have happened. What had happened to those old enemies and friends? Were they still the same as before? Ju Yi, Wang Ziwen, and Lin Jiao hadn't seen each other since they separated. Were they still alive? What was Pang Bo, his old friend who had gone through thick and thin with him, doing? Had Li Heishui, Jiang Huairen, and Wu Zhongtian reunited with Tu Fei, who had been thrown into the northern plains? Was that bastard Black Emperor still clamoring about bringing disaster to the world? However, why was there a hidden worrying for him? Could it be that something bad had happened? 7 years had passed. Could little Nan grow up? What changes had she undergone? Was Ji Ziyue, this beautiful girl, looking up at the starry sky now? Was she still grinding her little canine teeth and chanting his name? Ji Haoyue was born with an invincible body. Could he become the number 1 among the young generation in the eastern wilderness? Thinking of him, the figure of Yaoguang Saint inevitably appeared. Had this unfathomable genius really soared to the sky? When he made his move, it might be earth-shattering and world-shaking. Jade Lake Saintess, Yaroshi, Yang Ruyu, Little Rock, Xia Joyo, Central Emperor, Southern Demon, West Bodhisattva, and so many others, what achievements had they made? Had the strongest divine sons of the Mortal Dynasty and the Hell Dynasty, who specialized in killing kings, appeared? What kind of pressure did they bring to the kings of the 5 regions? The holy lands of the eastern wilderness, the the Central Plains divine dynasty, and the ancient temples of the West Desert, had anything major happened in all these years? Was the sickly old man Gari Joyo from 9,000 years ago? How was his body condition now? Was the victorious fighting Buddha on Mount Meru really the monkey's uncle? How high was his cultivation now? Had the ancient royal families come out? What kind of pressure would they bring to the human race? In the forbidden land of the Antiquity era, the 9 dragons pulled the coffin. Did something happen in the endless abyss? The undying mountain contained the netherworld grass, the black tortoise divine medicine, the enlightened ancient tea tree, and the divine spirit transformed from the green gold immortal tear. Was the supreme existence guarded by the headless knight about to come into being? Origin ancient mine, the most mysterious place. Before the archaic times, not even the 10,000 clans dared approach it. Back then, they saw the sun, moon, and stellar radiance being absorbed and sent out, a vast expanse of whiteness with ancient corpses rising and falling. Now that the ancient creatures revived, would they be able to uncover the great mystery of the endless eras? The ruins of God had the South Heaven Gate and the ancient celestial court. Had the monkey gone to look for the immortal peach tree of the battling sacred apes? The immortal mausoleum was rumored to be a vast cemetery for immortals. Were there really immortals buried here? He had never been there before. Too many things. Yi Fan was only momentarily absent-minded when he recalled many past events in the Beidou Star region, most of which were focused on the Eastern Barren Territory. I originally wanted to risk my life and return to my hometown, but who would have thought that I would be stranded in the cosmos? Now, I'm afraid there's no way to return anymore. Facing this boundless universe, he truly felt how insignificant he was. Not to mention a tiny body, even a great star or a star field couldn't be considered anything. They were insignificant, like specks of dust. In this boundless cosmos, humans were truly too insignificant. The strength of a human was even more insignificant. If one wanted to go from one star domain to another, they might need to fly for several hundred lifetimes. There was even less of a need to talk about going from one end of the pitch-black cosmos to the other ancient region. It was truly too difficult and almost impossible to accomplish. I will most likely continue to float forever, becoming a speck of dust in the cosmos. Until my life reaches its end, I won't be able to see anyone again. Yi Fan sighed softly. This was something that couldn't be helped. There was simply no way to change it. Unless he continuously broke through and became an existence like the ancient saints, he might still be able to return. It's been 7 years. Why am I always on tenterhooks? Could it be that something has happened? If some of my old friends have already died in battle, why can't I send them off? Yi Fan was suddenly startled. Could it be that someone had really died? Why would he occasionally feel uneasy and be startled even when he was meditating? Could it be that something big had really happened in the Eastern Barren Territory? Some of my enemies are really unfathomable. If they vent their anger on Pang Bo and the others, that would be terrible. The 2 great divine sons of the god dynasty of the killer had never appeared. The people of the nest of 10,000 dragons would find out sooner or later that he had led people there to stir up trouble. In the pitch-black cosmos, Yi Fan sighed softly. There was nothing he could do. He had become a divine lord now, but no matter how great his magical powers were, he couldn't be of any help. It's a pity that the divine body of an almighty being can't frighten them. For as long as 7 years, he had been floating alone in the lifeless cosmos. He had endured endless loneliness, and he had finally achieved what he had today. Compared to the past, his cultivation speed during these 7 years couldn't be considered fast, but it was incomparably solid. He had consolidated every step. If he wanted to prove his way, he had to do this. However, compared to others, this kind of cultivation speed was still considered very fast. Suddenly, Yi Fan's heart trembled. The old man in cyan next to him seemed to have come back to life. His dim and lifeless eyes suddenly lit up in the pitch-black night sky, as if 2 stars had exploded. 2 damaged 5-colored altars flew out of his eyes and collided with each other, forming an undamaged ancient formation platform. This is... Yi Fan was shocked. All of this was too unexpected. He thought that the will of the gods, who had died and almost could not exist, had surprised him again and again. Now, he had created an altar. Send me back to the Ziwei ancient star. I will give you good fortune. Abandon me and leave, curse me for 100 lifetimes. The old man in cyan had a terrifying expression as he spat out these words in a low voice. Then, his body quickly disappeared and was injected into the 5-colored altar. In the end, only a phantom image of him was left. He held the stone coffin and repeated the words that were like a curse. He stared at Yi Fan. If you can open the path to the Ziwei ancient star region, it naturally won't be a problem. Yi Fan felt very lonely in this cold and desolate universe without any signs of life. If there was a chance, he naturally wanted to leave and enter a source of life. Swoosh! The light brightened and the old man in cyan became even fainter. His essence energy was injected into the 5-colored altar that was less than 2 meters in diameter. Then, a small pagoda fell out from between his eyebrows. Both he and the stone coffin entered it. Ding! This pagoda was very small, only the size of a finger. When it landed on the 5-colored altar, it let out a crisp sound. Yi Fan was astonished. A creature formed from the evil will of a deity actually had something to ask of him. Could it really set sail again? He waited for a long time, but the small 5-colored altar didn't change. In the end, Yi Fan picked up the small pagoda and activated his essence energy. He injected it into the 5-colored altar just like the old man in cyan had done. Finally, the 5-colored altar was activated. Energy from the dark universe surged over like water. This was something he could sense but couldn't absorb. Boom! In this pitch-black sky, for the first time in millions of years, an extremely bright divine light rushed out. The 5-colored altar was dazzling. 5 kinds of divine light formed a 2-meter-tall 8 trigram. It formed a wormhole that sucked Yi Fan in. Ziwei ancient imperial star. Through the deep wormhole, Yi Fan saw a large purple star blooming with divine light. It was fixed at the end of the eternal void. Was that the Ziwei main star of China's ancient mythology? Yi Fan was very excited. The ancients had given it too many mysterious colors. Now, it was possible that he could go to that star region. The starry gate opened up a deep passage that led straight ahead. Yi Fan flew forward at high speed, and from time to time, starlight flashed. He was very nervous. He didn't know if he could reach his destination this time. One had to know that the previous times he crossed, he had failed. He was stranded halfway and even gave up on the 9 dragons pulling the coffin. Starlight flashed, and the ancient road went backward. Yi Fan felt time and light distort as the passage changed. Everything became unreal. In the end, with a loud sound, he appeared in the star region with the large purple star as the center. He immediately felt an unusual aura. The aura of the ancient emperors. The deterrence of the celestial emperors. Yi Fan's heart trembled. At first, he thought it was someone who had confirmed the Tao in front of him. After carefully sensing it, he found that it came from this star region. Now, he finally knew how extraordinary this ancient star region was. Before he could think too much, the spatial passageway twisted and turned, quickly transporting him out towards an ancient source of life. The wind whistled past Yi Fan's ears. He felt as if he was about to burn up. He came out of the wormhole and was falling towards an ancient star. This time, I succeeded. I've arrived at the source of life in the Ziwei ancient star region. He almost couldn't believe it. After floating in the universe for 7 years, he had no more hopes. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived at an ancient star with life. The ancient world of myths and legends. The more Yi Fan thought about it, the more he felt it was inconceivable. He had never expected that one day, he would truly descend and personally come here. This was a large star, vast and boundless. It gave people an incomparably majestic feeling. Yi Fan had already broken through and was falling towards the earth. He descended rapidly. The blazing temperature almost made him burn. He took out the cauldron and put himself inside, quickly approaching this ancient source of life. The myriad chi cauldron was like a shooting star, cutting through the sky and quickly falling towards this land. Looking from the sky, it was deeply shocking. The land was boundless and boundless. Majestic mountains towered into the clouds and great rivers surged, spanning hundreds of thousands of miles. There were also many celestial lands with spiritual energy rushing into the heavens. This was a magnificent world. It was majestic yet beautiful, majestic yet immortal. It shook people's hearts. The cauldron was heavy and ferocious. It descended from outer space and immediately fell into a celestial land. A loud sound rang out. It was as if the heaven and earth were shaking. A cliff collapsed, filling the sky with smoke and dust. Rocks flew everywhere. At the side, a silver waterfall splashed into the sky. All kinds of spiritual trees in the surroundings were broken, and all the jade grass collapsed. A flock of spiritual birds wailed and rushed into the sky in fright, fleeing into the distance. Who dares to break into my Xuanju Cave's 8 Visions Palace? At this time, a boy with red lips and white teeth flew over and shouted. In the cauldron, Yi Fan was startled. He felt that the place the boy mentioned was somewhat familiar. Suddenly, he was startled. According to the legends, wasn't the place his father lived in great overarching heavens Xuanju Cave's 8 Visions Palace? Could it be that he had come to this place? Chapter 696. How could the Temple of 8 Visions really exist? Yi Fan's heart was filled with shock and he was stunned. Is the owner of the mysterious capital cave lousy? He couldn't hold it in any longer and asked impatiently. The child did not answer and his expression was unfriendly. Though his lips were red and his teeth were white, he looked no older than 7 or 8 years old. However, he had an air of arrogance about him. Why are you insulting the immortal realm? Though Yi Fan knew that Laozi was a powerful cultivator, he did not expect a place like the Temple of 8 Visions to exist. It was far too shocking. Laozi was a person from 2500 years ago. Just like him, he came from the other side of the galaxy. Based on what he knew, Laozi was an ancient person with great wisdom. In the past, he never thought that Laozi was a cultivator. Later on, when he arrived at the other side of the galaxy and entered the Beidou galaxy, he experienced many things and overturned his previous knowledge. However, he did not think too much about it. Today, he heard that the mysterious capital cave existed on this ancient planet. His heart was shaken. Laozi's Temple of 8 Visions and Shakyamuni's Temple of Tempest were all the same. They were all places that challenged his thinking and shocked him. Why did you barge into my mountain and destroy my spiritual land? The child was relentless and questioned Yi Fan. Yi Fan bowed and apologized. I did not mean to offend you. I accidentally fell here. He was very polite to the child and wanted to enter to see Laozi. This ancient China sage had left behind countless mysteries. He had appeared in the Beidou galaxy and had left his footprints in this world. At this moment, he suddenly fell in front of the Elder Supreme Elder's cave abode. One could imagine how excited Yi Fan was. He wanted to see him immediately. The child looked like he had seen a ghost and had an expression of disbelief. Who do you want to see? I want to see the elder, Yi Fan answered seriously. Where did you come from? Did you fall from the sky? Or have you not been seen for thousands of years? The child's expression was strange. Yi Fan knew that there must be some misunderstanding. Or else the child would not be acting like this. The child looked down on him. You look like you have never seen the world. How dare you ask me that? Did you just come out of a cave? What do you mean? Yi Fan asked calmly. If you want to find me, it's impossible. The current master of 8 Visions Palace is my master Yin Tianda. What are you talking about? Yi Fan was stunned. Many unimaginable things had happened today. First, he had personally come to the legendary Ziwei ancient star region. Then, he heard about Laozi's Xuanju cave. Now, he heard that there was another owner here. You barbarian, you destroyed my family's immortal gate, yet you're still asking questions here and there. You really have no manners. The child didn't have any good words to say. Yi Fan had been drifting alone in the dark universe for 7 years. He had passed through the Great Yin Mist and other ancient regions. The clothes on his body had long since become tattered, but he had never changed them. However, he did not want to be looked down upon because of this and be called a wild mountain man. Where did I go? Who is Yin Tianda? How did he become the master of this place? He had too many questions in his heart. Audacious. Your origins are unknown and yet you dare to question me. You damaged my sect and startled my spiritual land. What punishment do you deserve? The child's expression turned heavy. Yi Fan was repulsed. He didn't expect that a little child would dare to put on airs with him. His expression instantly turned cold. You are just a barbarian. You damaged my sect and you still dare to put on airs here? The child coldly laughed. There was some arrogance in his voice. Why don't you take a look at where you are? How can a person like you come to this place? Although he looked very small, he didn't look simple at all. He was extremely domineering and domineering. Suddenly, he stretched out a hand and grabbed forward. What was originally a gentle and fair little hand suddenly flickered with green light. A few fine scales appeared on it, and it grew to over a dozen zhong long. It was incomparably huge, and as it pressed down, its nails were sharp and cold. I initially thought that you are a little child. So it turns out that you are a demonic man who has lived for many years. No wonder you are so tyrannical. Yi Fan coldly snorted. He stood at his original location and didn't even move half a step. Right now, his cultivation base has already reached the second level of Immortal Foundation. He didn't even fear peak stage Saint Lords. How could he be bullied by a little child? He lifted his hand and struck out. Bang! Yi Fan's palms that seemed to be forged from divine metal instantly shattered the scaled hand. This was already the result of him showing mercy. If not, the little child would definitely be turned into meat paste. You! The little child screamed in misery as he retreated. The green-colored hand shrunk back to its original size. It was twisted beyond recognition as the sound of bones cracking could be heard. The saint energy within the hand was still circulating chaotically. Although this place is the 8 Visions Palace of the mystic capital cavern, a little child like you cannot be so brazen. I believe if your father was here, I wouldn't allow my sect to do such a thing either. Yi Fan coldly spoke. You, how audacious, daring to behave atrociously in my 8 Visions Palace. Today, even if you have 9 lives, it won't be enough to kill you. The little child roared, pointing his finger at Yi Fan. After that, he turned around and sped away. Yi Fan ignored him. After all, this was the 8 Visions Palace. Although this little child was unreasonable, it wasn't appropriate for him to kill him. Who's causing a ruckus? A voice rang out from the depths of this immortal ground. This was a cold voice that didn't sound very old. Yet, there was a sense of imposingness to it. There were many beautiful mountain peaks in this spiritual land. Spiritual birds danced in the air, the cliffs were filled with strange rocks, the waterfalls were like chains, and on the cliffs, there were many spiritual mushrooms. This place wasn't very vast and there weren't many people cultivating here. However, this place was extraordinary and could be considered as a divine land. There's a country bumpkin who ate the guts of a leopard and came here to cause trouble. He destroyed my mountain gate and continuously investigated the situation of the 8 Visions Palace. The little child shouted. His fractured right hand was spasming and his head was covered in cold sweat. In the distance, a young man walked over. His temperament was calm, and he wore a 5-colored dragon robe. On his head was a purple gold crown, and his hands were behind his back. He walked in the air with an imposing manner without being angry. This was a young man who didn't seem too old. He seemed to be in his 20s. His long eyebrows reached his temples, his black hair was glossy, and his eyes were cold. He couldn't be considered handsome, but there was a certain aura about him. He walked like a dragon and tiger, like a heavenly king descending to the mortal world. My big brother has only been in isolation for a year, yet there are already people who can't wait and have designs on the 8 Visions Palace. He was incomparably cold as he walked towards the mountain gate. Yi Fan stood outside the mountain gate on top of a bluestone. His powerful divine sense swept over and felt that there were only 2 or 3 people in this immortal ground. Was this the 8 Visions Palace of the mystic capital cavern? It was completely different from what he had imagined. There weren't many cultivators, only 2 or 3 people. Yi Fan saw this young man. He was wearing a dragon robe and had an imposing appearance. He was like a heavenly king who had descended to the mortal world. He felt that he was extraordinary, and upon closer inspection, he was even more surprised because he was extremely powerful. This person seemed to have a blood aura rising from the top of his head. If it wasn't for the divine eyes of origin, it would have been difficult to see it. The essence energy around his body was like a dragon, surging and surging. He was like a divine furnace that contained terrifying divine power. Yi Fan was quite surprised. He had just arrived at the Ziwei segmentum, and he already saw such a powerful young man. He was definitely on par with the Divine Lord. "Who are you? How dare you cause trouble in my 8 Visions Palace?" the young man asked coldly. "I didn't mean to offend you. I just fell from the sky and damaged the mountain gate." Yi Fan explained. "Say no more. You destroyed my mountain gate and injured my child. That's already a great crime. I punish you to be my slave. You will guard the mountain gate for me for 3 years, and I will let you go when the time is up. Are you satisfied?" The young man had his hands behind his back. He spoke slowly, but his words were powerful. It was like a golden bell ringing. He didn't give anyone any room to speak. He was like a superior and was very dignified. He directly sentenced Yi Fan to serve as a slave. "Who do you think you are? You want me to be your slave and guard the mountain gate for you?" Yi Fan's face darkened, but he was also very shocked. This young man was extremely powerful. The blood aura in his body was like a pillar, as if there were tens of thousands of dragons swimming around. "I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Do you want me to kill you with my own hands?" The young man's eyes were cold. He stood on the cliff and looked down at Yi Fan. "I just want to know, is the master of the 8 Visions Palace me?" Yi Fan asked. "Mph, this place belongs to my master." The child's eyes were cold and filled with hatred. "Who are you guys?" Yi Fan asked. "My older brother Yin Tianda is the master of the 8 Visions Palace. I am also cultivating in the mysterious capital cave. My name is Yin Tianji. I'll let you know so that you won't die a wrongful death." The young man said indifferently. "You are just a country bumpkin. Why aren't you coming over to greet my master's younger brother? You thing that doesn't know life from death." The child shouted. "Pa!" Yi Fan took action. His golden palm and fingers were like a large golden millstone. They flickered with dazzling divine golden light as they immediately lashed out. That child screamed miserably. His mouth full of teeth flew out and blood flowed. He couldn't evade at all and flew out several dozen jong. He smashed into a cliff and a human-shaped pit appeared. "Are you courting death? You dare take action in my 8 Visions Palace?" Yin Tianji's face immediately became overcast. He was incomparably powerful as he looked down on Yi Fan. He pressed forward step by step. Half of the child's face was shattered. He struggled free from the cliff with great difficulty and roared sinisterly, "Who doesn't know that my master will be unrivaled in the future? You actually dare to come here and court death?" At present, Yi Fan could be compared to the emperor. Once his divine physique reached this level, it could be said to be extremely terrifying. He could go anywhere in the world and naturally wouldn't have any restraints. "Pa!" He turned his hand and gave the child another slap. The large golden hand stretched out several dozen jong and slapped the child flying again. The other side of his face was also shattered. He could no longer speak and his eyes were filled with fear. This child was seriously injured and turned into a green flood dragon. He entrenched himself on a cliff and didn't dare to utter another word. "You still have to look at the master before beating a dog. You dare to act so impudently in front of my 8 Visions Palace. Don't think about being kind today. If you want to live, then be a slave for the rest of your life," Yin Tianji said coldly. "Is that so? I want to see how you are going to make me stay." Yi Fan was extremely calm. He took a step into the sky and faced him. "Yi!" Yin Tianji was suddenly startled. He then revealed a shocked expression and said, "The aura of the source energy of all living things. You have mysterious yellow essence on you." Yi Fan's heart trembled. This person's spiritual sense was too powerful. He could even sense the cauldron hidden between his brows. "Good. My big brother wants to refine a heaven and earth mysterious yellow exquisite pagoda and is currently searching for the source energy of all living things. Who would have thought that you would deliver this item? Yin Tianji spoke as if it was a matter of course. He was certain that Yi Fan was making a wedding dress for himself and was delivering a treasure to his doorstep. He reached out a large hand and grabbed forward, covering the heaven and earth in the blink of an eye. Yi Fan was astonished. He didn't know how powerful this person's physical body was. It was as if it had been baptized by a supreme divine object. It actually collapsed the sky with a slight tremble. However, he didn't feel any fear. As a divine physique, he naturally didn't fear close-range attacks. He immediately met the attack head-on. Peng! The two's large hands collided, emitting a muffled sound. Yin Tianji's physical body was like a piece of eternally imperishable divine gold. It was sturdy and indestructible. This powerful? Yi Fan's heart jumped. This was one of the most powerful physical bodies he had ever seen since he started cultivating. I've washed my body with the immortal divine phoenix's blood. Apart from my big brother, this is the first time I've met someone who can contend with my physical body. Yet, I didn't smash you to pieces. Yin Tianji was also extremely shocked. Then, he sneered and said, "Phoenix blood boil." He shouted loudly. Scarlet light rushed into the sky from all over his body. He was enveloped by a layer of immortal divine phoenix's blood. His physical body was incomparably sturdy, as if it could never be destroyed. Yi Fan sneered and didn't hold back anymore. His golden blood boiled and his qi pierced through the sky. A golden rainbow rushed out from the top of his head and pierced through the sky. Fut! The peerless physical bodies collided. A streak of blood rushed up. One of Yin Tianji's arms was torn off by Yi Fan. He screamed miserably, "You!" He quickly retreated and stabilized his body. He stopped the blood from flowing out of his right arm and regenerated it. He shouted, "Today, I will kill you." Chapter 697. Yin Tianji's severed arm stopped bleeding. His gaze was cold, and his five-colored dragon robe fluttered. His hair was tied up in a purple crown, and his expression was quite fierce. Ever since he was born, other than his eldest brother, no one had been able to suppress him with one move. He resisted with his flesh shell and tore off one of his arms. This made his blood rush to his brain. He pointed with a finger, and his entire arm turned scarlet red, transforming into a phoenix wing. Auspicious splendor surged, and scarlet multicolored light dazzled the eyes. Yi Fan dodged to the side, and the bewitching red light brushed past him, piercing through a stone mountain. Divine rainbows shocked the sky, piercing through 36 peaks in a row. The finger hole was perfectly round, and the front and back were all pierced. The power of this finger was extremely great, condensed with a trace of immortal divinity. It was unstoppable, and could destroy all living things. Yin Tianji's pupils were blood red, as intimidating as two demonic blades. His aura was like the sun, and his 10 fingers opened up, shooting out streak after streak of scarlet multicolored light. Every single finger was like a crimson sky sword. They were scarlet red, crystalline, and dazzling, and they emanated divine lights that were like chains as they pierced through this small world to the point it was beyond recognition. Yi Fan avoided the edge, and after careful observation, he formed seals with both hands and decisively attacked. The sky-flipping seal directly covered over. With a loud sound, the entire sky was overturned. This was a great Tao divine seal that was not passed down by the human race. The higher the cultivator's understanding of the Tao, the greater the power. The great seal was like the blue sky, square in all directions. It was like the jade seal of the celestial emperor falling down, destroying all things. It was countless times more powerful than it was in the past. All who stood in its way were destroyed. The sky-flipping seal seemed to overturn the sky. Under one strike, all of the scarlet multicolored light turned into smoke, turning into ashes. They were all destroyed. Yin Tianji's bones creaked from the pressure, and he flew out dozens of feet. He smashed into a stone mountain and was buried below. He bathed in the blood of the immortal phoenix, and his flesh shell was so terrifying that it could be called abnormal. It was difficult to find someone who could compete with him among his peers, but now, he was suppressed instead. Yi Fan followed up, holding the human ruler seal in his hand. He was like the lord of the human race descending to the world. This great Tao divine seal covered the sky and earth, destroying everything in all directions. It flattened the shattered mountain from the ground until not even dregs were left. Not a single blade of grass grew in this area, nothing left. It was completely barren, the lofty ancient peaks disappearing. In the distance, the wild flood dragon turned back into a boy. He was dumbstruck and his face was pale. Yin Tianji's physical body was so powerful that even the master of the Eight Visions Temple had praised him. But now, he was being suppressed by someone else. What kind of abnormal physique is this? Could it be the legendary ancient battle emperor physique that master mentioned? The boy turned pale with fright. If Yin Tianji were to die and the master of the Eight Visions Temple came out of seclusion, even he would be in great trouble. No matter where he went, he would not be able to escape death. In the distance, the ground ruptured. Rocks flew into the sky like smoke signals, forming a vast expanse that covered the sun and moon. Yin Tianji rushed out. Just now, he had been absolutely suppressed. Yi Fan's ruler seal flattened the ground, and he was powerless to resist. He escaped underground and came out from this direction. His expression was cold. This was something that had never happened before. He had never encountered such a great setback before. Bathing in the blood of the immortal phoenix, this kind of heaven-defying divine object was rarely seen in 1,000 generations. It could allow a person to shed off their mortal body and give birth to an unbreakable body. Yet now, it still couldn't stop the person in front of him. Purple energy comes from the east, vast and mighty for 30,000 li. Yin Tianji shouted loudly. A sea of purple energy came from the east and instantly filled the heavens and earth. It was indescribably noble and intimidating. This is my inheritance. Yi Fan was astonished. This was a heaven-defying method of that ancient person. It had appeared when he left Hanggu Pass. A tsunami-like sound rang out. Purple energy rushed up from behind Yin Tianji like 100,000 ancient stars falling. All of the starlight gathered together. It was as if a 10,000-year ancient demon had appeared out of nowhere. Demonic energy overflowed into the heavens and wreaked havoc in all directions. Every inch was purple splendor and purple flames. The purple energy was vast and mighty. It submerged Yi Fan and wanted to refine him. Many mountains were evaporated and turned into smoke. It was impossible for them to exist anymore. This was a terrifying offensive secret technique. Yin Tianji had only obtained a portion of the inheritance from his brother, but it was still enough to look down on the world. Anyone who faced this kind of supreme secret technique would pale in fright. The entire lofty mountain was evaporated like water vapor. It was terrifying to the extreme. Yi Fan didn't show the slightest bit of contempt. Instead, his expression became serious. Using his body as a seal, he activated the Tao marks and formed a golden Taiji circle to resist the purple energy from the East divine technique. Sword cries and phoenix cries sounded one after another. They sounded from within the purple light. Blade radiance, sword shadows, and immortal phoenixes danced in the air. They weaved through the purple mist and all of them hacked down on the golden circle. Unfortunately, the 10,000 techniques were like clouds and passed by in a hurry. Yi Fan didn't move at all and defended against the attack. Moreover, after stabilizing the situation, he advanced on foot and pressed forward. With each step he took, this immortal earth would tremble. It was as if an ancient deity was moving, the blue sky about to crush down. Yin Tianji's expression changed. Right now, he truly didn't want to fight against Yi Fan's flesh anymore. After suffering 2 great losses in a row, he felt apprehensive and quickly backed up. He decided to face his enemy with Tao methods. Great pure energy origin / His body turned into nothingness and retreated. However, a streak of great pure energy descended from the heavens, producing primal chaos. It turned into a several thousand zhong long streak of primal chaos astral wind and hacked down. It had to be said that this was a type of exceptional offensive holy technique. Yi Fan continuously changed techniques to resist it. Fiery light overflowed in all directions between the two, divine multicolored light shooting in all directions and primal chaos surging. It was incomparably intense. Yin Tianji could move unhindered through the world and resist a sect master. At his age, he was definitely world-shocking. However, in the end, he still wasn't a match for Yi Fan. He was struck by a large golden hand until he coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Even though he used the phoenix blood to baptize his fleshly body and obtained a portion of the supreme secret art passed down by his elder brother, he still wasn't a match for Qin Wentian. The main reason was because Yi Fan had a saint physique and had reached the second level of immortal foundation. He wasn't someone ordinary sect masters could compare to. Phoenix blood is merely SOSO. What physique do you have exactly? Yin Tianji spoke. He was truly shocked. Yi Fan could suppress him just with his fleshly body and was even able to fight against his phoenix blood. What physique I have isn't important. What's important is how strong the person is. Yi Fan coldly laughed, rushing over and unleashing another domineering attack. What you said is right. What physique, what identity, it doesn't matter. What's important is the person's cultivation base. Today, I will let you understand that the Eight Visions Palace is a divine place under the heavens. No one can offend it. Yin Tianji roared. At this moment, his expression was solemn and dignified. A strand of great pure energy gushed out, transforming into a Dao sword that instantly slashed over. Yi Fan wasn't afraid at all. He shattered the Dao sword with a single punch, but the Dao sword was reborn, unable to be extinguished. Are you trying to stall for time? Yi Fan coldly laughed, unceasingly shattering the Dao sword as he continued advancing forward. I'll let you take a look at the secret art of the Eight Visions Palace and use it to kill you. Yin Tianji coldly snorted. He was finally prepared. Above his head, 3 auspicious clouds appeared. After that, 3 beams of immortal light shot out from the crown of his head, transforming into the shape of a human. 1 Qi transformed into 3 Pures. From afar, the little boy exclaimed in shock. He didn't expect that the master of the Eight Visions Palace would impart such a supreme divine art to his younger brother. Yi Fan's heart also trembled. This wasn't an avatar, it was his true self. His combat prowess was many times stronger compared to his avatars, and it was equivalent to several of him fighting at the same time. Kai. The 3 beams of immortal light merged with the auspicious clouds and turned into 3 Taoists. Each of them looked exactly like Yin Tianji as they pressed forward in large strides. Yi Fan's heart trembled. It was already amazing enough for a person like Yin Tianji to appear in this world, but now there were 3 of them. Anyone would feel apprehensive. The 4 of them weren't avatars, they fought in symbiosis and were terrifying. The 4 of them were of one mind and didn't distinguish between the main and the secondary as they attacked together. Hand over your life. Yin Tianji was incomparably conceited. He couldn't beat Yi Fan alone, but with 3 of him, would they still lose? Dang! A light sound came from above Yi Fan's head as the source qi descended and hovered above the cauldron. He didn't use the flames of the black gourd, he wanted to use his true strength to test his improvement over the past 7 years. This is it, this is the source qi. My big brother wants to summon a mysterious yellow exquisite pagoda of heaven and earth. You brought it here at the right time. Of the 4 Yin Tianjis, 1 held a green sword, 1 had an ancient pagoda floating above his head, 1 spat out a treasure mirror, and 1 shook a large bell. These 4 great murderous weapons were summoned at the same time as he used his strongest power to attack Yi Fan. Sword radiance, bell waves, mirror light, pagoda body rotated, and cold light shone on the iron cloak. Yi Fan's expression was solemn. Anyone would find it hard to face 4 top experts. He did his best to resist with the deity striking whip in his hand and the source qi hanging above his head as he fought fiercely. These figures were as fast as lightning and almost tangled together. Magic power overflowed the sky and killing intent pervaded the air. It was difficult to separate them as they fought with their lives on the line. Even though Yi Fan was in a dangerous situation, he could tell that Yin Tianji was anxious and wanted nothing more than to kill him immediately. He had lost his composure. Finally, he understood why. 2 of the true bodies suddenly emitted a light pop sound, quickly dissolving, once again turning into 2 masses of clear air. What 3 pure ones? So you only managed to strengthen one. You want to use this to eliminate me? Yi Fan sneered. After transforming into Tai Kai, a dragon-shaped ripple shot out and split the ancient pagoda with a clang. Then, he attacked with great force. In the end, after fighting for 500 rounds, he smashed one of Yin Tianji with the deity striking whip and turned it into a stream of clear energy. The other one directly flew away. You want to leave? Don't you want my source chi? Yi Fan chased closely behind. In Xuanju Cave, a large expanse of blazing brilliance rushed up and a complex formation pattern appeared. At the same time, a void world opened up and a new world appeared. Yin Tianji and the child rushed in. Yi Fan was blocked outside by the formation pattern. With a quick glance, he saw the words Grand Clear Holy Realm in the void world. It really is my place of cultivation. Yi Fan's heart trembled. Moreover, he activated his heavenly eye and looked into the depths. He saw an ancient palace, simple and natural. Is that the Eight Visions Palace? The void slowly closed. Yi Fan could not enter. He was very uneasy. There was definitely his father's inheritance inside. If he could obtain it, it would greatly increase his battle strength. Forget it, he still has an older brother who should be stronger. He is my true inheritor. I just came to the Ziwei ancient starfield. I'd better not provoke him for now. Yi Fan turned around and left. He wanted to understand this world first. He did not know anything about this place. There should be countless secrets in the mythical region of ancient China. However, as soon as he turned around, a loud shout came from behind. Do you still want to leave after coming to the Eight Visions Palace? Either be a slave forever or die immediately. In the Grand Clear Holy Realm, Yin Tianji shook his hand and took out a shiny iron chakram. He struck it out and split the sky and earth. Yi Fan felt great danger. This weapon was very shocking. Could it be the diamond chakram that Laozi forged when he left Hangu Pass? At this moment, he actually felt powerless to resist. It turned out that this guy had gone to take the chakram. No wonder he was so arrogant again. Country bumpkin, although my master is in seclusion, he left behind a holy item. A weapon is enough to kill you, the boy also clamored. Slave your grandpa, suppress your grandpa. Yi Fan's face darkened. These two were asking for a beating. They deserved to be killed 100 times. The words "I'm asking for a beating" were almost written on their faces. Boom. He didn't care about anything else. He took out the black gourd and activated the blazing divine flame. In an instant, 9-colored mist surged into the sky and enveloped the area in front of him. Ah! The boy screamed and turned into a fiery dragon on the spot. Then, he turned into charcoal and cried out miserably. Ah! Yin Tianji was not much better. His entire body was ignited and purple chi from the east was useless. In an instant, he became a flaming man. The terrifying diamond chakram was bright and translucent. It flew over like a star in the sky. It was incomparably terrifying and crushed the heaven and earth. However, Yi Fan was extremely expectant. He activated the army formula and made up his mind to take this treasure away. He wanted to see if it was forged by Laozi when he left Hangu Pass and what secrets it had. Chapter 698. The diamond chakram shone brightly and flickered with silver light as it rushed over from the distance. It was as if a ring of the moon was shooting over with a dazzling divine splendor. Yi Fan felt a great pressure as if he was facing a collapsing sky. His entire body felt like it was going to split apart as if Mount Tai was pressing down on him. He dodged to the side as the diamond chakram drew out a blinding white light that brushed past him, shattering a group of mountains in the distance and turning them into dust. This is... He was astonished. This precious chakram had lost control, but its divine might was still astonishing. A single scratch could destroy so many mountains as if it had the power to split the heavens and the earth. Buzz! The diamond chakram trembled slightly as it rushed out from the flattened ground. Although there was no one controlling it, it still flew towards the enemy on its own, aiming for Yi Fan's head. This precious chakram has given birth to its own divine will. At the very least, it is an imperial divine weapon, and one that is impossible to estimate. Yi Fan sacrificed the cauldron and began to absorb the power of heaven and earth to collect the diamond chakram. This treasure was extremely powerful. If he could control it, his battle strength would increase greatly. Clang! The silver chakram was like a knife. It didn't come into contact with the cauldron as it slashed out beams of divine radiance, causing the cauldron to shake violently. If it weren't for its special material, it would have turned into dust. Yi Fan naturally wouldn't use the cauldron to fight against this unknown grade of precious chakram. He was only using the cauldron to slow it down and didn't really touch it. Beam after beam of silver light shot out like heavenly swords, surging everywhere. Tens of thousands of beams of light pierced through the void like a sieve. Fart! In the distance, the boy let out a final scream as he turned into dust. As for Yin Tianji, because he had bathed in the blood of the immortal phoenix, his physique was extremely special and could actually be compared to Wang Teng's physical body. However, he couldn't survive either. Most of his body was charred, and the last strand of connection between him and the diamond chakram was about to be severed. The ancient treasure slowed down. Yi Fan was overjoyed. He sacrificed the cauldron to absorb the divine radiance and officially take it for himself. Ah! Yin Tianji let out a final scream. Like a phoenix bathed in flames, a scarlet mist shot out from his body as he activated the last of his divine will to control the chakram. Boom! An extremely terrifying aura was emitted. It was as if the underworld had descended, making people feel as if they were being pierced by tens of thousands of steel needles. Intense pain and coldness caused goosebumps to appear all over their bodies, and their hair stood on end. The diamond chakram fell down and turned into the size of a millstone. It could split the heavens and split the earth, destroying anything it hit. Even though Yi Fan had a holy body, he was not willing to take the risk and face it head-on. Boom! It was impossible to tell how many kilometers this mountain range was. The countless peaks were like sand castles on the beach, destroyed in an instant by the waves. Dozens, hundreds, an endless number of them fell continuously. Every mountain peak shattered inch by inch and turned into sand. So powerful. Yi Fan was horrified. This ancient jade pendant's power was too great. If it was used by a king-level figure, who could resist it? He used the cauldron to protect himself. For the first time, he struck out with the power of yin, transforming it into the gentle holy power of taiji. Like a drop of water on a stone, he used softness to overcome hardness. The army symbol art appeared at the same time, operating at will, connecting with the Tao, quickly interfering with the jade, wishing to seize it and prevent it from releasing its terrifying divine might. "Open for me!" Yin Tianji yelled loudly. He was going to die without a doubt. There was no hope of survival at all. The nine-colored mist had already ignited his primordial spirit, and he wanted to drag Yi Fan to his death. The millstone-sized diamond chakram turned into a black hole within his body, swallowing everything. The rubble and mud from the tens and hundreds of collapsed mountains surged over like a raging river, swallowing everything in an instant. Yi Fan's body was unsteady, and he was almost completely melted away. This was an extremely terrifying scene. This precious chakram could swallow anything, just like a black hole in the universe. He had seized a diamond chakram from a light-shaking realm disciple before, but it was obviously a replica. It had also displayed this kind of ability before, but compared to this chakram, it paled in comparison. Yi Fan retreated and unleashed all kinds of strange techniques. He even brought out the black gourd, preparing to knock the diamond chakram down and stop it from turning into a black hole. Otherwise, there was no way to stop it, and he really would be swallowed up. However, at this moment, Yin Tianji let out a loud cry and finally turned into ashes. His primordial spirit was completely burned away, and he died miserably on the spot. The divine might of the diamond chakram immediately decreased, and it became much dimmer. It was no longer as frightening as before. Yi Fan decisively made his move. He displayed the army character incantation and activated the myriad chi cauldron. With a clang, the precious chakram was collected into the cauldron. Inside the cauldron, a sparkling and translucent precious chakram revolved about. It was like an eternal star, and it emitted a soul-shaking aura. This is a divine object. Yi Fan's heart jumped. Its material was extremely rare, and it was the 9 heavens white jade annulus. According to legend, it was a piece of divine jade that was born from cutting off a portion of the heaven's essence. It was extremely hard and eternal. Although it is an imperial divine weapon, it can definitely evolve into a sacred weapon. Just this material alone is priceless, and it is hard to find in this world. Yi Fan made an accurate judgment. This was an unrivaled imperial divine weapon. Although it was very powerful, it was still not Lao's diamond chakram. It was just a replica. However, it was extremely frightening to refine a replica to such a terrifying extent. Lao's bloodline must have produced a peerless king whose strength was shocking. My big brother will avenge me. You won't be able to escape death no matter where you go. Even if you escape into the ancient star region, I can still catch up to you and kill you. This was Yin Tianji's last thought before he died. It was filled with unwillingness and resentment. The Tai Ching holy realm closed. The 8 Visions palace inside was shrouded in purple mist. It was hazy and impossible to see through it. It was as if there was an ancient king sitting cross-legged inside. Yi Fan was stunned. A person called Yin Tianda was in seclusion inside. He entered the 8 Visions palace and obtained Lao's inheritance. He was extremely powerful. Yin Tianji had only obtained a portion of the inheritance from his big brother, but he was already comparable to a sect master. He had washed his body with the blood of a divine phoenix. How terrifying would his big brother be? Yi Fan's heart sank. This was definitely an unimaginable enemy. He was extremely terrifying and powerful, and he might have surpassed everyone in the pass. The Tai Ching holy realm was closed and couldn't be opened at all. There was no way to attack. Yi Fan couldn't even use the 9-colored fire silk. He wants to find the source chi of all things and refine a mysterious yellow exquisite pagoda of heaven and earth. His ambition is too great. Yi Fan left. He didn't want to stay here for long. He needed to understand this world and become stronger. The diamond chakram was warm and sparkling in his hand. It was extremely magical. This was a divine item. If Yin Tianji hadn't died, it would have been very difficult to deal with. The more Yi Fan looked at it, the more terrified he felt. This was a peerless imperial divine weapon. It could be said to be the King of Kings. In the future, it would definitely evolve into a supreme divine item. The Ziwei ancient star region was an incomparably vast world. It stretched for who knew how many tens of thousands of miles. Yi Fan flew for a month after leaving the 8 Visions palace of Xuanju Cave. He was still in the beautiful mountains and rivers and didn't see anyone. In the end, he saw an ancient altar on a barren mountain. Upon closer inspection, he realized that it was an ancient teleportation formation. Where does it lead to? Yi Fan had had enough. He really wanted to enter a region with human habitation and ask others to understand everything about this ancient star. He didn't hesitate to step onto this ancient platform. He even dared to cross the desolate universe and traveled alone in the dark starfield for 7 years. Now that he was on an ancient planet, he naturally wasn't afraid of anything. Even if this ancient formation teleported him to the end of the world, he definitely wouldn't be able to leave this ancient region. The ancient formation platform was at least 10,000 years old. After many source stones were inserted, it flickered with light. In an instant, it blazed brilliantly and formed a passage that penetrated into the distance. Yi Fan flashed and quickly disappeared. He entered the silent nothingness and couldn't see anything. After a quarter of an hour, he finally passed through. Light appeared in front of him. This made his heart tremble. After spending so much time, he had definitely crossed over 8 million miles. This was an extremely long ancient formation. This world is really big. Any random abandoned ancient formation platform would easily cover 8 million miles. This is truly a boundless world. He felt that it might be even more vast and boundless than the northern Dipper star domain. It was truly a bit frightening. It was hard to imagine what kind of star such a great star was. In this world where even demons existed, he had long since stopped using the physical laws of his hometown to measure things. He inwardly speculated that there might be laws that were used to establish a world on this ancient star. There was a region within a region, and the territory was boundless. Finally, He flew for several tens of thousands of miles and left this great wasteland. He saw a great city on the horizon. This was a black ancient city. It was extremely large and was completely cast from black crystals. Black light flickered as if a majestic heavenly city had descended into the mortal world. So majestic. Even Yi Fan couldn't help but sigh in admiration. The city walls were over 100 meters tall and covered densely in formation patterns. One could tell with a single glance that this was an important place. Do you all know that something happened to Eight Visions Temple? Yin Tianda's younger brother was killed. What? Who dared to do such a thing? They even dared to provoke the master of Eight Visions Temple. Yin Tianda defeated all the sect masters 10 years ago. Just how powerful is he now? He dared to use the immortal phoenix blood to baptize his younger brother's body. One can only imagine how unfathomable he is. The dead Yin Tianji was also a supreme expert. Even the various sect masters were incomparably fearful of him. His strength was terrifying to the extreme. Just who killed him? A few cultivators were discussing within this black ancient city that resembled a celestial capital. That day, there was a demon transformed from a spirit bird that had witnessed the battle and leaked the news. Let's not talk about this for now. We should hurry and see that ancient saint. I truly didn't expect such an ancient saint to appear in our Tianyuan city. That's a strange person. He doesn't care about the people's worship at all. He seems to be looking for something and has already lingered there for several days. Yi Fan was greatly shaken after hearing all of this. This world was truly too terrifying. They had just entered an ancient city and yet they could actually see an ancient saint. He also followed along. Many cultivators were heading out of the city and into a barren land that seemed to have been swept by magma. There were towering stone mountains here with strange rocks growing side by side. There wasn't a single blade of grass or tree. In the distance, a few powerful cultivators could be seen but they didn't dare to approach. Suddenly, Yi Fan was dumbfounded. He simply couldn't believe his eyes. He saw a tall figure with disheveled hair standing between the stone mountains. This was a tall and sturdy person who was 2 or 3 heads taller than ordinary people. He was majestic like an ancient god with bronze skin and messy black hair that covered his true appearance. Yi Fan couldn't see his appearance but he was very familiar with this body because he had once climbed the sacred cliff with him and opened the ancient coffin of the great Saint Physique. It was actually the old madman. How is this possible? Why is he here? Yi Fan pinched himself to make sure that he wasn't in a trance. It really is him. His heart was filled with shock. He had traveled alone in the lonely universe for 7 years. Who would have thought that he would see an old friend in the Ziwei ancient starfield? Chapter 699. Tianyuan was an ancient city with a long history. No one knew which era it originated from. There were countless secrets in this barren land outside the city. It was rumored that the ancient emperor of Taiyin had once resided here and left behind countless legends. The stone mountain stood tall and barren. It was scorched as if it had been scorched by the most severe true flames of the sun. Even the red earth had melted and crystallized into a sparkling object. Rumor has it that the ancient emperor of Taiyin passed his seclusion here. He cultivated the great Yin scripture, which is extremely soft and extremely yin. How could he have created such a scene? Someone asked softly. What do you know? The extreme yin can give birth to yang. Otherwise, how could he have achieved the supreme Dao fruit of an ancient emperor? This is a sign of perfection, someone else said. Yi Fan really wanted to rush forward, but the old madman had already disappeared. His movements were too fast, disappearing with each step into the depths of this ancient land. Don't push. Why do you have to go in? This is a living ancient saint. Do you want to anger him? Don't go near his forbidden land. This ancient saint has a strange temper. He doesn't like to be disturbed and has never accepted anyone's worship. It's better not to get into trouble. Don't make a mistake. Some people reminded him, saying that sect masters had gone to greet him these past few days, but they were all met with indifference. It was as if he was incompatible with the entire world. Senior. Finally, Yi Fan saw the old madman again. He walked out from a cave and stood on a mountain peak with a single step. Big brother crazy old man, he shouted again. The people around him all looked at him as if they had seen a ghost. Who was this person? How dare he call a saint like this? It really made people speechless. What era was this ancient person from? Who is he? How dare he call me like this? Is he tired of living? Even the sect ancestors have to greet him respectfully, yet he dares to speak like this. Who are you? How dare you disrespect a saint like this? However, what made everyone speechless was that the strange man with disheveled hair in the distance suddenly looked over. His gaze pierced through the disheveled hair and stared at Yi Fan. In almost an instant, Yi Fan flew up, involuntarily appearing on that stone mountain. This left many people shocked, dumbstruck as they watched. Greetings, senior. Yi Fan was very excited. He had never thought that he would meet the crazy old man in the Ziwei ancient star region. Was this the power of a saint? He could cross the dark universe. Why are you here? Crazy Olay asked in a low voice. It was the first time he had spoken to Yi Fan. Yi Fan couldn't calm down. He sent out a strand of divine will and told Crazy Olay everything he had experienced. He asked for help and took him to cross the stars. Forbidden ancient barrens. Crazy Olay's eyes shot out two beams of light. They were so bright that they looked like two divine lamps that pierced through the sky. He remained motionless for a full 15 minutes, gazing at the Big Dipper in the distance. His emotions were fluctuating violently, and he couldn't calm down. Yi Fan knew that he had a sad past there. His peers were all dead, and now he was the only one left, half crazy and half insane. When Yi Fan's divine will showed the violet copper warship in the dark universe, Crazy Olay was shocked. His eyes shone brightly as he exclaimed, "A warship full of immemorial ancestor kings?" Yi Fan was shocked. This was the first time he had felt the supreme pressure of a saint. A strong will to fight shot up to the sky, threatening to tear the universe apart. He had an illusion that Crazy Olay had become a god and was going to kill those immemorial ancestor kings alone in the starry sky. If these people don't die, the human race will be in great trouble. Their revival requires an endless source of life. Even billions of corpses won't be enough, Crazy Olay said coldly. What? Yi Fan was shocked. He wanted to ask something, but Crazy Olay was as calm as before. He didn't say anything more, just like a piece of rotten wood. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said that he came from the other side of the starry sky, a place called Earth. Crazy Olay could travel in the universe, and if he could bring him home. Just thinking about it made his blood boil. Crazy Olay didn't speak for a long time. After a long while, he said, difficult, difficult, difficult. Without the universal coordinates, there's no way to go to the place you said. We might get lost in the lonely sky until we die. Hearing this, Yi Fan felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured on his head. Both Mars and the ancient Earth had their exact locations, but how could he know? He couldn't be sure of the coordinates. Suddenly, Crazy Olay's eyes shone brightly, shooting out two beams of blinding light into the starry sky. He gazed at the Big Dipper, and then his body faded away. Go away, something is going to happen to me, he said in a low voice. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. What was going to happen to Crazy Olay? Was he in a bad state? Something was about to happen. Immediately afterwards, he flew outwards, breaking free from this barren land. He fell into the crowd and left into the distance. Crazy Olay waved his hand, and countless formation runes appeared out of thin air. In an instant, the whole area was submerged, and a vast light screen enveloped the barren land. This was an ancient formation that was complicated and profound to the extreme. Step by step, it was filled with killing intent, and it completely sealed this area. Yi Fan could vaguely recognize that there was a corner of the killing formation that the Black Emperor took out, as well as a corner of the Void Emperor's god pattern. The two of them were connected, and there were many other majestic and complicated Dao patterns that were densely packed. The ancient formation sealed heaven and earth, suppressing him so that he couldn't escape. This shocked everyone. What is he doing? Those look like imperial runes. Is he trying to suppress me to death? What's wrong with this saint? Why is he treating me like this? Everyone was confused, and they all revealed looks of disbelief as they looked inside. Roar! At this time, Crazy Ole roared. His jet-black hair instantly turned snow-white and danced like wild grass. He aged several thousand years in a single breath. He was originally tall and majestic, looking like a middle-aged man. But now, he was incomparably old, as if he had lost countless years in a single day. However, at this moment, he was very frightening. His withered head looked up at the sky, his eyes frightening as if he was possessed. With a second roar, the ancient land was completely destroyed. Heavens, this was the cultivation ground of the ancient emperor of Taiyin. It had endured countless tribulations, but today, it was destroyed by his roar. Everyone was horrified, and their blood ran cold. Crazy Ole's roar caused all the mountains to collapse. Rocks tumbled down, and hundreds, even thousands of great peaks fell into the dust, forever erased. Fart! Someone coughed up large mouthfuls of blood and fell into a pool of blood. Even separated by two kinds of incomplete imperial runes and a large and unfathomable ancient formation, the sound was still transmitted over. People couldn't bear it. The legends are true. A single strand of the ancient saint's hair can kill a magnificent army, and a drop of blood can kill a saint lord. It's true. If not for the incomplete great imperial runes, everyone outside would have died. They would have been crushed by the roar and evaporated into a bloody mist. Not a single drop would be left. People's hearts were pounding. The power of a saint's roar was so terrifying. If he really wanted to kill, who could stop him? There was an insurmountable chasm between ordinary people and him. He was high and mighty, enough to look down on all living beings. Roar! Crazy Ole roared again. His white hair was messy like grass. He had lost himself and was full of murderous intent. Even with the great formation blocking him, everyone's skin was on the verge of splitting apart. One could imagine the scene inside the runes. The cultivation ground of the ancient Yin Emperor had completely collapsed, leaving nothing behind. Only the flickering formation blocked the aura of this peerless demon god from leaking out. What's going on? Why is it like this? What's wrong with the old Crazy Ole's body? Yi Fan was shocked and incomparably worried. The ancient Yin Emperor had proven his Tao in the ancient times. There were divine texts recorded in ancient books. His strength was so powerful that it was incomprehensible. He could pluck the stars and capture the moon, behead gods, and his methods were heaven-defying. He had passed away for so many years, but people were still full of reverence and worshipped him as a god. And now, such a saint had come to the cultivation ground. Boom! With a loud quake, the place where the ancient Yin Emperor had passed away surged violently. A black moon appeared between the old Crazy Ole's brows, terrifying and horrifying. That's the great Yin saint force. This saint is so powerful. He has condensed the great Yin imprint. Could it be that he has cultivated the great Yin scripture? Is he going to walk the path of the ancient great emperors and comprehend the great Yin and great Yang ancient scriptures? Everyone was shocked and began to discuss. The old Crazy Ole became even crazier and was completely possessed. The black moon between his brows became more and more frightening. He roared even louder. His messy white hair danced in the air. His body was changing rapidly, first to a middle-aged man, and then to a youth. Boom! Finally, a 17 or 18-year-old youth stepped out from his body. He was heroic and incomparably frightening, full of vigor. Behind him, that elder was stupefied, not moving at all, as if he was a clay sculpture, extremely lethargic. The youth's eyes were like two heavenly swords, incomparably sharp. No one could look him in the eye. This was an extremely powerful and frightening youth. How could this be? Yi Fan was dumbfounded. This was a young madman. He turned around, opened his mouth, and swallowed the old madman. Then, his body shook violently and completely recovered. Everyone was astonished. What kind of strange technique was this? The great Yin black moon was imprinted between the brows, and he became young again. Then, he absorbed the original self and erased the traces of time, appearing in the world as a youth. Even though the old Crazy Ole's appearance had changed, the madness just now hadn't decreased. He was still in a state of bedevilment, and his eyes were filled with endless killing intent. After a final roar, the flattened earth caved in, and a bottomless abyss appeared. With a wave of his hand, all of the formation patterns were collected. Then, he carved on the ground and rearranged the Tao patterns. It was as if he was deducing something. It was so complex and profound that even the sect master level figures were dazzled and felt their heads splitting. Dozens of archaic ancestral kings, as well as the thousand-armed demonic god. You three great sages have all come to Ziwei ancient star domain to massacre millions and millions of creatures. I will kill you all to prove my Tao. The young crazy Olace's voice was incomparably cold. It was as if a supreme demonic lord had crossed the heavens and descended here. I am going to kill all of your ancestral kings. When the young crazy Olace's words sounded, thunder rumbled in the heavens and earth. It was as if he had angered the heavens. He stood alone in the void. His black hair danced about chaotically, and his gaze was as terrifying as a blade as he stared in a certain direction. Yi Fan was greatly shaken. The young crazy Olay was like a completely different person from before. He was just too powerful and terrifying. Chapter 700. The young crazy old man was like a demon lord. He was extremely terrifying, and his eyes were filled with madness. No one dared to approach him. What high heavens! What deities! None of them were in his eyes. Even if a deity came, he would kill them. This was a type of extreme confidence. He was invincible, and he was the only one who could prove the Tao. Everything else would fall beneath his feet. Yi Fan shivered inwardly. It was as if he didn't recognize this person at all. The young crazy old man's temperament was completely different from before. He was incomparably powerful, and even a deity would be trampled under his feet. The young crazy old man carved Tao patterns in the void, using supreme magical force to derive them. He was actually deducing the location of the dozens of archaic ancestral kings. This was a crazy decision. Was one person going to fight against so many archaic kings alone? He was going to kill them all with one strike. This was simply too shocking. The divine will Yi Fan transmitted to him appeared. A violet copper warship was imprinted into the void Tao marks, undergoing the evolution of heaven's mysteries. You all really came. The battle will begin now, the demon-like youth said coldly. Yi Fan understood what he meant. He was going to kill all the archaic ancestral kings and the three great sage single-handedly. How domineering was this? The young crazy old man truly made people's hearts jump. At the same time, it made people yearn for him. Such power and attitude could truly swallow mountains and rivers. What is wrong with this saint? This kind of aura is too intimidating. What is he going to do? In the distance, the others were all trembling. Under the aura of the ancient saint, even sect master level figures would be terrified. Peng! The young crazy old man took a step forward, and the ground immediately erupted with tens of thousands of patterns, forming a transportation formation. He pointed out with his hand, and a spatial passage immediately appeared. 5-colored divine light flickered, and this path seemed to pass through a heavenly country, heading towards the end of eternity. The young crazy old man stepped in with a single step. He was powerful and cold, advancing forward courageously. He didn't even look back as he left into the distance, disappearing into the void ancient path. The ancient violet copper warship descended upon the Ziwei ancient star field. The human race was facing a great calamity. Even the corpses of millions and millions of people wouldn't be enough. The descent of dozens of ancient kings would seize the lives of countless humans to revive. It could be said that this was a great calamity where blood flowed like rivers and corpses piled up into mountains. It concerned the life and death of a race. Now, who could bravely step forward and fight? Crazy Olay was going to kill dozens of archaic ancestral kings, as well as 3 great sage, including the thousand-armed godfiend. It could be said to be a world-shaking battle, but he didn't say anything. He left in a domineering manner, without even a frown on his face. He was incomparably cold and had a heroic and invincible spirit. Yi Fan's heart was pounding madly. Could it be that the old lunatic had gone beyond the starry skies? That didn't seem too likely. Could he have created such an ancient path with a single step? This is too terrifying. The methods of a saint are unfathomable. With a single step, A divine formation that can traverse 8 million li appeared. Some people who studied formation patterns rushed over and observed the coordinates. They were all shocked and dumbfounded. What? Yi Fan was shocked. Could it be that the Primeval Purple Copper warship had really come to the Ziwei ancient star region? This was its target. But how did it get there? Traversing through the void on his own would definitely take a few hundred lifetimes. Let's go take a look as well. What exactly is the ancient saint trying to do? Someone spoke. He repaired the formation patterns and followed behind. With the first person, there was a second. Many experts began to travel through space. Yi Fan also went on his way. He couldn't stop here and followed some powerful figures. He also wanted to see the old lunatic's methods. The saint's methods were inexhaustible. With a single step, tens of millions of Dao patterns appeared, carving out such a world-shocking transportation formation. A large group of people followed. 5 colors flickered and 10 lights flickered. When they came out, they discovered that they had arrived in a great wasteland. There were lush ancient trees, towering green mountains, sea-like lakes, and vast valleys. It was a primordial scene. This was a great wasteland with no end. There was vegetation everywhere, but there was something different about it. It seemed to be lacking some vitality. This is a great wasteland of the Lu continent. It's boundless, and who knows how many tens of thousands of li it is. Many people couldn't come out after entering for their entire lives. What happened? Why is this great wasteland so quiet? Why are there no wild beasts roaring? No vicious beasts roaming about? Even the plants are turning yellow. Something must have happened. Everyone was surprised and revealed astonished expressions. Only Yi Fan knew that a great change had happened. That saint didn't hide his aura and entered the depths of the great wasteland. Everyone followed the traces left behind by the young lunatic. They chased after him, eager to see what was going on. Heavens, what is going on? Why has a place with abundant vegetation become so lifeless? Soon after, everyone revealed expressions of shock. There were many animal corpses along the way, including some extremely powerful vicious beasts. Meanwhile, the ancient trees and thistles had all withered and lacked vitality. When they entered the ancient forest, the sky was filled with falling yellow leaves. The bleakness of autumn gave off a type of coldness and desolation. When they entered deep into the great wasteland, everyone was completely stupefied. Was this still the ancient land of desolation where human habitation was rare and savage beasts roared? The green sea had completely disappeared. Now, it had turned into a great golden desert. All of the mountains and valleys had been crushed, turning into a great desert. This is impossible. This was a great wilderness. How did it turn into a desert? What heaven-defying thing happened? A year ago, I came here to search for the legendary ancient medicine king. It was full of vitality and flourishing, so how did it become like this? Many people cried out in alarm. They simply couldn't believe what was happening. This change was too fast. A great wilderness had turned into a barren desert. This was a change of heaven and earth. This is the withered skeleton of a heavenly peng. It was so powerful. It was actually a terrifying Holy Lord-level vicious beast. However, it suddenly died and was buried in the sand. Everyone was shaken. There were many corpses in this great desert. All of their flesh and blood had withered and their essence blood had flowed out. They died in extremely miserable states. They all died unnaturally. It's as if an overflowing demonic god sucked away all of their life force. How could it be like this? The great wasteland has become a pitilessly dangerous land. When did this start? It's too terrifying. Suddenly, everyone felt their hearts palpitate. They felt like they were suffocating. After coming to this region, it was as if they were being stared at by an ancient vicious beast. It was as if there was an enormous monster that had locked onto everyone. Hong. In that instant, a terrifying ocean-like fluctuation surged. Crazy Ole's life force was at its peak, engulfing the entire great desert. The palpitating feeling immediately disappeared. Everyone returned to normal, and they looked at each other in shock. What's up ahead? Did this saint come here to eliminate evil? Let's go take a look. Many people advanced. They wanted to see the truth as they entered the depths of the great desert. Yi Fan's heart sank. The copper warship had already descended into this world, so there was no mistake about it. If they didn't get rid of it, this would be a catastrophe. What? Everything within a range of hundreds of thousands of li has become a desert. Not a single blade of grass grows. All of the creatures have died and lost their life force. This was the terrifying result everyone saw. It was difficult for them to accept. All of this was too strange and terrifying. Moreover, news of this didn't even spread to the outside world. Finally, everyone arrived at the very depths. They saw the young crazy old man. He seemed to have been petrified as he confronted an enormous copper warship. Such a large ancient ship, why does it feel like it has existed since the ancient times? The ancient copper ship was mottled with rust. It was full of an ancient aura, as if it had existed since the beginning of the world. However, it also made people's minds feel like they were splitting apart. All of the bad feelings originated from it. At this moment, everyone knew without even thinking that the formation of this great desert was most likely caused by it. What is that? Why is my soul trembling and about to suffocate? I can't take it anymore. My primordial spirit is about to shatter. Many powerful cultivators cried out in alarm, and then they quickly retreated as if they were avoiding a desolate beast. An ancient ship descended from the heavens, making everyone feel like they were going to collapse. Everyone retreated, including Yi Fan. This was the power of a saint. A strand of energy could penetrate a divine lord. It was impossible to resist. Hong! A violent sound rang out. The young crazy old man's thick black hair flew about like a waterfall from the 9 heavens. He walked forward step by step, pressing towards the copper war chariot. He really is going to take action. Yi Fan shivered inwardly. Only when they retreated 1,500 li out did everyone stop. It was because this was a battle between saints, and the shockwaves might reach even further, easily making the heavens split and the earth cave in. There was an old sect master who cultivated the heavenly eye. He stood in the heavens, gazing into the depths of the great desert, engraving everything he sensed in the sky. The saints are taking action. The young crazy old man was extremely powerful. He walked forward step by step, arranging a world-shocking formation pattern with a raise of his hand, including 2 damaged emperor patterns, sealing himself and the ancient copper ship within. Yi Fan's mind trembled. The old crazy old man didn't leave himself a path of retreat at all. If he didn't kill these several dozen archaic ancestral kings, then he himself would die inside. Human, you are powerful, extremely powerful, extremely powerful. Terrifying fluctuations transmitted from the copper warship, evaluating the young crazy old man. However, do you think you alone can offend us? You clearly know that you are going to die, yet you still want to stop us. Your courage is commendable. This type of ocean-like fluctuation actually transmitted over 1,000 li. Everyone at the end of the horizon was horrified. How powerful of an existence was this? It was truly heaven-defying. Everyone felt their blood run cold. They retreated so far, yet they still weren't in a safe range. The power of a saint was simply unimaginable. Perhaps a single strike would be enough to kill everyone here. Regardless of whether you were a powerful sect master or a heaven-defying demonic cultivator, as long as you were in this great wasteland's desert, you would all be within the range of attack. The saints' methods are too terrifying. This was what everyone was thinking. In the great desert, that 17 or 18-year-old youth's face was cold. He didn't stop in the slightest, his steps firm, advancing courageously. It was as if a demonic lord had descended from the heavens. Hong! A divine phoenix-like ancient creature flew out from the copper warship. Its entire body was bathed in heaven overflowing divine flames, as if an immortal phoenix had descended into the world of mortals. As soon as it appeared, terrifying fluctuations overflowed into the heavens. The great wilderness completely collapsed, immediately extending outwards. The heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. Heavens, just this type of ordinary fluctuation is enough to directly collapse everything within a range of tens of thousands of li. This is an archaic ancestral king. It's over, all of us are going to die. Just this type of ordinary aura is enough to make all of us collapse. Everyone was close to despair. The true power of an archaic ancestral king exceeded their imaginations. Hong. The young crazy Olay waved his hand, and the runes he had just laid down all came to life. Brilliant light shot into the heavens, drowning out the heaven and earth. In an instant, everything was cut off, and the fluctuations of the divine phoenix's archaic king were blocked here. In the ancient years, saints had to fight in outer space, or else the great earth might be destroyed. Now that they were going to fight, the old crazy old man used divine formations to protect the great earth. Human, you're just one person. Do you think you can stop dozens of ancient kings and 3 great sage? Do you think you're an ancient emperor? This ancient king that resembled a divine phoenix possessed supreme prestige. Its divine will was like a surging ocean, majestic and mighty. Heaven and earth trembled, and the people 1,500 li away were shaken to the point where they couldn't stop shaking. They're all alive. Yi Fan felt that the situation was far from good. He thought that only the 1,000-armed demon god, the great sage, was still alive. He didn't think that the ancient king who had died of old age would also come back to life. This was far from good. No matter how powerful the old crazy old man was, he would still bleed. How could they fight him? You want to let the corpses of billions of creatures lie on the ground, stain the earth with their blood in order to revive yourself? The old crazy old man calmly asked. Since you already know, there's no need to ask. The ancient king coldly replied. He was no different from an immortal phoenix bathing in flames, intimidating the world. Since it's like this, I'll kill all of you, the young crazy old man coldly said. At this moment, he took action. No one could see clearly. They could only see heaven and earth collapsing in the great desert. The universe shook violently, and the primal chaos surged. A world-splitting aura swallowed and spat out, drowning out everything. In the end, a loud cry rang out. All of the light disappeared, and only a young man remained. His entire body was covered in blood. He tore a phoenix in half and held it in his hand. Everyone was stunned. How powerful was this battle's strength? An archaic ancestral king was killed just like that. This was an ancient creature that resembled a divine phoenix, a glorious archaic ancestral king. The ancient creature that was hacked in half was trembling all over. Blood flowed, dyeing the desert red. It was still screaming. However, the old crazy old man pointed out with his hand. A streak of light shot out, shattering its primordial spirit on the spot and thoroughly killing it. He tossed the 2 halves of the bird body onto the ground as if he was tossing away the corpses of chickens and ducks. He didn't seem to care at all. His eyes were incomparably cold, full of crazy killing intent. In the distance, everyone was shocked to the point where they almost became stupid. Their bodies were covered in cold sweat. This was heaven-defying offensive power, something that had never been seen before even in the ancient times. This was just too frightening. Regardless of whether it was the heaven-warping geniuses or the sect masters of all sides, they all trembled from the depths of their souls. What kind of method was that just now? No one saw it clearly. Chaotic light submerged everything. All types of forbidden techniques were used, quickly deciding victory and defeat. It is rumored that in the ancient times, saints never took action, but once they fought with their lives on the line, life and death might be decided in a single breath. Victory is victory, defeat is defeat, difficult to delay. Who would have thought that it was true? I killed a primordial king? Am I dreaming? At this time, a youth in the desert had a callous expression. He pressed forward with an indomitable will, pressing towards the copper warship. He was unexpectedly going to face all of the ancient kings alone. Chapter 701. With each step the young crazy Olay took, the fluctuations from the violet copper warship became a bit more intense. It was as if an archaic heaven-splitting vicious beast was reviving. The world was collapsing. 1,500 li away, the spectators were horrified. The old crazy Olay had already laid down an unmatched divine formation and sealed off the energy inside, yet it was still so powerful. At this moment, their primordial spirits were on the verge of splitting apart. It was as if blades were scraping at their bones, and every inch of their flesh and blood was about to be peeled off. This was a type of pain that threatened to destroy their true bodies. One could imagine what it would be like without the isolation of that ancient divine formation. It was unknown just how much of the surrounding area would be destroyed, and they would definitely become ashes. Moreover, all of this was just a type of fluctuation. It wasn't an attack from either side. This was an ancient saint, an unmatched expert like a deity. A muffled sound rang out. The violet copper warship that was even larger than a mountain range was shaken off a layer of copper rust. The cabin opened wide, and a gust of violent wind blew out. Every single gust of wind was black. They cut through the void and swept out primal chaos. At this moment, there was a type of austere atmosphere in both the heavens and earth. It was as if a deity from hell had broken through its cage and arrived in this world to carry out a world-ending operation. Surging killing intent filled the air like a hurricane. The energy of a death god lingered about. Since ancient times, the entire world had been stirred up by this wind of death. Pang! A foot stepped out. Black iron clothes flickered about, wrapping around the sole of the foot. Black light curled about it, and the terrifying divine might became even stronger. Dawn. The violet copper warship trembled. This powerful existence finally walked out. He wore an underworld iron armor that flickered with black light. His figure was imposing and imposing. He truly was like a deity. His entire body was curling with brilliance. The black holy clothes covered his entire body, making him look extremely heroic. His face was snow-white, as if he hadn't seen sunlight for tens of thousands of years. He was extremely handsome, but there were traces of wrinkles on his face, leaving behind the traces of time. His hair was already grizzled, losing a bit of its luster. Only his eyes were pitch black like two black gemstones, extremely spirited. One could imagine just how heroic this ancient ancestor was when he was young. The passage of time had left behind indelible traces on his body. This was a king whose strength was unfathomable. In the past, he needed to be worshipped by all living beings, but now, he had truly appeared in reality. Human, you dare to kill dozens of us ancient kings alone. You are truly courting death. The man said in a deep voice. Therefore, Crazy Ole only had one action, and that was to attack. He responded with his actions, and it was a very straightforward attack. Raw, at this moment, the young madman looked as if he was possessed. His eyes were filled with boundless killing intent. His black hair was like a dragon, and his killing intent was boiling. 1,500 li away, everyone was alarmed. When faced with this type of ancient king, the human race had always retreated since ancient times, even bowing down in humiliation. They felt fear in their hearts. When had they ever dared to take the initiative to attack like this? Even though they didn't personally face him and didn't take action right now, they still felt their blood boil. This was how cultivators should be. Even if they were facing a legendary ancient king, they still had to dare fight. Clang! A black crystal spear appeared in the ancestral king's hand. He stabbed forward. His movements weren't very fast, but the heavenly Tao sacred sound rang out. This is the resonance of the great Tao, the sound of magical power piercing through the universe. Everyone's fine has stood on end. This was the Tao law of the mortal slayer, something only a taboo existence could display. It had always appeared in legends, but now, they were seeing it for real. The great Tao resonated, releasing countless strands. Dragons soared and phoenixes danced. The divine sound was like a blade, about to cut down all life. However, all of this was just the accompanying heavenly Tao sacred sound. The true killing move was still the black crystal spear. It immediately pierced through the heavens and pierced towards the space between Crazy Ole's brows. Too terrifying. This was everyone's heart pounding. This spear was accompanied by countless black strands, and every single one of them was a natural law. Each strand was enough to kill a sect ancestor. Countless strands condensed on the black spear's tip, concentrating on Crazy Ole's forehead. One could imagine how terrifying this attack was. It was unstoppable. Clang! Crazy Ole's hand was like a piece of crystal jade, shining with brilliant multicolored light. His eyes were endlessly cold. He used 2 fingers to stop the demonic edge, This type of attack was enough to destroy everyone in a great sect, make the great earth cave in, and strike down meteors. However, it was stopped by Two Fingers today. This world-shocking attack was stopped by the black crystal spear. This was too horrifying. Everyone became petrified, their eyes full of shock. They couldn't budge in the slightest. This archaic ancestor king was also shocked. His full power attack was neutralized by the opponent just like that, Two Fingers stopping his divine weapon from advancing even an inch. It was only a finger away from that forehead. Heavenly Tao natural laws devoured and spat out, endless strands winding about. As long as it entered, even if you were a great hero, you would still turn into ashes. However, all of the natural laws were suppressed, unable to advance even an inch. Moreover, a wave of dreadful beast-like aura rushed over, making him feel like he was suffocating. Within the archaic king's black pupils, killing intent rushed out like a dragon. He fiercely shook, pulling out the spear, hacking down like a blade. Dang! Crazy Olay used his hand to block. A string of sparks flew out, destroying a large area of space. Great void rifts appeared one after another. Catcher! Then, with a forceful twist, the black crystal spear tip snapped. It was crushed into black fragments in his hand, sparkling and translucent. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, exceeding everyone's reaction speed. The archaic king's weapon was destroyed just like that. Crazy Olay was too fast. He grasped the row symbol art, crossing 1,000 jong with a single step like a streak of light. Even though the archaic ancestor was fast, moving like lightning, he couldn't evade. Pu. Crazy Olay's hand directly cut into the ancestor king's chest, cutting it open. Blood gushed out crazily, all types of internal organs flowing out. The archaic king roared. All types of divine Tao laws appeared, but it couldn't stop the injuries at all. The archaic blood continued to gush out, unable to stop. He struggled fiercely, magical force overflowing into the heavens. Ancient king laws interweaved like divine chains, but he couldn't injure his opponent. At this moment, he decisively abandoned his body. Divine light rushed into the heavens from the crown of his head, and his primordial spirit was about to escape. However, the young Crazy Olay was even faster and more decisive. He seized the broken spear, and with a pu sound, he stabbed it into the crown of his head, directly penetrating through his body. This kind of scene was rarely seen in thousands of generations. Who could kill an archaic king like this, so directly and fiercely? Blood rushed out, and white brain matter splashed out. The black crystal spear had completely pierced through, nailing his primordial spirit to pieces. After an unknown amount of time, people woke up with a start. All of this was extremely bloody and shocking. This was an archaic king, yet he was killed just like that. The old Crazy Olay held the broken spear in his hand. He picked up this corpse that could intimidate all ages, and then with a shake of his hand, he threw it onto the ground. He walked forward on foot. No one said anything. How many years had it been since the human race produced such a person? How many people dared to kill an archaic king like this? Was this someone who could prove the Tao? This was what everyone was thinking. When they thought of this question, they couldn't help but tremble. Yi Fan was naturally shocked as well. Was this the might of a saint? It could actually be so terrifying. The path he had to walk was still extremely long. Within the Great Golden Desert, there was only a single youth with flying black hair. His eyes were filled with crazy killing intent, and his steps were firm as he walked step by step towards the purple copper ancient ship. This was a shocking scene. A single person dared to face so many ancient kings alone. The young Crazy Olay didn't hesitate in the slightest and remained unwavering. It's them. They actually returned. 1,500 li away, a sect master from an undying inheritance couldn't help but cry out. He stared at the ancient ship and finally thought of something. Could it be those destroyers from the endless years? Another sect master spoke, feeling incredibly bewildered. Correct, it's them. Not even the eternal banishment could erase them. In the end, they still returned. A living fossil said with a trembling voice. Yi Fan was alarmed. He listened carefully and understood a terrifying truth. In the distant savage era, There was a group of saints from outside this region who arrived on an ancient ship. They were sensed by the people of Ziwei ancient star domain ahead of time. After carefully sensing them, they discovered that it was difficult to contend against them, because those people were too powerful. It was rumored that these ancient creatures were the kings of the three great ancient lands gathered together to form an unparalleled fighting force. Ziwei ancient star domain was in an era of extinction for great emperors. In the end, the saints of that era exhausted their divine energy and joined hands to display a world-shaking forbidden secret technique. They banished the purple copper warship from outside this region to an unknown ancient region in the depths of the desolate cosmos. They exhausted the saints of the savage era to death and moved the ancient ship to an unknown time-space. After such a long time, they actually returned. When the secrets of the past were revealed, everyone felt a chill from head to toe. How were they supposed to resist? For the human race, this was an earth-shattering disaster. Everyone was praying, hoping that the murderous young crazy Olay would kill all the ancient kings. Otherwise, rivers of blood would flow on the great earth, and over 100 million corpses would be left. Even if it was an ancient saint who had the hope of confirming the Tao, there was no way he could fight so many people alone. Everyone was incomparably worried. The divine abilities of these archaic ancestral kings are beyond imagination. It's already difficult for a saint to fight one or two of them alone. Our race's saint is facing a situation of certain death. No one can fight so many ancient kings alone, unless the great emperors of the past come back to life. After understanding everything, everyone's hearts were filled with pessimism. Even though the young crazy Olay had killed two archaic kings, they couldn't relax at all. Without a doubt, the two ancient kings just now were in an extremely weak state. If they were at their peak, they would be invincible. Normally, an ancient saint was already very powerful if he could fight against several people at the same level. To kill dozens of people alone was truly heaven-defying. They've exhausted the essence energy within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. All the plants and living beings have died. I'm afraid some of the ancient kings have already completely recovered. They didn't come out together. They must be transferring their essence energy to a few of them so that they can come out in their peak state. This, even if they have the potential of confirming the Tao, they can't win. Bang! The young crazy Olay was extremely powerful. With a slap, a large part of the mountain-sized purple copper warship caved in, creating a large hole. His eyes were filled with crazy killing intent and incomparably cold. He was fearless even in the face of such a hopeless situation. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying aura rushed out. It was as if it could pierce through the past, present, and future, vast and mighty. An unparalleled existence had finally come out with ample preparation. His entire body was jet black, and every inch of his skin flickered with black light. It was as if he was cast from black crystals. He had over 1,000 arms, just like a 1,000-armed Buddha. This was a supreme being. He walked extremely slowly, and with every step he took, the entire world seemed to be pulsing with him. It was as if he was cast from black gold, as if he was an immortal deity. Human, you might be strong, but to dare to come here is suicidal. You have no hope at all. I've even seen what the Saint Emperor Battler is capable of. There were 3 great sages on the ancient violet copper battleship, and now, the 1,000-armed god devil had appeared. Chapter 702. What? He's seen the monkey's father? Yi Fan's heart jumped. The origin of the 1,000-hand demonic god was too frightening. It was hard to guess. What kind of person was the old fighting Saint Emperor? This was a race known for their battle prowess. Once they became emperors, they could see through the ages and overlook the heavens. They were invincible. This was a great sage. His strength was beyond imagination. He was born in the archaic era and had seen the emperor of fighting in action. He definitely had a great origin. However, the young madman was extremely cold and didn't care at all. Even though this great sage had an illustrious identity, he didn't care at all. Now, he was a young man with thick black hair. He was like a demon lord, showing off his abilities and astonishing sharpness. Even though he was trapped in a hopeless situation, he didn't care about life or death at all. There was only surging battle intent and a crazy killing intent. What heavens! What great sage! Everything would fall beneath his feet. Even if a deity came, he would kill him. This was the current state of the old madman. Nothing could stop him as he pressed forward courageously. The thousand-hand demonic god walked out. The world pulsed with him. Only he was supreme. This was his spirit, the embodiment of his invincibility. Everyone knew that the true battle of life and death had begun. This thousand-hand Buddha-like great sage was too powerful. He was the old madman's mortal enemy. His every move seemed to be able to destroy the heaven and earth. It was as if the entire world couldn't contain him and everything was about to be destroyed. His entire body seemed to be cast from black gold. His demonic body was intimidating and terrifying. Yi Fan seriously suspected that the Buddha had once seen the supreme technique of this race, which was why he created the thousand-hand Buddha body. Dong. The young madman's attack was simple and direct. A fist imbued with the aura of the imperial path smashed out. Violent waves swept outwards, destroying everything in its path. With a flash of black light, the thousand-hand demonic god attacked. He didn't evade and was also very powerful. His thousand hands moved together and pressed forward like a mountain. The battle between Old Madman and the great sage of the archaic era caused the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. People could only see auspicious air descending from the sky and golden lotuses spitting out from the ground. In a battle of this level, even the great Tao could sense it, producing all kinds of strange scenes. The battle between the two was exceptionally intense. The collision was like the great collapse of heaven and earth. The demon god's black light covered the sun. Crazy Olay also activated his holy power and clashed with thousands of black hands. He was as fast as lightning. Bang! Suddenly, over 1,000 divine weapons appeared in the thousand-armed godfiend's hands, all of them capable of splitting apart the sky dome. They danced about together, attacking forward. It was unknown how many great abysses of the void had appeared. Endless darkness connected to the dimensional space, merging with the 1,000 weapons to surround and suppress the old madman. This was a type of great power that borrowed the power of the heaven's subdimensions to forever seal an ancient saint, extinguish his soul. Kai. A black tie-in divine talisman appeared. This was not Crazy Olay's weapon, but he condensed it with the holy power of the tie-in. It froze the void and slashed at the 1,000 black hands. Without a doubt, this was a fierce battle between giants, a battle that could destroy the land of Ziwei. If it weren't for the protection of the ancient formations, the great wilderness would have already been destroyed. Boom! Another loud noise was heard. Crazy Olay's tie-in divine talisman swept out a dazzling brilliance. The holy power of the tie-in burst out in all directions, shattering many of the weapons of the thousand-hand demonic god. At the same time, the great sage of the archaic era also let out a long roar. Thousands of black lights flew out, leaving bloody wounds on Crazy Olay's chest one after another, almost exposing his bones. In the distance, people cried out in alarm, their hearts in their throats. The victory or defeat of this saint concerned the life and death of billions of people. Everyone was heartbroken. A blazing white light flashed by, dispersing all the power of the laws. The wound didn't worsen. It was obvious that Crazy Olay cultivated more than one ancient scripture. This time, the murderous intent in his eyes became even stronger. He rushed forward in large strides. The holy power of the tie-in disappeared, interweaving into chain-like laws that rushed out in all directions. Hualala. The chains of the heavenly law were like dragons, extending in all directions with Crazy Olay as the center, piercing towards the great sage of the archaic era. It was as if the hair of a god was dancing. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew in all directions. More than 100 of the thousand-hand demonic god's weapons were cut in half. Thousands of ancient divine laws interweaved between the two, each one capable of destroying the foundation of a great sect. The result of this life and death battle could be decided at any moment. Both of them were fighting with peerless saint lives. Once one of them died, it would be an immeasurable loss for the race. Fat. Crazy Olay was incomparably crazy. His murderous intent was as vast as the ocean. He charged through all kinds of divine laws and faced a 9-colored divine sword head-on. His body was pierced through. Meanwhile, he also closed in and punched out with all his strength. His attack was calm and just. It immediately smashed out and smashed half of the 1,000-hand demonic god's body into meat paste. The great sage of the archaic era, didn't expect him to be so crazy. His 1,000 hands moved at the same time, each holding a weapon and slashing down. The 9-colored divine sword stabbed into the 1,000-hand demonic god's body, wanting to destroy his body. Dang! Crazy Ole's body was as hard as diamond. He forcefully shook it and broke the sword. The 9 colors scattered and returned to normal. In the blink of an eye, 3,000 moves had passed. Both of them were fast to the extreme. It was equivalent to 3,000 great Tao laws striking out. Chaotic energy surged and was extremely terrifying. Destruction of the 4 symbols, return to eternity. At this time, the 1,000-hand demonic god shouted and unleashed an incomparable divine law power, crushing the heaven and earth. 4 ancient starry domains flickered and millions of starlight descended from the sky. They turned into a desolate universe and enveloped Crazy Ole within. The great calamity descended and the universe became desolate, returning to eternity. This was an irresistible divine law order. Nothing could stop it. Even Crazy Ole suffered a great loss. His body was wrapped up in this desolate small universe and half of his essence energy was sucked out. His thick black hair turned a lot white. He roared as if his demonic nature had erupted. His hair stood on end and his killing intent was boundless. He raised his fist to the sky and seized back the lost essence energy. Rumble. This desolate cosmos was unstable and on the verge of collapse. The essence energy that was seized surged, turning into a streak of clear splendor and returning in reverse. It's useless. You can't escape from my palm. The 1,000-hand demonic god was cold. His 1,000 hands moved at the same time and thousands of black lights shot into the desolate universe. He was refining this desolate small universe. He wanted to turn Crazy Ole into the source of essence energy and completely swallow him, making him a part of the starry domain. Destruction of the 4 symbols. These 4 words weighed down on the hearts of the people in the distance. If the saints of the human race were defeated, it would be a catastrophe. There would be hundreds of millions of corpses on the earth. Boom. Suddenly, Crazy Ole waved his fist. His movement was very slow, but it was so terrifying that it could split people's primordial spirits. The entire universe was about to collapse. What is this? The 1,000-hand demonic god was shocked. The desolate small universe he had created began to crack. It could not contain the crazy young man at all. Crazy Ole did not say anything. Every move he made was destroying the small universe. He possessed unimaginable power. This is the fist of the 6 paths of reincarnation. The 1,000-hands demon god was shocked and extremely shaken. He recognized this legendary supreme fist technique that almost no one had ever successfully practiced. Boom. Every time Crazy Ole swung his fist, there was an earth-shattering power. The desolate universe finally began to crack. It was split open by his fists. Crack. Countless large cracks appeared. The universe was on the verge of disintegration. A terrible sound was heard as it began to collapse. It's the fist of the 6 paths of reincarnation. The 1,000-hand demonic god was shocked. He never thought that this human could be so terrifying. He could even master this fist art. Bang! Crazy Ole's thick black hair danced in the wind. Each punch was heavier than the last. The desolate small universe kept on cracking until it finally collapsed. Boom! Everything ceased to exist. All the stars were extinguished and returned to nothingness. Everything had disappeared. This was absolute power that could destroy all obstacles. Crazy Ole took a step forward and attacked the 1,000-hand demonic god. One punch smashed away thousands of arms, causing the immemorial great sage to cough up blood. 1,000-hand soul-shattering art. As a great sage, his methods were heaven-defying. Even when he was suppressed by such a powerful force, he was still fearless. 1,000 hands emerged from the chaos and launched a heaven-defying attack. Countless black lights shot out towards Crazy Ole. Fart. Crazy Ole's body was pierced in many places. Blood gushed out. This was the blood of an ancient saint. A single drop could kill a sect master, but now, so much of it had flowed out. Some of the wounds were even more terrifying. They penetrated through the body, exposing the white bones. However, Crazy Olay didn't even make a sound. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist pressed forward. He was invincible as he punched straight at the enemy. Bang! This fist landed on the 1,000-hand demonic god's left shoulder, shattering more than 300 arms. Black-colored blood gushed out. Bang! The second punch was just as powerful. It destroyed the left half of the great sage's body, turning all 500 arms into a bloody pulp. Ah! The immemorial great sage roared. Ever since he was born, he had never been wounded like this. Kill! His dark golden body shot out thousands of rays of divine light. He opened his mouth to devour the heaven and earth, refining the origin of the world in an attempt to swallow Crazy Olay. Bang! Faced with this, the incomparably callous youth still swung his unstoppable fists, destroying everything in his way. Blood splashed everywhere. Crazy Olay smashed the 1,000-hand demonic god's jaw into pieces. Blood gushed out wildly. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist has been successfully trained. It's truly terrifying. The 1,000-hand demonic god felt a chill and quickly retreated. However, how could it be compared to Crazy Olay's raw formula? The youth followed up with a single step. His fists opened and closed as if he could smash down the sun, moon, and stars in the sky. Bang, bang, he attacked one after another. Even the immemorial great sage, who had seen the emperor fighting, was no match for him and suffered serious injuries. Once the 6 paths of reincarnation fist was unleashed, the mountains collapsed and the seas roared. The sun and moon lost their radiance and the stars moved. It was terrifying to the extreme. The 1,000-hand demonic god was almost smashed to pieces. At this moment, even his forehead was cracked and his primordial spirit was about to be shaken out. Behind him, everyone was shocked. They didn't expect Crazy Olay to be so powerful. Their spirits were stirred and their blood vessels were boiling. Yi Fan's mind became empty as he sank into the Tao realm. He used the fighting formula to evolve the 6 paths of reincarnation fist and comprehended the supreme fist intent. He forgot himself and everything else. Crazy Olay was incomparably powerful. He almost went berserk. Once the 6 paths of reincarnation fist was unleashed, he was unrivaled under the heavens. Bang! The immemorial great sage was sent flying. This time, all the bones in his body were broken. Crazy Olay chased after him with the intention of killing him. At this time, 2 godlike existences walked out from the purple bronze ancient ship. When their feet landed, the heaven and earth trembled. It was as if the entire world was trembling under their aura. Everyone was horrified. There were 3 great sage on the ancient ship. They came from 3 different ancient lands. At this time, all of them finally appeared, standing tall like 2 beams of eternal light. Everyone was in despair. One great sage was already so terrifying, injuring Crazy Olay. Now, 2 more had appeared. Was there still a chance of victory? This was most likely a situation of certain death. One had to know that there were still many ancient kings who hadn't come out yet. As soon as the 2 great sage appeared, they immediately attacked towards Crazy Olay's vitals. They didn't want to give him a chance to breathe at all. Yi Fan's heart tightened. Crazy Olay was indeed powerful. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist was unrivaled under the heavens, but there were too many opponents. He might be exhausted to death here. He took out the black gourd and shouted, "Treasure, please turn around." Gourd Tao transformation sword. Yi Fan didn't want Crazy Olay's blood to dye the great desert. He wanted to use the mysterious and terrifying black gourd to lend him a helping hand. Chapter 703. As soon as Yi Fan shouted out, he immediately took out a rotten wooden stopper, plugging up the mouth of the gourd. That battlefield was protected by an ancient formation, so he feared that he wouldn't be able to break in. In the golden desert, every grain of sand was like pure gold, glistening and dazzling. The blazing heat was difficult to resist. In the past, Japan was a primitive ancient forest, but now, it became a land of death. Scorching heat, scorching heat, and death became eternal themes. Two deity-like ancient creatures walked out from the ancient ship. One was tall and straight, extremely robust. He had a head of thick golden hair, as well as a pair of golden ancestral dragon horns. His heroic appearance was intimidating. Apart from that pair of dragon horns, he wasn't much different from a human. He was extremely terrifying, making others tremble. This was an extremely powerful existence, his bloodline noble, making even the human race's great figures couldn't help but kneel down. The powerful aura made every inch of one's flesh tremble uncontrollably, as if they wanted to worship a deity. This was precisely the archaic great sage. The other ancient creature was similarly intimidating. He had a head of silver hair that reached his waist, shining like a mirror. His face looked like it was carved out of marble, sharp and clear, snow-white like jade. On his forehead was a rhombus white scale that could vaguely open and close. It contained terrifying divine light, as if it could pierce through the 3 realms and 6 Tao. Just the strand of aura that seeped out made one unable to stand still, about to fall weak onto the ground. It was precisely these two powerful ancient creatures that appeared at the same time. It really was a bit horrifying. Every single one of them was terrifying, as if heaven-shaking gods and devils descended into this world. The two of them were cold and emotionless, without the slightest fluctuation of emotions. They immediately took action against the old lunatic, contending against the 6 Tao reincarnation's fist. This was no different from the creation of heaven and earth. What primordial light, primordial natural laws. They all descended, creating a hazy expanse. One could clearly see streaks of great black rifts appear in the sky. That was the refinement of the dimensional space, becoming a part of the divine laws and order for them to use. There were several dozen ancient kings inside the ancient ship. They gave all of their spiritual essence to these two great sage, allowing them to reconstruct their past unmatched glory. They were naturally terrifying to the extreme. Kai. A casual attack obliterated the void. A finger pointed out, and a great collapse occurred. Even primal chaos was produced, wishing to refine the young lunatic alive. Two great sage took action at the same time. Since ancient times, how many people could face them? This was an unmatched power. Normally, only those who had verified the Tao dared provoke them, or else they would undoubtedly die. They were the most terrifying existences born from the myriad races. Only 3 of them had come from the 3 ancient lands, so one could imagine how difficult it was to cultivate. However, the crazy young man in the field was extremely powerful. He had mastered the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. If it had been another human saint, he would have been beaten to death. It had to be said that once the 6 paths of reincarnation fist was mastered, it would be invincible in the heavens and earth. The young man's thick black hair danced in the wind, and he was like a god. His movements were bold and powerful, as if he was going to smash down the stars in the sky. Every single fist was heaven and earth tyrannical, as if they could destroy all of the heavens and earth. Since ancient times, there had never been anyone who could master the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Once this fist technique was mastered, any magical treasures or weapons would no longer be needed. They would all be crushed. The blonde great sage dragon horns shot out 2 beams of blazing divine light. They tore through the firmament and broke through the crazy Olace's torrential astral energy. Blood splashed everywhere, and one of his arms was almost chopped off. The saint's blood surged, and white bones were everywhere. It was an extremely bitter scene, but the crazy Olay didn't even frown. His fists became even more intimidating as they closed in. Wang. The void trembled. The other great sage's silver hair danced about chaotically. The rhombus scale between his brows opened up, revealing an incomparably dark hole. A dragon-shaped beam of white radiance shot out from it. A beam of bloody light flickered, and the young lunatic Olay's heart was pierced. His heart blood rushed into the sky, turning into a bloody wave. It was extremely beautiful and dazzling. Everyone's heart sank. They were incomparably afraid. These 2 great sage were too powerful. This kind of attack was enough to destroy the heavens and earth. It was enough to sink a continent and blast down the stars in the sky. No matter how powerful the young lunatic Olay was, he couldn't withstand such an attack. The power of the divine laws contained within could endlessly destroy vitality. However, the young man's heartblood was pumped out, but he didn't have the slightest intention of retreating. His will to fight went berserk. He didn't care about the exposed bones and the splattering blood. The power of the 6 paths of reincarnation fist increase. Roar! The black-haired young man roared. The mountains and the earth were shaking. Even with the protection of the ancient formation, the desert was still boiling. The sand waves rose and fell like raging waves. The sand waves hit high into the sky and covered the sun. Bang! The crazy Olay's fist intent was invincible. He punched out with both fists. The moment his chest was almost cut open, he punched the 2 great sages' bodies. Golden blood splattered everywhere, and white demonic blood rushed up, cutting open the void. It was extremely terrifying. The 2 great sages' bodies were almost smashed to pieces. Half of one's body was almost torn off, while the other's sternum was smashed, and his internal organs were turned into meat paste. Bang! This was a fierce battle. Both sides didn't hold anything back. They wanted to kill the enemy in one blow. The sacred sound of the great path reverberated, and 3,000 laws fell. This was the power of the great sage. Without the protection of the ancient formation, a battle of this level could destroy a large region and sink a continent. Swoosh! Suddenly, a radiance flashed in the hand of one of the immemorial great sage, and a treasure tree appeared. There were 7 small branches on it, each with different colors. A terrifying aura was emitted, as if the world of gods was descending, suppressing the mortal world. He waved his hand forcefully, and a 7-colored light flew out, blocking the young lunatic's fist and resisting the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. His own attack landed, and a large amount of blood splattered. There was a terrible wound on the old lunatic's body, revealing his white bones. Although his flesh was immortal, it was still corroded by the laws of the great path, and it was difficult to heal. The undying tree. Yi Fan was astonished. This was one of the truly unrivaled holy weapons. It was a legendary supreme weapon that was extremely difficult to nurture. However, once it took form, it was a peerless combination of attack and defense. With it in hand, one could sweep through the heavens above and earth below. Unless the great ancient emperors took action, nothing could harm them. Fortunately, the 7th branch is flawed, and the brilliance of the leaves isn't obvious. Otherwise, the old lunatic might not have been able to block it. Yi Fan's heart palpitated, and he released a breath of relief. There really is something like the undying tree in this world. The other sect master level figures were also horrified. Chong! The silver hair of the other immemorial great sage flew up. The rhombus scale on his forehead fell off, turning into the size of a millstone. It hacked down from the heavens, and in an instant, it spun and hacked down. This strike was extremely powerful. When it collided with the old lunatic's fist, a bloody gash appeared, revealing his white finger bone. It even flew up and hacked at the old lunatic's shoulder, almost cutting off an arm. The silver-colored scale that was the size of a millstone was a true world-shocking sacred weapon. It had accompanied this great sage for life and had been refined for his entire life. A deity had long since been born within it, and its might wasn't inferior to the undying tree. If the old lunatic hadn't practiced the 6 Tao reincarnation fist, it wouldn't have been as simple as a wound on his palm bone. He would have turned into ashes on the spot. Even so, after the collision, the scale grazed his shoulder and almost cut off an arm. It was now dripping with blood. This wasn't an ordinary wound. It contained the laws of the gods and could destroy a saint's vitality. In the worst-case scenario, both his body and soul would be destroyed. In the rear, all the humans were trembling with fear. The old lunatic was at a disadvantage. These were 2 immemorial great sages, each with a peerless holy weapon. Who could resist them? Great Sage was a supreme title. Countless years ago, only a few people came from different ancient star regions, and 3 of them were great sages. This was a great crisis. The great sage of the immemorial era had taken action with unparalleled power to destroy everything. 6 Tao reincarnation fist, shouted the old lunatic. This was the first time he had shouted out this fist technique. In an instant, 6 ancient worlds appeared and circulated there. 6 worlds were created, and the 6 paths rotated. Endless reincarnation was formed. 6 giant fists descended from the 6 ancient worlds. Boom! The invincible 6 Tao reincarnation fist shook the undying tree until its radiance dimmed. The rhombus divine light piece spun in reverse, and the 6 realms of reincarnation smashed down one after another. The power was shocking. The 2 great sages were gravely injured. Many of their bones were broken. Golden blood and white saint blood splattered everywhere, shattering the vast sky. Their bodies were almost rotten. One could imagine how terrifying this fist technique was. However, at the same time, the old lunatic was also injured. The undying tree shot out 3 beams of divine light, and the silver great sage's forehead was pierced by a dragon-shaped divine radiance that almost cut him in half. The 3 of them were flung away. The impact of this confrontation was too terrifying. Even the divine formation outside was shaken to the point where a crack appeared. Suddenly, the dying Thousand Arms demon attacked. He turned into a black light and pounced at the flying old lunatic, intending to crush him. He had been waiting for a long time. He wanted to kill in one strike. The young lunatic was incomparably crazy. Ignoring the injuries on his body, he forcibly gathered a mouthful of origin energy and charged forward. Saint blood gushed out from the wounds on his body, and his bones creaked. "Tut!" he shouted with all his strength. This was the rumbling of his innate origin energy, which dissolved the killing blow. The sound wave condensed into the heavenly sacred sound. Tens of thousands of divine chains could be seen interweaving. This was the most primitive order of the gods. Phut! The already wounded Thousand Arms demon could no longer resist. Cracks appeared on his yuanshan, and his body shook violently. Crazy Ole's eyes were filled with crazed killing intent. He pounced forward and grabbed the great sage. He raised his hands above his head and pulled forcefully. Blood splattered everywhere. The Thousand Arms demon was torn in half. The cracked yuanshan wanted to escape, but it was shattered by the young lunatic's roar. It no longer existed. Everyone was incomparably shocked. This was an immemorial great sage, but he was killed just like that. Since the ancient times, how many people could do this? Danger! At this moment, everyone's expression changed, and they almost cried out. The other 2 great sages rushed to the front. These 2 people were not injured much. They almost rushed to the front of the crazy Ole and wanted to kill him under the supreme sacred weapon. These 2 ancient creatures were not like the Thousand Arms demon. When they appeared, their yuan qi had recovered, and they were not in a weakened state. Even if they were injured, it was not a big deal. At this critical moment, people heard a mysterious incantation. An ancient universe rushed out from a black gourd, condensed into a Tao sword, and flew out. It entered the ancient formation through the crack created by the battle just now. With a phut sound, it slashed at the neck of the blonde great sage, decapitating him. Boom! The crazy Ole threw away the Thousand Arms demon's corpse and faced the silver-haired great sage, blocking the heaven-defying strike. At the same time, he took a step towards the other great sage, almost crushing the headless body. Chapter 704. Everything happened too fast, and no one could react in time. The archaic great sage with long golden hair and a pair of dragon horns was beheaded and his torso trampled by the old lunatic. The 7 branches of the undying wondrous tree trembled like 7 heavenly divine trees. They grew frantically, their roots piercing through the universe. The leaves rustled as tens of thousands of divine lights descended, submerging the old lunatic and blocking his incisive attacks. Meanwhile, the silver-haired great sage roared. With a turn of his hand, heaven and earth were overturned. Primal chaos surged, and nothing could be seen anymore. This was a battle between 2 great sages. Even those who had cultivated the heavenly eye couldn't see through it. This place was covered by the light of primal chaos and turned into a land of primal chaos. Finally, when the world became clear again, the horned great sage reconstructed his body, but his vitality was clearly greatly injured. The undying wondrous tree in his hand was trembling slightly. Meanwhile, The silver-haired great sage's expression was grave. The black hole on his forehead took in and spat out silver radiance, and the rhombus-shaped divine light was bobbing up and down. The young lunatic's body was covered in blood, and his injuries weren't light either. His white bones were exposed in many places, but his fighting spirit and murderous intent didn't decrease at all. It had to be said that the two archaic great sages were extremely terrifying. They could even injure the matchless old lunatic to this extent. They had been asleep for too long. Even though they had obtained essence energy from hundreds of thousands of li around them, they were still far from the standard of billions of humans. At this moment, they felt restraining fear. Even though they could temporarily display their former glory, they couldn't do so for long. Connecting heaven divine path. One of them shouted. He used his supreme magical power to forcefully open the ancient formation laid down by the old lunatic. He wanted to devour the essence energy of the outside world and plunder the life source of other creatures. A streak of heavenly light shot towards the heavens, wanting to break through the restraints and break through the obstruction. Meanwhile, the other great sage with dragon horns shot a cold glance in Yifan's direction. He stared fixedly at the black gourd in his hand, his heart greatly shaken. After that, he held the wondrous tree of immortality in his hand to stop the madman from attacking him and buy time for his companions. A great battle erupted. The archaic great sage faced off against the matchless figure of the human race. The undying wondrous tree brushed past, and millions of divine lights shot out, changing heaven and earth. The young madman's black hair stood up, blood flowed all over his body. The Six Paths reincarnation fist was even more terrifying. It had reached the peak of perfection. Ah, he let out a great roar, and the six ancient worlds appeared once again. They were his supreme fist intent, representing the six Taos and turning into an eternal cycle of reincarnation. He didn't have any weapons, but he surpassed world-shocking holy weapons. His fists could shatter the universe and heaven, and no one could face him head-on. When the Six Paths of Reincarnation fist was unleashed, six ancient realms appeared at the same time. Even the immemorial great sage, who had the undying wondrous tree in his hand, felt that it was too much for him to handle. He disregarded the consequences and unleashed his potential to resist this attack. Golden blood splattered everywhere. His body that had just reassembled cracked again, and a terrifying crack appeared between his brows. Even the undying wondrous tree had dimmed quite a bit. One could well imagine how terrifying the young madman's fist intent was. It could shatter space and collapse heaven and earth. Nothing could stop it. However, the immemorial great sage's methods were heaven-defying. He possessed an undying divine Tao force. Even though he himself was injured, he also left a gaping wound on the black-haired youth's chest. However, the young madman became more and more courageous the more he fought. He seemed like he was going to suppress the golden-haired great sage to death by himself as he continuously attacked. Peng. Finally, the other silver-haired great sage who was trying his best to break through the ancient formation took action. He didn't want his companion to suffer a great disaster. Just now, the death of the thousand-armed godfiend was an immeasurable loss to them. A great saint of the primordial era, who possessed heaven-defying strength, died here just because he hadn't recovered. It was truly unjust. Ah, the two great sages roared, both displaying their trump cards. They held unmatched holy weapons in their hands, summoning the natural laws of heaven and earth to attack the old madman. This was a great battle that shook the entire Ziwei ancient star region. It was rare to see something like this since ancient times. At the same time, the purple-bronze ancient ship trembled. 6 archaic kings walked out in succession, each of them incomparably old with snow-white hair and wrinkled skin. In the distance, the expressions of all the human experts changed. They were close to despair. The two immemorial great sage already possessed heaven-defying divine abilities. They were invincible and invincible. Now, 6 more ancient kings appeared. How could they even fight? The archaic kings were all saint-level experts with heaven-defying magical power. Even though there was still a gap between them and the great sage, they couldn't contend against them. This was a situation of certain death. Even though the old madman's cultivation was heaven-defying, he still hadn't proven his Tao. How could one person fight against so many people? Everyone was in despair. Even though the young madman was invincible, he couldn't fight against so many people. This was truly a terrible situation. Everyone's only hope was that these archaic kings were too weak to fight an intense battle. Otherwise, there would be over 100 million corpses on Ziwei ancient star, and blood would dye the earth red. The great battle had erupted. The old madman was surrounded by the 2 great sage and 6 archaic kings. His body was covered in wounds, but he didn't retreat a single step. This was a world-shocking battle. The young madman had gone berserk. His eyes were terrifying, and his black hair danced in the wind. Under the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, there was no power that could withstand it. He also suffered grievous injuries, but even under such circumstances, he still managed to snatch a holy sword and cut that person in half, destroying his primordial spirit. Boom! The old madman's back took a solid blow, and a fist-sized bloody hole appeared. This was done by the silver-haired great sage himself. However, the young madman also went berserk because of this. His murderous intent was boundless. He rushed forward and crushed the head of one of the ancient kings, turning his primordial spirit into ashes. This battle between saints was exceptionally bitter. It was a battle of life and death. There wasn't the slightest bit of luck. Saint blood flew everywhere, and the supreme experts were exhausted. You don't have a chance. Even though you're the great sage, do you think you can defeat all of us? An ancient king sneered cruelly. He was incomparably old, and the passage of time had almost exhausted his lifespan. However, at this moment, he forcefully gathered his essence and had the power to fight. The archaic great sage, with long golden hair and the horns of the ancestral dragon, wiped the golden blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "Even if you die like this, you won't feel wronged." The young madman's eyes were sharp. Without saying a word, the 6 paths of reincarnation fist combined the 6 ancient worlds into one and smashed forward with supreme divine might. Bang! The undying tree was almost broken. The archaic great sage's body trembled violently as the 6 invisible fist imprints branded on his body. His limbs and bones cracked incessantly, and many of his bones were broken. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, and the golden blood continuously collapsed the void. Even his forehead had 6 terrifying bloody scars. This was the divine might of the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. However, the old madman also paid a disastrous price. Another silver-haired great sage held a millstone-sized rhombus-shaped divine light shard in his hand, and it almost cut off his shoulder diagonally. Saint blood splashed everywhere. At the same time, the undying tree cut open a large wound on his body that almost exposed his internal organs. Even his bones had been cut open. Apart from this, an archaic ancestral king held a bloody spear in his hand. It pierced through his chest and shattered a large portion of his internal organs. However, the young madman didn't even frown. He fiercely twisted his body and forcibly broke this bloody spear. The moment he turned around, he pulled out the broken spear and stabbed it into the archaic ancestral king's forehead. Fart! Purple blood gushed out as the broken spear pierced through the forehead and came out from the back of his brain. Even his primordial spirit had been nailed to pieces. It was an incomparably bloody scene as the corpse fell to the ground. The young madman's body was covered in wounds, and many places were punctured. However, he had still killed 3 ancient kings and inflicted heavy injuries on the 2 great sage. However, could this situation continue? He was fighting with his life on the line, and his whole body was covered in blood. Senior Yi Fan shouted through his divine will. He took out the black gourd and sent it into the ancient formation through the crack, sending it to the old madman to kill the enemies. He didn't know the level of the black gourd, but he guessed that it must have a great origin. Otherwise, why would the archaic great sage be so shocked after seeing it? He could only use it once to cut off the ancient kings' heads. If it was in the hands of the young madman, perhaps it would be even more powerful. The 2 great sage and the 3 ancient kings all grabbed at the black gourd, wanting to stop it midway. However, the old madman's 6 paths of reincarnation fist was too terrifying. He used the 6 ancient worlds to break through the road ahead and was the first to arrive. He endured the 2 great sages' heavy injuries and grabbed the black gourd. Then, The black gourd erupted with radiance and released streaks of black light, suspending above his head. It was incomparably terrifying, as if an ancient universe was evolving. However, the two archaic great sage sneered coldly. One of them said, "So it was already damaged. I was wondering how it could appear in this world. It disappeared after the legendary great battle. Everyone thought it was destroyed, but who would have thought that we would see it today? But it's already greatly damaged." In the distance, Yi Fan's expression changed. It was still a damaged weapon after all. The young madman was in danger. Dong. At this time, the violet copper warship shook and 8 archaic ancestral kings walked out. This part of the world seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Even though they were incomparably old, wrinkled, and near the end of their lives, they still had the strength to fight. They had temporarily recovered their former glory. Even if each of them could only fight for a few minutes, the 8 more sages were enough to destroy the invincible masters of their generation. Everyone was in complete despair. How could they fight? How could the raging black-haired youth break out of this hopeless situation? "You haven't recovered yet. It's not worth it to exchange a life for a life. Break through the ancient formation and fight in the outer realm. I have a way to eliminate him," the horned archaic great sage said coldly. With a loud noise, the entire golden desert trembled violently. Then, an aura that could shatter one's primordial spirit spread out for hundreds of thousands of miles. The violet copper warship was incomparably huge. It stood there like a purple demonic stone. It seemed to have a life of its own as it breathed in and out the essence of the world. Each time it breathed out, it would swallow the entire world. Black abysses extended in the void and gathered towards the violet copper warship. It was like a terrifying demonic cave. At this time, it began to rise from the ground and fly out of the ancient life star. "Saint of the human race, you are very powerful, but you will die no matter where you go unless the ancient holy emperor comes back to life to save you," the silver-haired great sage said mercilessly. The young madman didn't stop the ancient ship from leaving. His body was covered in injuries, but his eyes were cold and fearless. He said, "Even if I die in the outer realm, the ancient kings on this ship will dye the sky with their blood. All of them will fall." The violet copper warship rose from the ground. Saint blood scattered everywhere. All the human cultivators looked up. This might be the last time they would see the human race's saint. Chapter 705. The violet copper warship rose into the air along with the divine formation carved by the young madman. The corpses of the great sage and a few ancient kings were also there. They would go to space and leave the Ziwei ancient star region to enter the universe for the final battle. The human cultivators were all shocked as they watched the ancient ship rise higher and higher. Everyone felt a chill from head to toe. Who could break out of this situation? Who could help the human saint? They felt how insignificant they were. How could they be of any help at all? How many people had reached this level since ancient times? Compared to them, they were like ants. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and go to the immortal ancient land to borrow the extreme path imperial weapon. Do you want to watch a calamity descend? Shouted Yi Fan. The old madman was powerful and unrivaled, but facing so many ancient kings alone, he would definitely die. That was a path of no return. If he went to outer space, he would most likely dye the sky with saint blood and shatter the star region. He was incomparably worried that he would die because of this. At this time, many people looked at him as if they had seen a ghost. No one replied, and no one went to take the extreme path imperial weapon. They all looked at him in confusion. "What's wrong with you all? Don't tell me that the Grand Ziwei ancient star region doesn't have imperial weapons." Yi Fan was anxious. Time was of the essence, they couldn't waste even a second. "Are you still a person of this world?" Finally, someone couldn't help but ask. The imperial weapons disappeared with the ancient emperors. "Don't you know this?" "What?" Yi Fan was shaken. What was going on? He couldn't understand. What had happened in the Ziwei ancient star region? This was a place where countless legends had been born. It was an ancient source of life with too many secrets. It was the legendary central ancient emperor star. The violet copper warship rumbled and tore through the sky. It could no longer be stopped. It rose higher and higher, ancient formations sealing all directions. Corpses floated in the air. It was incomparably strange and terrifying. The ancient ship was engraved with the figures of the 10,000 ancient races. Among them were their ancient emperors, as well as their great sage. There were also many strange patterns: flowers, birds, fish, insects, cauldrons, towers, mirrors, and everything else. The violet copper warship hadn't even left, but a great battle had already broken out. The crazy young man was invincible, and he took the initiative to attack. Going to the outer space was a path of no return for him, but he didn't feel the slightest bit of fear. He opened up the 6 great ancient worlds with the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. 2 great sage of the primordial era and more than 10 sage-level ancestral kings were attacking together. What kind of power was this? At this moment, they were all attacking the same point. Even the greatest hero would tremble, unable to resist. The young madman was indeed very strong, but facing so many saints, he was not their match. These people were very weak, but they could still unleash a few attacks with all their strength. The 6 ancient worlds created by the 6 paths of reincarnation fist were penetrated by a dozen or so weapons. Then, they were shattered and quickly collapsed. The human cultivators practically closed their eyes. How were they supposed to dodge? How were they supposed to resist? There was simply no way to face this. So what if it was the great sage? If he took on this attack, he would still be turned to ashes. It could be clearly seen that more than a dozen weapons had arrived on the surface of the young madman's body. They swallowed the divine laws of the heavens and were about to disintegrate him. The power of the old madman's fist was matchless. Although it had shattered a few weapons, it couldn't completely dissolve them. People almost couldn't bear to watch anymore. They hadn't even reached the outer space, but the human saints were already dying here. "Senior!" shouted Yi Fan. He really couldn't bear to see the horrifying scene of the old madman splattering blood in the sky. His heart was pounding and his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. The others also felt cold. If the old madman died, what would the Ziwei ancient star region become? They didn't dare to imagine. Many people closed their eyes, unable to witness the scene of the saint's blood. However, at this moment, the primordial ancestral king cried out in alarm. Even the 2 great sage let out a cry of surprise. An incredible scene had happened. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. All the weapons swallowed the divine laws of the heavens and almost touched the old madman's body, but they all stopped. It was very short. In just an instant, time and space froze. The young madman took advantage of this moment to avoid certain death. What happened? What's going on? Even the primordial ancestral kings were shaken. The 2 primordial great sage were greatly shaken and revealed a look of astonishment. The young madman broke free from the hopeless situation. He avoided all the weapons and divine laws. Like a fish swimming in the outside world, he leaped up and turned into a Kuan Peng. Fart! He waved his fists and struck out with the divine power of 6 paths of reincarnation. In an instant, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. An primordial ancestral king's head was smashed into paste. Grey blood flew more than 10 meters into the air. His other hand opened the top of an ancient king's head, grabbed his primordial spirit, and crushed it to ashes. Many people didn't understand. Only the 2 primordial great sage were shocked. They clearly understood what it was. One of them said in a deep voice, "The power of time." Another great sage chimed in, "Although we've only touched a little bit, it's indeed time that changes at an extreme speed." In the distance, Yi Fan's heart was in turmoil. He also understood that it was the Xing formula. When it reached the extreme realm, it would sublimate and peek into the mysteries of time. The Xing formula of the 9 secrets was indeed terrifying. The old madman's attainments had reached great heights. He had already touched the edge of time. Yi Fan couldn't calm down. He and the old madman had obtained the perfect Xing formula at the sacred cliff. Naturally, he understood the divine principles contained within. Now that he saw such a heaven-defying method, he was incomparably excited. The Xing formula originated from the ancient divine court of assassins, the Celestial Court. In the past, an old saint had an incomparably fortuitous encounter and obtained an immortal divine medicine. He lived for 2 lifetimes before cultivating the domain of time. As for the others, they couldn't even touch that supreme forbidden area and had no hope of cultivating it. But now, the young madman actually displayed such a side. The complicated divine laws he had peeked into were enough to prove his supreme aptitude. Touching the order of time is just SOSO. You are not invincible. I can kill you in the outer realm, said the silver-haired great sage coldly. The war started again. Even though the old madman had the Xing formula and the peerless 6 paths of reincarnation fist, he still suffered several heavy injuries. Of course, the enemy also suffered great losses. Senior Yi Fan saw the old madman's blood splattering the sky. He racked his brains and finally activated a large piece of divine source from the cauldron of myriad qi. It was a large piece of source that emitted dazzling divine light. Inside it was an extremely frightening skinny old man. He wore a battle suit made of animal skin and held a shiny white bone club in his arms. His hair was disheveled and his limbs were bound by red iron chains. He was like an ancient ferocious beast. Just the aura he emitted could shatter one's primordial spirit. It was unbearable. Yi Fan transmitted his voice to the old madman and told him everything. He pushed the divine source out and wanted it to enter the gap of the divine formation to explode. I don't know if it's good or bad. This immemorial saint cultivated the extreme yin and extreme yang at the same time and turned himself into a demon. He might even attack the old madman. Yi Fan was very worried. God knows what would happen if he released this ancient demon. What, it's him. He's still in this world. Back then, he killed several ancient kings and a great sage. It really is an ancient demon. Wasn't he suppressed to death by the nest of 10,000 dragons and the Valley of Gods? How can he still be alive in the future? The ancient kings from the Big Dipper starfield were all shocked. They recognized the old man sealed in the divine source and remembered a terrifying past. Don't let him in, don't let him break the seal, shouted the horned great sage. He didn't want any unforeseen events to happen. Many ancient kings worked together to seal the gap. They didn't want this terrifying demon to come in. At this time, the young madman made his move. A black moon divine talisman appeared between his brows. The great yin saint force circulated and attracted the divine source. Boom! Within the divine source block, the withered ancient saint rushed out with an incomparably violent aura. A dazzling light shot out from between his brows. It was like a sun, but also like a divine moon, bursting with destructive light. He was like a ferocious beast released from its cage. He gathered a murderous intent and forced it into the body of an ancient king. Ah, that ancient king screamed. His primordial spirit was almost sucked out. Many cracks appeared on his body, and blood flowed out. Quick, don't let him in. We can't let him wake up. This was a great sage. And now, although he was sealed, he was not injured at all. He was lying dormant in the divine source. Once he came out, he would definitely be a great killing disaster. All the ancient kings attacked together. If they were at their peak, they would not be afraid. After all, they had 2 great sage on their side. But now, they were all extremely weak. More than a dozen beams of light shot out and completely sealed the seal wager. The young madman had no other choice. He couldn't stop everyone alone. The violet copper warship quickly rose into the sky. The divine source block with the ancient saint sealed in it was shot down, and it was getting farther and farther away. Yi Fan was anxious, but he could do nothing to change anything. He watched as the violet copper warship entered the clouds and rushed towards the outer realm battlefield. Senior! Yi Fan shouted. He thought hard and felt that only the secret of all could be useful, so he transmitted it into the sky. Apart from this secret, the other 9 secrets were very complicated. They needed to be comprehended and spent a lot of time to learn. Only this secret was very short. It could be cultivated quickly, and it could multiply one's combat power. The only thing he was worried about was that the old madman had touched the 8-limit domain. This secret would be ineffective, and he could only use the supreme divine power of this secret if he broke through his own shackles. The moment Yi Fan transmitted the secret of all, the old madman also sent a divine will into his heart, which made him tremble. 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fis. This terrifying fist technique was the most suitable for Yi Fan, who had an unparalleled body. In the future, he would definitely be able to soar like a dragon. Don't let it be lost. The young madman's eyes were cold as he confronted the ancient kings. This was the last imprint he left behind, as if he was making arrangements for his death. Then, he and the ancient saints disappeared into outer space. Big brother crazy Olay. Yi Fan shouted. This trip to the outer realm was a dead end. There was no hope of survival. People knew that this might be the last time they would see the great sage of the human race. That resolute face, that indomitable spirit, and that figure that would never return had left an indelible impression on the world. The old madman fought the saints alone and went to the outer realm alone. Even if he died, he would kill all the ancient kings on the ancient ship. The old madman's words were domineering and powerful. It seemed to still be echoing in people's ears. This was a legend of the saints. It did not appear in the world, and it was only a flash in the pan. But now it was extinct. A few days later, a purple bronze fragment from the depths of outer space, stained with the saint blood of the human race, fell on the land of the Ziwei ancient domain. It told the story of an earth-shattering battle. Since then, the saints did not appear, and the ancient great sage did not descend. The ancient kings all disappeared, and the great sage of the human race never appeared again. For the Ziwei ancient domain, the human saints stained the outer realm with their blood. Many people cried.